Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I request all of you to kindly take your seat. We will commence the program now. So, the Bengal Chamber and Tata Tiscon and Tata Steel Manufacturing Conclave and MSME Award, Excellence Award, is one of the flagship programs, one of the flagship conclaves, and one of the flagship awards of Bengal Chamber of Commerce. And this award is not only a very prestigious award for the chamber, but also it's a very prestigious award nationwide. Many of the Bengal Chamber Award winners, they have won national awards, international awards, and Prime Minister's Award. So we congratulate and we really thank to all those who have participated, who have nominated their companies in the award. So with this note, we'll commence the inaugural session of the program. We thank Tata Steel and Tata Tiscon for supporting the award and the program for last 14th edition.
এতে আছে বেশি শক্তি আর নমনীয়তা। এবার ঝড় আসুক বা ভূমিকম্প, বাড়ির সুরক্ষা পাক্কা।
আর ওর সিলেকশনও
টাটা টিসকন 550 এসটি, সঠিক চিনুন, বুঝে কিনুন।
Now I request Mr. Sanjay Behera, Chairperson of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Sales Head of Tata Steel Limited. I request Mr. Behera to kindly come to the dais, please. I request Mr. Gautam Rai. Mr. Roy is our President Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and he is also the President Corporate RPSG Group. Sir, please come to the dais. Now I request Dr. Sunil Kumar Sharma, IRSME, Executive Director, DA Mechanical, RDSO and Director, Production Additional Charge, Braithwaite and Company Limited. I request Mr. Neeraj Gupta, who is the DGM and RMER, ECGC Limited. And I also request Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO of Felix Consulting Private Limited. Felix is also one of our partners of this conclave.
In the heart of India's bustling capital, a journey began. In the vibrant streets of Delhi, innovation found its voice. This is the story of Felix, an IT consulting firm committed to shaping the future. Felix was founded in 2007, started with a vision to transform businesses through technology. With unwavering determination, they embarked on a remarkable journey. From humble beginnings, Felix grew steadily.
Felix is on a journey to bring its 18 years of work experience in the manufacturing and services vertical to your city.
In the heart of their operation lay a team of dedicated professionals driven by a common goal: to innovate, to adapt, and to deliver solutions that exceed expectations. With each passing year, Felix expanded its horizons, venturing into new territories. From Oracle Fusion to NetSuite to SAP, setting new standards of excellence.
At Felix, we have one of the finest and most exciting work culture. Felix not only provides world-class opportunities, but also growth beyond market levels. My association with Felix for 14 years have remained constant is the focus towards employee satisfaction and customer centricity.
With a relentless pursuit of innovation, Felix continued to evolve, adapting to the ever-changing landscape of the IT industry. But amidst the growth and success, one thing remained unchanged: Felix's unwavering commitment to its clients, their needs, and their aspirations. At Felix, the goal is not just to implement the solutions required by the client, but an unwavering support after implementation. Oracle Fusion, Oracle e-business implementation, Oracle NetSuite implementation, post-implementation services, audit and advisory services, IT infrastructure hosting, business continuity planning, Felix product development, digital journeys.
As mentioned in our program schedule, all of you know that the theme of the inaugural session is Turning Bengal into India's Global Business Hub. And you know, most of you know that Sri Rajesh Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of MSME and Textile, Government of West Bengal, he always graces our occasion, our conclaves. But as election has been declared today, he is under code of conduct, so he has regretted sincerely to not to able to join the program. So he has requested to send him the report, the recommendations of this conclave, and we will start with the note, the Turning Bengal into India's Global Business Hub. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Behra, Chairperson, Manufacturing and MSME Committee of Bengal Chamber and Sales Head of Tata Steel, to kindly deliver the address, his address, and I request Mr. Behra to kindly come to the podium, please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce on this 14th edition of Manufacturing and MSME Conclave. Respected dignitaries in the dais, Mr. Gautam Ray, President, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Director, Braithwaite and Company, Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO, Felix Consulting, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, ECGC, and the delegates are from diverse organizations across such as steel, engineering, consulting, banking, cement, education and new generation startup. The event will also bring together key stakeholders of the manufacturing, banking and MSME ecosystems to share actionable insights and strategies, and as well as solutions to boost and strengthen the global competitiveness of the manufacturing and MSME sector, which is regarded as the growth engine of the Indian economy. MSME and manufacturing sector are the backbone of industry, since they are vital to country's economic and social development, and also the second largest employer in the country just after agriculture. They account for 29% of GDP, 45% of manufacturing, and 50% of exports done by India, and an integral part of global supply chain. There are 63 million organizations coming under MSME category, producing 6,500 category of products, and 99% qualify as micro enterprises. As per the survey, for every 100 companies in India, 95 are micro, 4 are small and medium, and only 1 is large. Whereas in most of the developed economies, 50 to 55 entities out of 100 are micro and 40 are small and medium farm. What are the issues and challenges faced by the MSME? One is the stringent due diligence by the banks, and also the biased trade regime towards big corporates. And MSME sector, because of their smaller size, suffer from low productivity, preventing them from achieving economies of scale which the bigger companies get. Currently, India spends 9% of GDP on research and development, and considerably small amount as compared to other developed nations. This prevents them to evolve and innovate, which is also a hindering factor for them. MSME sector is facing tough competition due to the cheap imports from China and other countries that have a free trade agreement with India. However, there are many opportunities for MSME sectors. India has, advantage in 3D: democracy, demography, and demand. For the growth of the manufacturing sector, high domestic demand, Increasing middle class with disposable income, young population, and high returns makes India attractive for the manufacturing sector. Some of the key focus for manufacturing sector should be quality, cost, delivery, innovation in product and services, and convenience to the customer. Two-thirds of our GDP is driven by domestic consumption and youngest in the planet with average age of 35 years till the year 2070 for over 1 billion people. So that is a big domestic market. Our dependence on export is limited. Total exports in FY24 is likely to touch $900 billion, which is up from $770 billion in FY23. Some of the sectors like engineering export touch $120 billion with a growth of 24% over the last year. If you see total FDI foreign direct investment received is more than $600 billion in the last 5 years, coming from 162 countries in 61 sectors in 31 states and union territory, which shows a great confidence on our economy and consumption market as well as stable democratic leadership. India's manufacturing sector is a key contributor to the country's economic growth. It accounts for about 15% of India's GDP and employs around 12% of the country's workforce, while agriculture and allied sector shares is 20%. However, this is much lesser than China and Korea, whose manufacturing accounts for 29% of GDP and 27% in Thailand. This decade belongs to the decade for India. $10 trillion of GDP, contributing to 10% of world GDP with 1.7 billion people, with largest working class in the world by the year 2030. That is the opportunity for our country, and it is India's decade of strength, and government is trying very hard to achieve this goal, and the responsibility lies with each and all of us. The 5 springboards such as focusing on green, leveraging technology such as artificial intelligence, enabling scalability of sectors and new sectors to be developed, enabling new and different skill set development, bringing youth and women into their labor participation are the key ingredient to success in the coming years. The 4 mega trends as per Morgan Stanley that will grip the world in the coming years is 4D, demographic, because the aging population in most of the developed economy like Japan, Europe and China, and this will affect their economy. Elon Musk says population is the biggest problem than climate change. Deglobalization. Due to various geopolitical issues such as Russia-Ukraine war, Middle East conflict, US-China trade sanctions, China-Taiwan tensions, all these leading to deglobalize the economy, which is against the WTO, World Trade Organization. Decarbonization. World will be investing close to $70 trillion to arrest the rise of temperature by 2 degrees by the end of the century. Many upcoming industries such as renewable energy, electric vehicle and many others will be an opportunity. Digitalization, the 4th D. Every business is investing on digital economy due to disruption of industry through artificial intelligence, quantum computing and blockchain technology. India is currently 5th largest economy in the world with $3.8 trillion economy and projected to grow 7 to 8% in this financial year, which is highest among G20 countries and considered to be a bright spot in the world economy. But there are many sectors which are, which will give a good opportunity to the manufacturing and MSME sector. One such is railways. There is investment of 124,000 crores on setting up dedicated freight corridor under the program Gati Shakti project by Railways for construction of 3,500 kilometer high-speed railway network for transporting goods connecting to multimodal transport such as rail, road and port, which will be completed by the year 2025 with 12,000 horsepower electric locomotive and 1.5 kilometer length of rake, which is double the size of current rake. Similarly, Indian Railways has placed order to procure 90,000 wagons in the next 3 years and 400 Vande Bharat trains and 7,000 coaches production per year for the next 3 years. Similarly, another sector is defense. Defense exports from India has increased to 16,000 crores from merely 1,500 crores in the just 5 years, and government is providing various PLI and offset schemes to increase this export to 35,000 crores, and also under Make in India initiatives, how to offset this so that the import gets reduced. Big opportunity in this sector where many MSME have hardly present at this moment. It is a matter of pride that India is second largest steel producing country in the world with 125 million tons of steel contributing to 2% of GDP and is USD $75 billion and planning to ramp up to $300 million by the year 2030. Similarly, automotive. Automotive is at present $100 billion industry and expected to reach $160 billion by the year 2027 and contributes to 8% of GDP and it has got a percentage of 49% of manufacturing GDP. And we are third largest auto manufacturer in the world with sales of 4.25 million units. Under Digital India, we are the second largest mobile manufacturing in your country in the world with the industry valued at $55 billion and out of that $12 billion you see is being exported. Almost 98% of the mobiles sold in the country is made in India brand, which used to be the reverse 10 years ago. And we are the number one in the world for consumption of digital contents and 46% online transactions done in India, only second to China. This digital transaction is more than Visa, which is present in more than 100 countries. And evidence shows that manufacturing has a stronger multiplier effect than services. With the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing practices, technological breakthrough associated with things like Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicle and 3D printing, it will improve the productivity and high quality products at competitive price. Some of the things that will help, for MSME sector is improving access to credit, technological upgradation and ease of doing business is a must to give a leg up to the manufacturing and MSME sectors. Some of the schemes and incentives like priority lending, credit guarantee fund scheme, Mudra scheme, purchase preference policy by public sector and some big private companies, price preference policy and benefits of tendering. If India is to become $7 trillion economy in the next 4 or 5 years, manufacturing and MSME will need to evolve to the next level and become bigger companies. India's manufacturing sector needs upgradation and reforms for becoming globally competitive. Absence of effective, flexible, and targeted policy support, along with supportive measures like the development of infrastructure and education, would mean the stagnation of the sectors. Thank you for giving this opportunity to share my views and your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, and indeed, it's very encouraging to hear the prospect, lying before us. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Gautam Rai, President of the Chamber and President Corporate RPSG Group, to kindly address our conclave. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to you all in this 14th National Manufacturing Conclave. Also, along with it, there is a Manufacturing and MSME Excellence Award, which will happen. This is, of course, a most important flagship event for the Chamber. On the dais, Mr. Sanjay Behera, most active and dynamic leader. He is the chairperson of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee, Bengal Chamber, and Sales Head, Tata Steel Limited. Dr. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Executive Director and Director, Braithwaite and Company. Mr. Neeraj Gupta, DGM and RM ER, ECGC Limited. Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO, Felix Consulting, and dignitaries of the dais. This committee of MSME and Manufacturing Committee, as I was mentioning, is one of the most dynamic committee of the Chamber. And I will say that they are doing something which is very, very contextual and needed for the society at this moment. I can mention that I was really quite enthused to visit the MSME trade fair, what they have organized in way to Kharagpur. We have all gone there, and I have seen how really very, very enthusiastic participation by various organizations there, and it was really a grand success. So, why this Excellence Award also has been tagged to this event is that we believe from the core of our heart that the innovation and entrepreneurship, these initiatives has to be not only recognized, we also have to celebrate those. So this is basically the purpose. And keeping in line with the India's very, very high ambitions to become a manufacturing hub, in which direction we are moving, all of us are moving. In fact, there is a target in 25-26 to reach almost $1 trillion. There is a phenomenal growth is happening. FDI is also increasing in manufacturing. And manufacturing is contributing nearly 17% to 20%. There is a plan to reach in next 5 years on the overall GDP. So the plan with India's ambitious plan to become one of the strongest economy in the world, and manufacturing, all we know that yes, Mr. Behera, in his very well thought of research, I was really listening to him, has highlighted, yes, there is a huge growth in services, there is a huge growth in digital industry, but all of us know since the civilization started that the manufacturing is the foundation. It has to be there. That actually speaks for high inertia of the economy. West Bengal is also not lagging behind. In fact, we are very proud to say that West Bengal has almost a 1 crore number of MSME today. And it is basically not only the investment in thousands of crores, it is really providing employment. This is one of the major area of engaging people in the industry. And we are probably on the top list in the country, in the West Bengal. There are export orientations. Agriculture is really and something agriculture and agri-based products. These are the excellent in the state. We are the highest rice producer of the country. There are jute, all of you know. So there are also very organized effort in the state by way of having policy, by way of linking funds, by having a support of logistic back-to-back behind it, and also the energy, including the renewable energy sources. And definitely now I would not say challenge, but at least what is the way forward, whatever in my thinking I thought, I will come to a point, actually whole industry products, or in fact the entire world is moving towards, it is now planning is coming from customer expectation point of view. Even if in the services, even if in the goods, everywhere actually the way customer expectations are changing, we are also needed to change accordingly. So rightly said earlier, the obsolescence were at least a decade long, at least 50 years, then a decade. Now it is in fact 4 to 5 years. Now to make ourselves aligned to those requirements and expectations, the MSME also need to continuously upgrade themselves. It is easy to say that infuse technology, but it's really changing a process continuously. It's a major thought process has to be there. So I would say it's not only the function, the planning behind is also very, very important. And today Mr. Behera was rightly saying the 3 Ds, what we call decarbonization, decentralization and digitalization. These are all basically is not yet no more something subject on the seminar. It is a hard reality today. And if you are not really attain certain standards, certain certifications, you will not be able to even export, not only forget about the export, even whether your products will be accepted in the domestic market, that's also a big question. So sustainability goals which are there, of course, this MSME sector covers many of such goals, including the meeting the poverty, including a good, decent work environment, employment generation, everything is there. But in totality, the most challenging and important thing is that to change the product design with back-to-back change in the process. And this process means end-to-end process. This process is not only what is there within the boundary of the factory. We are interested to be party and to be part on it, because it's difficult for any individual to reach that goal very easily. So cluster-based approach, Chamber will be very, very eager with the leadership of what we have, very active leadership in the MSME and Manufacturing Committee, to really work out which can help in policy advocacy, which will help in upskilling. The most important aspect today is whether the people who are engaged in my industry today are relevant tomorrow or not. Now, what is the process? Shall we throw the entire workforce out and bring a new set of workforce? That's really not sustainable. So the only answer lies at how much emphasis I'm giving on day-to-day basis on the upskilling. So upskilling of the workforce, then connecting it with the government programs. These are some of the some of the areas. Having the common certification, which I believe that you face a difficulty moving to various sectors, you need to have the separate set of certifications. So this is something which will require to make us compatible with the Make in India program, make us very, very updated, make us very, very contemporary, so that I am in a position, or we are in a position, to compete and having a competitive cutting edge. So these aspects also cover quality, but most importantly, the people who will be working with this upskilling. I'm not saying only on the skill and the technology. This upskilling includes the change in the mindset. This upskilling means even the attitudinal change, how I have to see the new way of working, the processes, what is really happening today. Because the most difficult thing is to really not to learn, but to unlearn. That is the most difficult thing. So I hope that it will be a very, very lively discussion today we will have. We will again, I will say that I will be very happy to be there to celebrate and encourage the awardee who will be there at the end of the program. And we believe with the entrepreneurship, innovative, and make it happen mindset, we will definitely reach to the goal what we are thinking today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will definitely try to work on the areas that you have mentioned that we should, as a chamber, also look into. Thank you once again, sir. Now I request Dr. Sunil Kumar Sharma, IRSME, Executive Director, Q&A, and he is from Braithwaite and Company Limited. And as Mr. Behera was saying, that Indian Railways now is become a big sector to work with for the MSMEs. So I would like to request Dr. Sharma to kindly enlighten us on that, and request you to kindly come to the podium and deliver your address, please, sir.
Very, very good evening to all of you. And Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Gautam, and other dignitary on the dais and the participants, a very heartily welcome to all of you in today's this celebration, what Mr. Gautam has said. I really congratulate Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Gautam to talk what was very important in the context of MSME. और मेरे लिए बात करने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ बचा नहीं है, जो उन्होंने सारे important point थे वो सब बता दिए. So I'll try to cover what now is left over to me. To me, when we talk about MSME, is their capacity of changing themselves, capacity to change, capacity to connect, capacity to compete. And the fourth pillar, I think that if we have to talk about MSME, is capacity to innovate. These are the four main capacities we should think about. We have discussed that we are now moving in a fourth industrial revolutionary era. Three industrial revolution we have faced, fourth we are facing. That is that we are finding the concepts like Industry 4.0. We have to think about how these concepts can be implemented, can be brought back into the practice in Indian context when we talk about MSME. अभी जब हम ये बात ही कर रहे थे तो now we have come with another concept, Industry 5.0. So what I am saying that the pace at which digital revolution is taking place, we have to catch up with that pace of change if we have to survive. Because cost of manufacturing, which was one of the advantageous factor till now for Indian companies, is no more. Now we are moving slightly towards mass customization phase. जो मिस्टर गौतम बता ही चुके कि आपको कस्टमर सेंट्रिक होना पड़ेगा. What customer desire, you have to deliver that service or product. जर्मनी में 2013 में इंडस्ट्री 4.0 कॉन्सेप्ट आया था. The concept was कि machine can talk to each other, machine can interact with the other machine. Now we are in the phase of how machine can be compatible with man, how man and machine can collaborate and deliver something which is desired by the market. As a part of Braithwaite, as a part of Indian Railways, we are facing a phenomenal growth. There are a lot of opportunities for MSMEs. Keeping these 4 or 5 essential factors which I begin with, I'll try to cover the opportunities part which are available for the MSMEs in my presentation. A brief introduction about Braithwaite. ये 1884 में कंपनी बनी थी और 1976 में we became a PSU. We are mainly dealing with manufacturing of the wagons, cranes, bridges, as well as now we are into civil infrastructures. So we are engaging with lot of MSMEs in our value chain. These are the few things which we are known for. आपका हावड़ा ब्रिज, अभी NTPC में फरक्का प्लांट हमने बनाया था, and major shipyard में you will find that Braithwaite is making the cranes. These are our key customers. This is our value chain. We are now into renewable energy projects also, disaster management also. Few achievements. These are recent introduction into our achievement list. I think that one of the area which MSME can pick up is renewable energy. जैसे Mr. Gautam has already told that we are thinking about sustainability and environment. This one of the areas. We are finding that we are also expecting phenomenal growth in our value chain. So these are one of the opportunity which one can focus upon. Railways, Mr. Sanjay has mentioned that multimodal transportation. Now we are trying to offer a customized solution to the people who can book their consignment and get it at one place. Conclave is the organization which is coordinating for Indian Railways side. to offer this kind of transportation solution. One of the requirement will be containerization of the traffic movement. So containerization and container movement and container production is another area where one can think of exploring the growth avenue. This already covered by my predecessors. What we are doing for MSMEs, the government regulation is about 25% procurement should be from the MSME. We are procuring almost about 44-45% from MSME vendors. Where these procurement is concerned, it is wagon fabrication, wagon maintenance, servicing, civil foundation. We are now also venturing into offering IT solution, IT training. So there also we are collaborating with MSMEs. And you'll be surprised to know that we are procuring almost 100% of our crane maintenance spares from the MSMEs as a government body. These are the MSME business contour of the Braithwaite company. Weldings, plasma machines, shearing machines, whatever is required for manufacturing for our products, we almost procure everything from MSMEs. These are the other areas, as I mentioned, that we are also into business of bridge making. These are some of the small things which can be developed by MSMEs. We are also hiring services. So there also we are giving preference to MSMEs. We have been following what has been instructed for the Government of India in our functioning so far as MSMEs is concerned. We have a cell also dedicated for MSME. We provide hand-holding to them. And apart from procurement, we provide relaxations, we offer exemptions, e-procurement, participation fees. Why I am highlighting these in my presentation is because, as Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Gautam has mentioned, that one of the requirement is to have proper information availability with the MSMEs. That is missing. Many times they are not able to participate because they do not have requisite licenses. Since we are living in the digital world, the connectivity, the information should not be a bottleneck or hurdle. These are the simple things which are available in our websites, and we sometimes hold the vendor conference with MSMEs also. So we try to educate with them. These are few of the points. We are having some future plan for nurturing MSME fraternity. We are going to offer a training, free training in the manufacturing process, Industry 4.0. That is in our planning. It will take about 6 or 7 months to concretize and bring it into practice. We will also think about how to design raw material support program for MSMEs. We'll have regular interaction meets with the vendors. Apart from that, a brief about railways opportunity. Railways has vast market for the MSMEs. The requirement where some kind of certification, some kind of capability requirement is required, that I'll briefly cover. We have 4 departments, 4 type of verticals. You can say that mechanical engineering verticals, electrical, civil infrastructure or civil engineering verticals, and signal and telecom verticals, where the MSME can engage themselves in conducting the businesses. There are other areas also which I have not covered here, where such kind of licensing or capability requirement is not there. So those areas are not covered here. We have a vendor directory. You can see it, what kind of items are required, who are the vendors which are presently listed. Every information is available here. You can consider it as an item master or information master. We are having in railways 5 bodies: RDSO, which is headquartered at Lucknow; Integral Coach Factory, Modern Coach Factory, Rail Coach Factory Kapurthala; Banaras Locomotives, Chittaranjan Locomotives, जहाँ पे regular procurement है and regular आपको business मिल सकता है. Now, with the perspective of ease of doing business, all facilities or all requirements can be met in an online mode. The registration guidelines are available. You can have the information how to develop these capabilities, that is also available. Then in some, we have only 203 items where a kind of registration is required. Rest have been deregulated by the government so that MSMEs or other units can freely participate in conducting business with railways. The major requirements, whatever is required in registration process, is also available now online. We have 2 kinds of vendors: approved vendors and developmental vendors. Initial phase mein, railways consider, after getting registration, you as a developmental vendor. Subsequently, based on your performance, you can be, or one can be promoted to regular approved vendors. These are some of the products which are regularly required. Since wagon production has undergone a phenomenal increase, roughly Calcutta area में पहले आपको 1000 वैगन बनता होगा per month, आज की डेट में 3000 वैगन बनते हैं. So 300% jump. So these are some of the basic items which are required. Here I like to highlight again that railways also give opportunity to the vendors who have been innovating their products. Suppose अगर कोई casting से product बनता है, who can make it by forging and meet the purpose, you can ask for the change in the specification and come up with your proposal. So one can go ahead in that line also. These were some of the points which I wanted to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for such an informative presentation. And I would also like to inform you that we have a table here where, like, our officers from Braithwaite and Company Limited, they are here. They are sitting with us. And if you would like to connect with them with your queries, and as he mentioned, they are developing vendors. So if you would like to connect with Braithwaite, you can please do that. They are sitting with us here in a separate table. That is, we have kept for B2B, meetings. Now I request Mr. Neeraj Gupta, DGM and RMER, ECGC Limited. I would like to say that ECGC has been partnering with us in various programs to escalate, to enhance export from this part of the country. I request Mr. Gupta to kindly deliver his speech. Mr. Gupta, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Behra, Mr. Gautam, Mr. Sharma. They have given an enormous, insight about this MSME's growth plan. And we are really honored to be part of this Excellence Award, and always will be, because we have seen that MSMEs have been performing very well in the domestic as well as in the export front. And our motto is to support each and every exporter, whether it's from MSME segment or any other large exporters. Because one thing we understand, that whatever the effort you are taking at your end by developing the particular product for the industry, or looking at this customer satisfaction, as Mr. Gautam was saying, that we need to continually evolve end to end. So that aspects you've been taken care. Even if you take care of that, then ultimately, if the payment gets default overseas, then it's a setback for any industry, any particular organization. So that's a role, very important role, been interested to us to provide the credit risk insurance to the exporters as well as for MSMEs. So as at ECGC, our role is basically to protect against the probable risk default happening in exports. Once you make an exports, if the buyer defaults, then we can pay you, because it's an insurance. Basically, you need to buy insurance from us, and we take care of it. Apart from that, the other very important segment what we handle is about this seamless availability of export finance to each and every exporters from any part of the India. If any exporters approaches any bank, say from any remote corner of the India also, if the bank is there, then they can lend them on package credit loan at concession rate, because our cover is seamless to n number of branches across the bank. For this product is very interesting. So in this segment, basically what we do is we provide this adequate export finance to whether it's exporter, MSME category or not. If the bank gives them the finance, that amount is covered with us. Now, specifically for this MSME segment, like this program is for MSME. So what recently we have done is that we have given some of the 9 public sector banks, the cover what we have given is that up to 50 crores they can give the packing credit loan or post-shipment bill discounting facility without collateral, and that to 90% of the loss. So this is the amazing initiative been taken by the industry, and the bankers have taken lead in that, and then they are ready to deliver on this. So any MSME, small MSME, who have got a 50 crores of total requirement of the limit, packing credit or bill discounting, they can be given the fund by their bank without collateral. So naturally, this will definitely improve their working capital cycle. Now, whether it's an MSME or it's a non-SME, everybody is facing the problem in the global global trade. See, what is happening is that the global trade is not the same as what we see 3-4 years back. You know, there is a phenomenal change in the risk pattern. We have seen that like say, for example, I take the example of US. 2 years back, you have seen that US has got 4,500 banks. And suddenly, you saw that out of 4,500 banks, 2,000 banks, they found that it's not well regulated. So suddenly there is a lot of monetary tightening happening in US, not only US, Europe also. So this all has an impact on the buyer's financial capacity. You know, it's not due to their liquidity constraint, but it is because the banks have changed their standard of loans. They have changed the norms for lending. So, they are not qualifying to that much of amount of ability of liquidity to make the payments or plan or to complete their projects even. So these all have an impact, and you see that the demand has been reducing for the export for quite a long time. But last year we have seen that our MSME sectors, so manufacturers have done well. I mean, they have finally we could see that our export is increasing in last month. So, but definitely there was a lot would have happened, but due to global monetary tightening, I would say, there a lot of demand been reduced. But then these things are regular in the trade market. Our role is to constantly provide you the cover, because I see that MSME, the relevance of ECGC would be more, because you know it's not easy for them for them to bring the differentiation in the product immediately, because and then they have a fixed bias, so risk concentration is also there. So it is for this both reason they are prone to the credit risk. Then at ECGC, what we do basically, every day we are underwriting around 400 buyers, because we provide the cover on the basis of constant analysis of the buyer's credit report and other information. So it's not only the credit report on which the analysis has been taken place, because I hand over a credit report and to judge a buyer for creditworthiness, it's difficult to see from 2 pages report that this buyer is worth for 5 crores of credit or 50 crores of credit. So it boils down to ECGC risk appetite and their overall practices, what they have been following for the last 50 years, and then agility and whatever you can say, that practical approaches, what they have developed in their underwriting methodologies, models. So this has helped us in underwriting the risk. And not only that, we understand that our role is, as Mr. Gautam was saying, about our end-to-end. So giving a cover is not efficient, and not that completes our job. We also ensure that if any claim comes, we are handling the customer, giving them a full support, and providing all type of support so that he can file the claim. Even we help them in a lot of other areas also. So we try to give end-to-end support to the MSMEs or any other exporters who's our client. And this we are also evolving continuously. We have the online methodology of filing the request, etc. Yesterday also we have some modified our portal. So these are the things, latest things happening in ECGC, and this is going to help the Indian MSMEs, and whatever the goals and targets been decided, and then the opportunities we have. Like Mr. Sabha was saying that they are procuring 45% from the MSMEs. That's a great figure. I mean, say MSMEs can supply to railways. That's a wonderful thing, and like the prospect is bright. And from ECGC perspective, like I would say that if you see this latest One Union Business Confidence Index report, which is actually an association of all credit institutions across the world, and quarterly we do the survey. So in that, it is mentioned that the credit risk is increasing and like the demand for credit risk is more in USA, UK, Italy, Netherlands, so and Germany too. So these countries they are defaults also, there are insolvencies also, and there is an increase of insolvencies everywhere. So insolvency rate of increase is more in USA compared to European Union, but then Euro area is basically lacking the lot of as sir was saying, that there are a lot of changes in industry practices happening due to environmental concern. So these are all the issues happening there, due to which the demand for the Indian exporters would a bit affected, but then this is likely to be streamlined. I would say that at ACGC, we do take care of all the risk. If you transfer your risk, if you are a policy holder, we definitely would be helpful for all the MSME and MSME exporters and other exporters as well as. Now, there are a lot of list of risk happening all around. You must be aware of a lot of things happening like that, you have now the information is easily available to everyone. What are the news happening around the globe? So, but then the information and the risk transfer is two different things actually. So we need to be slightly agile in our effort and take the proper insurance because the risk is non-linear always. It's not linear anymore. So you can't analyze and you can protect yourself. It's better to have the risk transfer to other suitable agencies. So thank you very much for and wonderful experience we had here sharing with the MSME thoughts, MSME details. And really, the Excellence Award is an opportunity like we wanted to be part of it, and really thankful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, and thank you to be always part with us. Also, another information. We have Mr. Mahendran, Senior Manager of Vendor Development from GRSA, Garden Ridge Shipbuilders Limited. Mr. Mahendran, welcome here. He is here with his team And if any one of you from MSMEs, if you are interested in vendor development, you can talk to Mr. Mahendran. I welcome Mr. Mahendran. Thank you for joining us. Now I request Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO, Felix Consulting Private Limited. We were talking about, digitization of processes, and Industry 4.0 and all these things, and we have a separate session for that also. So Mr. Gaurav Mathur is here. He is the CEO of Felix Consulting, and there also, Felix is also partnering this conclave with us. This is for the first time Felix is partnering with us. I request Mr. Mathur to please come and deliver your speech.
Thank you. Thanks for the esteemed panels for providing this opportunity to be here today. And I think it has been a very enlightening session till now. And I was busy writing notes on whatever the keywords I could gather from whatever the panelists were saying, right? And I represent the technology world. I represent converting all the thoughts in terms of, sorry, you want to do something? So I represent the technology world, and I represent as the person who can bridge the gap between whatever we are imagining today versus converting them into a reality, right? And today, when I stand before you today, I don't represent a particular technology, okay? So if you look at what Felix as an organization does, it is basically an organization which is into multiple technologies. I'll just get the slide deck up here. So if you see, Felix as an IT services organization is a partner to SAP. You may have heard about SAP as a technology company. We also partner with Oracle Corporation, which is an American MNC. People would have heard about Oracle as a database company and an applications company. We also partner with one of the products called the NetSuite, which is, have picked up heavily in India with the MSME customers. And all these technologies, whether you're from a services sector or you're from a manufacturing sector, is enabling people today to look at the digital transformation that we're talking about. So one of the messages from me today is that you can talk to us irrespective of the technology, and we can help you in your digital transformation journey. We are present in Calcutta. We are there at Sector 5, Kolkata. Otherwise, we are present in Delhi as a headquarters. We have a technology team sitting out of Bangalore, and we have our offices in Dubai and Saudi Arabia also. Now, what is it that I wanted to talk about? Naturally, I think the audience is majorly composed of manufacturing and services sector people, right? And what we are talking about in terms of, Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0 is all about building a technology, building a factory which is for the future, right? So all of you are manufacturing experts or service sector experts, but the thought about how to convert a company or a factory for the future, these are thoughts which sometimes don't see the reality. Okay, so if you look at some of the case studies that Felix has delivered, and these are very small, small list of case studies. Organizations like Grey Orange, which was into robotics, and works heavily in the US, but is an Indian manufacturing company, has digitized the way they were manufacturing the robotics. We've got a traditional company named Lippy. Now all of you may have used the dot matrix printers somewhere in your career, and majority of these dot matrix printers used to come from a company called Lippy, right? So Lippy has transformed itself as a factory for the future, and today they've gone much more beyond printers, and they have adopted the modern technology of an Oracle, okay? Grey Orange would have adopted an SAP. And if you look at the size of these organizations, one would be a 500 employee organization, another may be an 800 employee organization. Somebody could be spread across countries, somebody could be just present in India. But if you look at the diverse nature of these companies who is adopting the modern technology today, it shows that there is nothing to be afraid about. I think I was hearing, among the panelists today that the time is for innovation. But the question comes how? How do we innovate? We talked about this time about skill upgradation, right? We all need to have confidence. But again, how? Now, most of these modern cloud applications today are providing you the best business practices, right? So what the products like SAP and Oracle or NetSuite would say is that if you adopt our solutions or adopt our practices, you would leapfrog into the future. That means you don't have to, go to a Google or do a PhD to learn about innovation. You can simply adopt what is there, and then you can build on top of that. And that's what all organizations like TriMaster and everybody has done, right? And if you look at some of the quotes that we keep hearing in the manufacturing sector, is that manufacturing agility has sometimes been likened with what we call as the Titanic, as the ship. It is slow, it is expensive, it is expensive to change. They knew that Titanic had a problem, but they could not change it because it was too expensive to do that change. But we all know about the disaster the Titanic caused, right? So manufacturing agility, ability to have a look to the future is normally, compared against that. If you don't change, you might be the Titanic, but at the end of the day, the disaster is just standing right at the corner. Then we hear about quotes, and in fact, a lot of the manufacturing people will agree that they don't acquire and implement technologies because they are cool looking, right? You don't want to do an SAP and Oracle because that's the buzzword of doing it. And manufacturers will never do that, right? But what we are seeing in this sector is that the adoption is on a case-to-case basis, on a use-to-case basis. That means somebody would like to do an MRP planning, another may not want to do that. They just want to do a min-max planning. Right? So all these opportunities today are available. Technology can be expensive, but if you look at the kind of technologies which are available, it's available from a budget technology to the most expensive of technology. So it all depends on what your appetite is, what your growth potential is, how you are looking to build your future. It all depends on that. But none of us should be scared about adopting technology, or at least understanding what these providers are doing. And Felix, like I said, is a neutral organization. We don't come to you saying, why don't you do an SAP or why don't you do an Oracle? We try to understand your business first. We try to see your growth potential, and then we recommend the right product for you, right? Now, whether you get it implemented from us, you don't get it implemented from us, that's your choice. We are a consulting firm, okay? So just a short of, you all might be running on some software or the other, right? But if you look at how modern systems are looking, they are more graphical, right? If you look at the new generation that you're hiring today, they will not like those old rugged systems where you had a lot of boring screens. Today's technology is graphical, right? Easy to adopt, okay? And easy to take decisions on. So just as an example shown here, you can see the products, whenever you make a finished good, what all components it is composed of. So I was hearing what Railways is doing in terms of all the products that they are manufacturing. Now, it's unimaginable to be doing all this manually, right? So you need to adopt technologies to be able to harness the cloud and harness the transformation. Similarly, the services sector. Now, the services sector in the digital age has totally changed. Today, everybody in the services sector likes to be called as a tech company first and a product company later on, right? So software-enabled innovations are creating new service-based business models that are replacing the old business models. Technology is leading the way in not just, doing automation of your system of records. It is also leading the way for you to think how innovation can be done. And you'll be surprised to know that Webble Technologies, WTL, which does a lot of government projects, adopted one of the modern solutions for an ERP. Now, they have been running on a traditional accounting application for ages. Now, being a government body and doing a lot of project-based work, there were a huge amount of reconciliation they were doing manually. The accounting system said one thing, the project application said one thing, and the auditors had no clue, right? And it was a very difficult deployment for us because change management with an organization which has not been used to modern technologies can be tough. But Felix as an organization has a lot of patience. We've helped them to adopt. We understand that the American and the German systems may not adequately meet your needs. But then we also understand that how you can customize or extend these applications to make sure that the agility that you had with your legacy applications can still be achieved. Right? So this is just one of the case studies here. We have our banners here which will help you know what are the other logos that we've done. Right? So the basic messaging that I wanted to say was that, innovation requires adoption of technology today. Sitting in a silo without a growth mindset, you will never be able to adopt it, right? So if you have a growth mindset, if you want to look at modernizing your factories, modernizing your services, have a look at these products. It's not essential that you really deploy it, but it will open up a new world for you. That's what I wanted to share today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. And it's really very, in-depth. And the question that you raised, we always speak about upgradation, innovation, but how? Answering that question, reaching to the answer of that question, how do we do that? It's very important. Thank you so much for addressing the most crucial part of the whole thing, that is, how do we do that? Thank you, Mr. Mathur, once again. Now I request my colleague to kindly bring the mementos, and I request Mr. Sanjay Behera, Chairperson, Manufacturing and MSME Committee of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished speakers. We once again thank all the distinguished speakers, and now we will go to the next session. Thank you once again to all of you. I now request my colleagues to kindly help us to change over.
In the world. In 2022, India's overall exports have crossed $447 billion and are expected to reach $2 trillion by 2030. Initiatives like Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat have made India the world's most reliable and preferred partner. ECGC, India's premier export credit insurance agency, is spearheading this growth by increasing the competitiveness of Indian exporters. It offers wide range of standard short-term and specific credit insurance policies to cover commercial and political risks. To encourage MSMEs and SEZ exporters, ECGC offers special factoring facilities. It also offers investment insurance for the Indian companies investing in joint ventures abroad. Moreover, it also covers the risks of the banks, offering credit facilities to the exporters. No wonder ECGC has won recognition for its contribution to Indian exports.
Since its inception in 1957, ECGC, the leading export credit agency of India, has supported Indian exports by providing credit risk insurance and other related services to exporters and banks. On behalf of ECGC, I would like to thank exporters and bankers for reposing their trust in the company. I also thank the Government of India for the immense support and guidance. My sincere thanks are also due to all stakeholders for their continuous support to ECGC in fulfilling its objectives. Jai Hind.
ECGC lives by its slogan, You focus on exports, we cover the risks.
Now we go to the knowledge session 1. That's a panel discussion, and during the first session or the inaugural session, our president Mr. Gautam Rai was speaking about upskilling, capability enhancement, and our chairman was talking about system and processes. Realizing that as we work throughout the year, we have also realized the importance of capability enhancement through upskilling and upskilling system and process improvement. So in this knowledge session, this session will be chaired by Mr. Indranil Dotto, who is the co-chairperson of our manufacturing committee, and he is also the CEO of Datre Corporation. I request Mr. Indranil Dotto to kindly come to the dais for chairing and moderating the session. I request Dr. Shushma Verma, Additional Director, Directorate of Quality, Reliability and Safety from Defense Research Development Organization. And DRDO, all of you know, DRDO plays a very important role in technology upgradation and, vendor development for defense-related work. I request Dr. Shushma Verma to kindly come to the dais, please. I request Mr. Chitturanjan Moitro. Mr. Moitro is a consultant and he works on Z certification, that is zero defect, zero effect, which is very crucial and very important certification these days for the MSMEs to have this certification. But again, come to the point, how do we do that? So what are the parameters that we need to achieve? He's a very knowledgeable person. We have Mr. Chitturanjan Moitro with us, and I request Mr. Chitturanjan Moitro to kindly come to the dais. We have Mr. Rajdeep Shaha, Lead Program Development of Tata Strive. We are talking about upskilling, and Mr. Shaha is here to tell us about the upskilling program. All of you know Tata Strive is into upskilling, skilling, and reskilling of MSMEs. I request Mr. Rajdeep Saha to kindly come to the dais. And we have Professor Pradeep Kumar Roy from Department of Industrial and System Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. I request Professor Roy to kindly come to the dais. And with this, I request Mr. Datta to kindly commence the session. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Roy, kindly come to the dais, please. And also another announcement from my side, that we have separate B2B table of Tally and representative from DBS Bank, they are there. So if you have and you wish any B2B meetings, they are there to support you. Now I hand over to Mr. Datta. Mr. Datta, please.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a great opportunity to sit with the dignitaries there. Actually, this was in our internal meeting about setting this program. I personally insisted that we should have a session like this, which actually will try to cover our day-to-day struggles and challenges when we go through as an, because I am personally also involved in a manufacturing MSME. There are a lot of schemes deliverables, everything is there. But when we try to do it on the shop floor, that makes a great challenge. As sir, you also talked about the digital, that is also a great challenge. We'll discuss that later. So coming back to all the points on the MSME sector had been discussed on the data points which has been covered by the earlier speakers. The only thing which I like to add up, which I thought that we are talking much about this $1 trillion economy. And also there is a long debate which is going on in the media and also in the normal discussion panel, that how much is manufacturing important to India? Now that's also a big question, because why we find it difficult is that there had been a different narrative that whether India has already missed the bus for manufacturing, and whether how we can cope up in the changing situation in today's global context. Being the MSME basically, as it has been pointed out, that we are talking something about 6 crores MSME, that is the old data in 2020. And out of that has been talked about the 95 to 98% had been in the micro sector. And which they are actually not growing the way it should have been. In today's context, again, in the global macro headwinds, because of the post-COVID and also the international war going on, there had been a recovery which is also being debated. I'm not sure how much is this inclusive growth for India. Everybody, most of the people are talking about K-shaped recovery. Some are doing very well, most are not doing well. Then tackling the unemployment situation, which is also a very big debate. Then the gender equality on the work front, that is also a big debate. And also at the end, we should all make the working space and the environment to be a peaceful life for the people who wants to stay further and for the new generations to come forward. The challenge basically in a MSME industry I face on my personal front, and which I think that the panelists will try to cover up, is basically luring the young millennials to work in manufacturing. Now that's the biggest difficulty we face, how to encourage people to work in manufacturing. Because when they are in their educational situation, they see their friends going into the service sector, they see that environment is quite congenial, it is an atmosphere which is very good, working for, but when it is in manufacturing, it is totally a different ball game. I can give you a small idea that we are tied up with ITI institutes, and there also, once the people join there, and even when people join us as apprentice, after working for 3-4 months, they simply leave, because they say it's not a place which I have dreamt of to work for. So the biggest challenge in manufacturing would be, if we are putting so much stress, and with the new development which is going on Atmanirbhar Bharat, these are the different challenges. I'm not here to speak on the capital challenges, the payment cycles, not all those things. The simple things, if we want to grow, how to attract new talent, particularly the new millennials, into the workforce. Because there are people, but they're not willing to work the way we want. And secondly, when the people who are joining, and what they're learning, it is totally misfit in the industrial standards, which everybody talks about. To cover this whole situation, I will ask my panelists to cover up particularly on the skill development, and also from the point of view of the company as a whole, how they can improve their process and systems. Because going forward, and the way the things are changing, they need to adapt to the new situations, and they might need a helping hand, because particularly the big companies, they can do on their own. But the smaller ones, they need a helping hand how to go through this process. So in today's panelist, I would request Dr. Shushma Verma. She is the Additional Director, DQRS, Directorate of Quality, Reliability and Safety, DRDO. Ma'am, there have been a lot of things happening from DRDO, and I think there is a system for advanced manufacturing assessment and rating, which is called SUMMER, my company is also has gone through this process. So I had certain idea. It is basically the assessment of manufacturing capability. Who wants to get related with the defense sector? We talked up the railways in the morning. Defense is also, which is coming up very fast. Then we have Mr. Chitranjan Moitro, consultant JET certification. Again, an SME sustainable certification is an extensive drive to create awareness among MSME of the zero defect, zero effect practices. So here I would request Mr. Moitro to take care on this, because here also my company is going through this JET process. So I had a fair bit of idea. So I thought that we should share this platform to other MSMEs who may want to join this process. Then it will be followed by Mr. Rajashree Mukherjee. I'm sorry, Rajashree has gone for some meeting, so Rajdeep has joined in place of Rajashree, and he is basically will be delivering on the service they are providing on handholding to the MSME. They are basically an interface between the ITIs and the MSME. So how they can coordinate, and they will give their service which they are catering to the industry. And lastly, Mr. Professor Pradeep Roy, he is from IIT Kharagpur, and he's representing a new startup company. I would say a startup in the sense. It's based in Calcutta. We have an NRI who is also linked up. The company's name is TXHI Global Health and Technology Private Limited. He'll be talking about some new skills which they would like to impart in Calcutta, and he will deliver the types of skills and the models what they would like to bring, and the MSME sector who will be interested can listen to them and listen to him, and also can take benefit out of this process. So first, and at the end, once this is over, I think we can have a brief Q&A session where the specific questions can be looked forward to from the audience, and we'll try to answer those. So with the beginning, Dr. Verma, I would ask you to start with your journey.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and dignitaries on the dais. I would first like to brief about the introduction about the DRDO. Defense Research Development Organization is the R&D wing of Ministry of Defense, Government of India. DRDO has a vision to empower India with the cutting-edge technologies and a mission to achieve self-reliance in critical defense technologies and systems. DRDO constantly endeavors to equip our armed forces with the state-of-the-art weapon systems and equipment in accordance with requirements laid down by the three services. And DRDO works under Department of Defense, and there are several technology areas, military technologies on which DRDO is working. MSMEs can join, can cooperate, can associate with DRDO in these technologies, in the aeronautics, armaments, combat vehicles, missiles, naval systems, simulation, sensor and communication, electronics, instrumentation, engineering systems, materials, advanced computing, life sciences, AI and robotics. And this is not the end, because technology is changing and there are much new technologies which DRDO is working on. So any MSMEs who are working on the new technologies which are applicable in the military domain can associate. So DRDO has generated a new ecosystem between DRDO, universities, industries, and users, which provides a framework for the collaborative research and development, technology development and management, system integration, production and upgrades, and life support of advanced and futuristic technologies. This ecosystem provides an advantage of easy networking, easy migration of people, and easy knowledge sharing for sustainable growth in high-tech areas for the next 2 decades. DRDO has created a 3-tier industry interaction model based on the lead system integrator concept, where DRDO laboratories interact with the SMEs for product development, testing, productionization, and the qualification testing. Indian industries, through their participation in DRDO projects, could get hands-on experience in defense technology areas and are exposed to different quality standards and certification requirements unique to the military equipments for the classification. There is a mandate to nurture the defense industries with different areas, like there are test facilities which has been established in many DRDO labs with the active participation of the Indian private sectors. And it took nearly 2 decades of nurturing to groom the industries in various aspects of the defense production, that is design, simulation, prototype, manufacturing, testing, quality control, performance evaluation, technical and user trials. Post-successful trials, the limited series production of the systems were carried out with the industries wherein the engineering for production process was established. And thus DRDO enabled these industries to get exposed to the technologies and the various processes involved in the quality standards of both military standards and the aerospace standards. By involving the Indian industries during the development cycle, many of the Indian private sector industries have moved up the value chain from the build to print, build to specification, build to design, and the build to requirements. Today, some of the companies can take up the responsibility of the lead system integrator and many of them can manufacture technologically advanced products that are in conformity with the MIL and the Aero standards that are of the world class. So I'll skip this. So, okay. So TOT policy, like transfer of technology, once the technology is ready and it can be transferred to the industry for the development purposes. So the advantage is like the TOT, there are 3 categories. Basically the category A technology deals with the user services, the categories which are developed, the technologies which are developed for the services. And category B technologies is basically for the commercialization purpose. So 5% of the project development cost, there is a TOT fees is only the 5% of the project or the development cost, and the nil for the development production partners and the production agencies and the development partners. And for the category B technologies also, but in the category B technologies, the bids are received from the industry, and there is mandate is that there should be a market research report. And in case of the commercialization, and there is, although there is nil for the sales to the defense services, there are 2% for the other, which is including the exports. There is an evaluation criteria for MSMEs. So There are certain parameters on which the MSMEs who are working with DRDO are assessed. So this is a list of the parameters. This is the list of the evaluation criteria on which the MSMEs are being assessed. So now the Indian defense procurement that 80% components and aggregates and assemblies of the complex weapon systems are made by the MSMEs, which are part of such value chains. The major companies design and integrate the equipment directly make only 20% of the most critical components. Nearly 20,000 MSMEs across the country supply components and sub-assemblies to the DPSUs, ordnance factories, DRDO, and the private industries. So over 2,000 MSMEs are engaged with DRDO. So actually, their input has been taken from the industries which are associated with DRDO for production. And there is a small questionnaire for assessment of the quality and reliability processes for the improvement. So in these inputs have been taken from the industries, and this is the list basically. So it has been found that the large industries have been performing well, but the medium and the small scale industries, they need improvement in their quality processes. So a system has been developed for the advanced manufacturing assessment and rating for MSMEs to strengthen the defense manufacturing ecosystem in order to make India self-reliant in defense manufacturing and also make it a net exporter. So there are different parameters for the MSMEs and large scale. Large scale is having 45 parameters, where MSMEs are having 40 parameters. And there is this summer model basically helps in the maturity assessment for the QA processes of MSMEs and large scale industries as well. And in order to support MSMEs, there is a subsidized fees for micro and small. It provides the improvement roadmap through the hand-holding of the potential DRDO vendors. So the main objectives of the summer certification are, it provides an objective assessment for the manufacturing capability of the defense manufacturing enterprises. And it also helps in creating a credible database of defense manufacturers to help DRDO labs and projects for ease in vendor selection and development. Not only this, it enables enterprise to benchmark their performance across range of business capabilities and helps to strengthen the defense manufacturing ecosystem in the country with an objective to realize the vision of making India self-reliant in the defense manufacturing. So the key features of this assessment model is that it has 5 levels of maturity. There are 2 models, one for the large and one for MSMEs, and there are 10 disciplines with 50 parameters for the large industry and 45 parameters for the MSMEs. Each parameter is based on the planning, deployment, and the monitoring concept, similar to the capability maturity model. And the rating is based on a quantitative score, it's a weighted average. And the validity of rating is 2 years, and it is an end-to-end online system to bring in transparency into the system. So this slide basically tells what are the parameters which are involved in rating, in assessment and rating. So this step shows the online end-to-end online process, the registration process for assessment by the applicant, followed by the approval of the application by DRDO, and there is a certification fee which needs to be paid. The DRDO provides support in this certification fee for MSMEs. And again, this application helps to select the assessment date. Once the MSME is ready for the assessment, then they can select the appropriate date and inform the DRDO about that. Then DRDO can, in association with QCI, can finalize the date for the assessment. And finally, the on-site assessment of the applicant unit is held by the assessors, and then the rating and issuance of the certificate. So these are the few snapshots of the application, the summer application. So it has a sign-up, registration, payment, schedule, assessment. All these features are there in this software. So this is basically the basis for the rating mechanism. And there are 5 levels, as I already told you: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5. So if there are 40 parameters and a company is rated on certain parameters on level 4 or some on level 3, then there is a justification for the final rating. It is like calculated as this. So if a company is having greater than 4 score, then it has been rated as level 5. That means the processes are standardized, measured, and continually improved for optimization. This is the best level. And if the company is rated at up to 2.45 score, then if we rate it as the maturity level 1. That means the processes are largely ad hoc and needs improvement, and they have to follow some standardized procedures, and they have to inculcate the practices of measurement. So this is the support which DRDO is providing to the micro and small enterprises for the summer assessment. For the summer assessment, micro enterprises are given 80% subsidy on the certification fee and 50% subsidy for small enterprises for the certification fee. And finally, like generally coordination with the defense industries is done by the Directorate of Industry Interface and Technology Management, DI2TM. That is a nodal agency for interaction with industries that is also under DRDO. DI2TM basically looks at all the activities and policies related to industry support and disseminate the DRDO developed technologies. And it helps in the transfer of technology also. And there is another department called TDF, Technology Development Fund, that also associates with the industries for giving the projects. So finally, I will say that we can realize the dream of self-reliance only when we bring quality to every facet of life. Self-reliance is directly connected to quality. It is widely accepted that the developed nations are able to dominate global markets because of their innovative products and their quality. Padam hi sarvatra gune nirdhyate. Good qualities put their footprints everywhere. So it is very important that if MSMEs have to cooperate with DRDO, they have to associate with DRDO for the manufacturing of the equipments which are needed for the defense systems. So in order that the systems are reliable, we need to have the quality and reliability in place. So that is why that summer assessment helps to define the quality processes in their work culture for the MSMEs. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for this deliberations on what the defense sector is also has come up with all these options where the MSME can take care. And already she has highlighted that 2,000 MSMEs are already there in the panel in the supply on the defense sector, but the scope is huge. And probably when I went there, there was a indication given to me that lots of participations are coming from every part of the country, but not much as they expect from the east. So I understand that the people, the members who are here, the audience, try to take the advantage. There are a lot of things happening. Be in touch, either through the chamber, or you can directly see the website which is available. All the details have been given, and I think we can take advantage of all these upcoming situations. Thank you, ma'am. Second, I think there's another certification, quality certification course is there, which is called Z. And and that's also a government initiative for the MSMEs. So I request Mr. Moitro to highlight the aspects of the scheme so that the MSME members also can take advantage if they are willing to, and to take a step forward in their journey. Thank you.
So how long, how much time do I have? Suma? 10 minutes. So, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon. So my subject is Z. Z is not the last alphabet in English, script, but Z is an acronym. Now, how this Z started its journey, the background, a little history is required. So, on the occasion of 68th Independence Day, our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, requested all the industry, especially the micro and small industry, micro, small and medium enterprises to come forward and make it in India with zero defect. And also requested them that the products they make should not have any adverse impact on environment. And thus, the zero defect and zero effect, the project concept started, and that has got a acronym of Z. ZED stands for zero effect and zero defect, but normally we say zero defect and zero effect. Okay, now that is the background. Now Z has come in this is the second version of Z, we can say Z 2.0. Also, since it was 68th Independence Day call, it was 2015. So first Z 1.0 came into being in 2016. And there, Dr. Verma, there was that was a maturity assessment, and the defense sector had 30 parameters reserved for them. So in this new version, which has been converted from maturity assessment to conformity assessment, graded conformity assessment, there the defense segment is not there. Okay. So Z is about motivating MSME to adopt a quality-driven ecosystem. As Dr. Verma was saying repeatedly, that MSME and quality, sometimes doesn't go together. A lot of conceptual gaps and things like that happens. So
the vision of the Z is to make the process and systems of MSMEs in such a way that they become competitive through the quality introductions, and they become an international or national and international player. And eligibility wise, any MSME which has got Uddam registration can participate in this scheme. Okay? And another feature of this particular Z scheme is it has two phases. We are starting with phase 1. Phase 1 is for manufacturing sector. Phase 2 will be launched, and that will be for service sector. Okay? Now, Z certification, as I said, that Z 1.0 to Z 2.0 is a change from maturity assessment to conformity assessment. So, what are the parameters based on which this conformity is assessed? So, we'll talk about that. And also, we said that it's a graded system. Now, many of you are ISO 9001 certified. Can you tell me that 9001 has also grades? Do 9001 certificate has grades? Yes or no, sir? Any answer? There is no grade in ISO certification, but this particular certification is very interesting. It has got graded. It is graded because not all MSME is not a homogeneous body. It has got a various kinds of capability, and based on that, they will migrate from a level of bronze to silver to gold. That is the objective. Okay? And let us talk about the parameters. Now, for the basic one, that is the bronze, that there are 5 parameters, and these are the parameters: leadership, such workplace. If you see, any of these ISO, certification, there is, 5S comes through a quality system definition, but not directly. But here, there are few things which has been addressed directly because this group of people know what is the industry MSME like, and they want to address few things directly. So you will find lot of, cross certification parameters addressed in Z. And Z, by the way, is an Indian certification system. So next is workplace safety, because that is of paramount importance. Any place where people work, that has to be safe place for the workmen. Then measurement of timely delivery. This is one of the parameters which has been considered as a basic thermometer that how the industry is doing. And last but not the least is the quality management. Okay? On these 5 parameters, it will be assessed and the Z certification will be done. Z certification uses a lot of online system, starting from registering their own names, uploading documents, and the bronze is also certified via online. So it's a desktop assessment. Then there are 9 more parameters for silver certifications. So it is not 9, it is total 14 parameters for silver certification. The question comes, then the 5 is already assessed at the time of bronze. So why this 5 is being again seen in silver? We will come to that the moment you go for bronze to silver, those parameters are assessed on different sub-parameters. Okay? So here, you will see something very directly addressed like daily works management, human resource management, daily works management, and whoever is accustomed with DWM knows this is a very essential thing for industry, mainly for manufacturing industry. Then plant maintenance and calibration, process control, product quality and safety, This includes testing and certification, materials management. Just, it is going tougher and tougher. Materials management, so that, your inventory management helps you in making you competitive, cost control and competitive, environmental management, and measurement and analysis. Okay. Then when you go for gold, the total number of parameters will be 20. So 6 more are added in gold. That is supply chain management, risk management, waste management. This is 3M, which comes from the lean. Technology selection and upgradation. So also Z certification or Z scheme is also looking ahead that you upgrade your technology. The manufacturing units upgrades their technology. Not even industry 4.0 or 5.0, which we have spoken about today, but at least basic certain things they can invest. Low cost automation. We spoke about low cost automation in many cases in lean. And then natural source conservation, so that is one of the parameter for zero effect, and CSR, corporate social responsibility. So now how this, all these parameters have got a lot of sub-parameters, and how these parameters which have been assessed in bronze changes when you are going for silver assessment. I will give you one example. So in bronze, you have 5 parameters. Let us take quality management. Quality management parameter in bronze, you have to answer these 4 questions. What is that? Quality requirements for the products and processes are established and monitored. Training. Then next is periodic quality audit. And third is mechanism for review in quality management system. So when you have assessed this in bronze, then what happens in silver? The silver assessment, the 14 parameters in total are there, but for quality management, the assessment becomes, little bit more. So it starts with a quality policy in place, which means that in bronze, you may not have a formal quality policy. So quality requirements for product and processes are established and monitored. So training is common in both, periodic audit is common. Then there is new parameter added that, which is very important in many problem solving, which is RCA and CAPA. RCA stands for root cause analysis and CAPA is corrective and preventive measures. Okay. So this is the difference when you go for silver. Then when it becomes gold, then these parameters can also change, but fortunately the silver and gold parameters are same so far the quality management is concerned. So what I am saying, that the same parameter, when you go for an upgraded system, the sub-parameters will change. And that is how the whole Z certification works. So from bronze, starting from bronze, you move to silver and you move to gold. But what happens if you have ISO 9001 and we are talking about quality management? Any answer, please? So this, if you have a 9001, this parameter, quality management parameter is exempted, okay? And in this method, that if you have certain ISO certificates, like ISO 45001, the parameter number 3, which is occupational safety, is also waived, okay? Then ISO 9001, we have discussed quality management, it is exempted. Then 50001, it is parameter number 12, energy management, and 14001 is 13, which is environmental management. Apart from these, there are 2 areas. That means, if you look at these 7, daily works management, that advanced lean completion certificate. MSME has also parallelly launched lean manufacturing scheme, lean technology, and there are 3 grades. One is basic, second is intermediate, and third is advanced. So if you have covered the, completed the advanced C certificate, then you get a waiver in daily works management and waste management, Muda, Mura and Muri, which is the basic of lean management system. So overall you can, for ISO certification, you can have 4 waivers, and for lean you have 2. So total 6 parameters can be exempted from the total assessment parameters of 20. Okay? So certification process is very simple. The certification, the first part is, you have to take a pledge. If you talk about the first line, first row, after a pledge, you have to take undertaking of compliances, that that you will comply with the statutory rules and regulations, and if you are not, then you will try to achieve that. Okay? And once you have uploaded the required document and photographs, that will be verified online, and that is called desktop assessment, and there will be recommendation whether you will be issued Z bronze certificate, or if there are some deviations, then you will have an opportunity to correct it over a period of 30 days, and you can make 5 attempts. Okay? So Z bronze certification is like this. It is simple, it is completely online. It is, you also have to load it online, and assessment is also online, and you will also have 30 days to correct if there is any shortcomings. Rather, the other 2, the Z silver and Z gold, these are on-site assessments are required. Rest of the things are similar, but this requires an on-site assessment. So it will be much more rigorous than bronze. And then also, if there is direct certification that is given, there is no observation, it is okay. Otherwise, you will get 60 days to correct what are the opportunity of improvement has been earmarked in the assessment. So this is the certification process. Is not very complicated, it is simple. Now the very important thing that which drives whole MSME is incentives, okay? Benefits, incentives for the MSMEs. Otherwise, these kinds of schemes do not move. So the first series of benefits which will be accrued from the Z principles is, it will lower down the cost because the quality will improve, and there are a lot of efficiency will come through processes. Then once you have lower rejections, then you will have lower cost and higher revenues. And of course, we have discussed about environmental requirements. It should not impact environmental requirements, so social benefits. And this is, how from outside, suppose from outside our country, some company comes and wants to establish a company here, and they also need a lot of suppliers. How do they choose? And this particular certification can be can be used to make a credible recognition for the MSME. Of course, this is the image of responsible MSME. So what are the financial assistance which we can get? Is a subsidy on certification, and we'll come to a little bit of detail on subsidy. And financial support for testing systems and product certification. Subsidy on hand-holding. Hand-holding means, when you have a bronze certificate and if you want to go to silver or gold, and then you need some help, then the hand-holding support is also given, and that particular cost is borne by the MSME. Subsidy on technology upgradation, and this is specifically for zero effect solutions. So that is also there. Graded incentive, it is by states. A lot of states have are giving a lot of incentives. Then financial institutions are also coming forward. Other ministry and departments for Z certification levels, that they are also trying to promote Z, and also MSME is also trying that the PSU has got a has to procure about 25% I think for their procurement from MSME sectors, and there the Z certification are likely to be a must. And those are the things which will really create benefit for the Z certification holders. So these are the actual cost of certification. Bronze is 10,000 rupees, silver is 40, and gold is 90,000. Now, there will be subsidies on the cost of certification, 80% for the micro enterprises, 60% for the small, and 50% for the medium enterprises. So additional subsidy will be there, that there will be 10,000 rupees joining reward, valid for 1 year after you have taken the Z pledge, which may be adjusted against any certification. 5% of the MSMEs, which are also part of the Sphurti or micro or small enterprise cluster development CDP program, will also get additional 5%. And 10% will be awarded to, 10% more will be awarded to women entrepreneur, SC, ST, or MSMEs in Northeast region, aspirational districts, or left-wing extremism areas or island territories.
Mr. Moitro, sorry, I have to stop you here because already time is running out for the others.
Okay, okay.
And I think the details are already available on the website, so they can check
I'll
those.
just come to that, yeah. I'll just come to that. Just, can I have 2 minutes? Acha, okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. 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 Then we close. Any questions we have, we'll take it in the session.
The dinner session also we
Okay.
can.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moitro. So you are already running short of time. Rajdeep, I'll ask you to make it fast on Tata Strive, what you are doing exactly and how you are helping the MSMEs. Please.
So we, whereas everyone belong to here from industry, we Tata Strive, we belong from the skilling side of the ecosystem. So basically what we are, Tata Strive is an initiative under the Tata Community Initiative Trust, which is under the larger aegis of Tata Trust. We are an initiative to provide quality skill training with an aim to provide livelihood linkage through employability, entrepreneurship, and enterprises. As you can understand, since we are a trust, we also have a focus on the underprivileged work with underprivileged youth. So what, I'll reflect back to the question what Mr. Doctor has mentioned, that one person inside the shop floor has mentioned, I don't belong to this shop floor. So you can understand that there is a gap. So the gap between what the institutions are providing as a skill training, and when the person is going to an industry or a shop floor. So we Tata Strive, our initiatives are focused towards bridging this gap. So currently what we are doing in West Bengal with GIP under the government of West Bengal, we are running a program called Siemens Tata Strive Dual Week program, which is focused with the ITI learners, where we implement a project based learning inquiry-based learning with the candidates, and focused on to an OJT as well. Like I mentioned, OJT, which is an implant training, where we found esteemed partner like Datre Corporation Limited, who has taken some of the candidates from ITI, mainly Amtala ITI in West Bengal, for an OJT. So what changes there when a candidate or a learner goes for an OJT? So the candidate, the word is acclimatization. So during their coursework, during all like institutional coursework, when they are going through, they are getting an opportunity to practice some of the inquiry-based learning, project-based learning, or inherent security or safety processes inside an industry shop floor. And that helps when the person comes out with a degree, with a certification, be ready for the industry. So that acclimatization helps them to be ready for the industry, and that helps. So with this Siemens Dual VT program, we are actually doing this. I'm not getting into so much of detail of the program because I have very short time. My colleague, Mr. Amit Ranjan, is there on the left side of the this dais. So you can have a discussion, get some more details about this program. We are also doing a program with a pilot program with Bajaj in Aurangabad and Rudrapur. This is a pilot program where we are working with Bajaj for implementing a program which is based on TBM with 9 modules to be given to the learners of ITI. Mainly there are 33 ITIs into these 2 locations we are working with, apart from this dual VT with Siemens Tata Stripe program. So as you can understand the ethos of Tata Group, we are working with the underprivileged youth in their skilling and trying to bridge the gap so that they get an important kind of implant training, which helps them into getting an employment or entrepreneurship. And talking about MSME and industry and getting a manpower which is already trained, I think you already know getting a skilled manpower is very, very essential these days because the technology is improving, the entire processes are getting stringent from certification, from zero waste, going towards the zero waste, not getting into so much of project management there. However, with all these kind of things, I think getting a skilled manpower is extremely necessary, and when you get it from the oldest institution which provides skill development in our country, which is ITI, there are 14,323 ITIs in the country. So as you can understand, the potential is huge, and there comes the Tata Group and Tata Stripe we work with. We would like to thank like the organization. We have our partner like Datre Corporation. We have partnered with Tata Metallics. We have partnered with Tata Hitachi, who are also taking candidates for their implant training. So thank you so much for these. More details I'll be available here. So you can get me and my colleague, Mr. Amit Ranjan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rasdeep. So who will be interested to take advantage of their association? They are acting as the interface between the ITIs and the industries. So industries, if they want to do it directly, they can face a lot of difficulty. So they can help us out. And we also have taken advantage of that. Let's see how it progresses, because it has become a mandatory even for the ITI now that at least some period they have to have some practical training with an industry, and they have to have joint venture type or some sort of understanding so that the candidates can be sent to the industry, and it will be a win-win situation. So this is part of the curriculum now. So you have the opportunity. So whoever it is, you can have the nearest ITIs to you, and that will also can become a supply base of your skilled workers in the going forward. So the last of the panel discussions in today's, already we are short of time, but still I would ask Mr. Professor Roy about your new initiative in Kolkata. Maybe you can find a lot of people here who would be interested to take the advantage of the opportunities which you will be providing. Thank you.
So how much time?
It's no time that it's left over, but at least you can go forward. You can do it. Because as per the watch says there is no time left.
15 or 10?
Okay, you take it.
Okay, because you know that a teacher can speak, and the researcher hardly speaks. Okay, so it's a combination of both. Mr. Dotto, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, the participants. Very good evening or afternoon, because definitely the sun is setting outside, but it's a closed space. We don't know whether it is an early morning or the late evening. Okay, so whenever I'm invited to take the stage, organized by BCCI, I feel myself highly honored, because to me BCCI, this was created more than 190 years ago, and it was the first say the union of employers, the so-called the chambers of commerce in east of Suez, in the whole Asian continent, is the first. So I really feel honored. And another very interesting aspect is that I will conclude my speech with a quote from Charles Darwin. And I feel that the Charles Darwin's quote is applicable for any type of company, any type of organization. And in 1833, Charles Darwin was very much there. He was living on this earth. So it's a great institution, and I feel that today the topic you have chosen, that is related to, or the theme of this particular, what you can say, interaction session, or say the conference, whatever way you define. The time is very short, and this is related to, the MSME. And MSME is based on my experience. My friend Shitangshu and Ashok is there, and plus my friend, he is in US, Purnendu. So we have formed a committee, but prior to that we have formed a company, but I must tell you that what motivates us, to create such a company, and it must be in the MSME sector. Now, based on my experience as a teacher, as a researcher at IIT Kharagpur for the last almost 35 years, and prior to that I had industrial experience in General Electric for about 8 years, and by handling different kinds of projects from Tata Steel, Tata Motors, L&T, Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Ordnance Factory Board, and several other companies, in fact, and other projects like UK ERI project supported, and plus the other imprint projects, the Spark projects, collaborative projects. So our department has a very strong interface with the industries. And we, being a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, metallurgical engineer, we have, face the problems from the bottom line. Now, parallelly, we have had experience in working with SMEs, like, the design of, say, Varanasi silk, or Kanjivaram silk, or the Dhakai muslin, or, the Vishnupur, that horse. So what we have found, that this MSMEs, they know the details of the design. Whereas in engineering sector, the reasons that why the code design is not known. And what we know that in today's context, this for our country is the mother of all civilization. And when you refer to that encyclopedia of mankind, any country is equated with few products. And most of the products, the 100 such products, which are equated with Indian culture, you will find invariably they are coming from MSME sectors. So it's a very important one. In a majority of the people in our country, their private economy is totally guided by MSMEs. Majority. Maybe it's 60%, maybe 70%. Today the time has come that their, the knowledge base must be recognized, the kinds of supports they want. And this, the support particularly, in the globalization era, means whatever you produce, you need to, sell it in a single market. This is happening for the first time in the history of mankind. Another problem we have facing this one, like the problem under uncertainty. Not only forget about problem under, certainty, problem under, you all know, in fact, that what is problem under risk and problem under uncertainty. 200-year-old company, 500-year-old company, next day may go to the blue. So this is, and you never know. And it's a perfect competition, and you have to penetrate into the market. Many companies, what we interact with MSCs, they say that this is knowledge. They have the competency. Absolutely, the critical mass. So, in the present, I will just highlight few of the important points. And these MSCs, it's not that they don't know. Only thing they are unable to express it. They have a huge knowledge. But today, the time has come that whatever the knowledge we have, the knowledge regarding the international scenario, the national scenario, and so on, all those, it is our duty to interact with them and passing on the transfer of knowledge. Is it open field? And they will accept it in their own language. They will understand. I have learned many things at the shop floor, absolutely from the workers. And that's why we say when I was trained in Japan on Toyota production system, so the Toyota production system, what they say, the person who is working with the job, he or she is the best person, only person to suggest for the improvement. And this you find in MSMEs. Is it okay? So that recognition is there. So what is important, the many issues we must deal with. The first one is, there are many points in the industrial scenario. You are all aware of, in fact. But the main point is just one-liner. Without having ability to adapt to an absolutely new and demanding social and economic systems, mainly controlled by globalization. I presume that you know what is a globalization. It's an economic concept, nothing to do with, universal brotherhood and all. The entire civilization for thousands of years is based on universal brotherhood. So it is an economic concept. So what a company or an organization in any sector of a national economy may not survive even for few years. So they are at a loss what to do. So obviously all these engineering companies at any point in time, they are on toes. Their knowledge basis is, I look westward. Okay, but today, but these MSMEs, they do not look westward to get the design details. So two important aspects any company must look into in this context: be continually innovative, and second one is adoption to Industry 4.0 or equivalent. So this is very important, in fact. The next one is, where is it? Okay, so just look at this one. There are 7 dimensions of performance. Many years back, 40 years back, this was introduced in all the Western companies, European companies and all. The 7, one, not only this productivity or profitability, today it's very good that we talk about innovation applicable for MSMEs. This is the, without knowing, they're following this model. Is it okay? So it is our duty to make them understand. Yes, you are doing it, but this way you create the system. Are they ready or prepared? How many such nations you find? This is already, the many of the speakers have already mentioned, but what is important is the sustainability is linked with quality of work life. So gone are those days that we don't bother about the quality of work life of the workers. Even in the unorganized sectors, you will find organized sectors to say, and today, the best point is today's generation, they are given the responsibility to what extent you can create an organization which is called human, Humane, human organization. Throughout the world, this is happening. So quality of work life, the safety aspects, safety by design, not safety management, safety by design. So we have conducted a large number of long-term, the Tata Steel, supported by the Tata Steel, the safety by design exercise, and where is the competence is to be building, the training program. So sustainability, economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, social sustainability. The main problem is, on environmental management, there is no theory, the case studies. So ultimately, an MSME, someone knows how to design a product. Today, he is highly pressured. He has to know what is environmental sustainability. Even the many companies throughout the world, they don't know what is environmental management, hundreds of models, but there is no theory. Similarly, the social sustainability. But fortunately, like if you refer to Indian MSCs, you will find it is socially sustainable. So this is one you are already aware of, in fact. So in which phase, and in each phase, there are sub-phases: prosperity, recession, depression, recovery. So MSMEs in which phase and sub-phase, I must know in which phase. With all the big companies also they must know. And technology management in MSMEs, linking with the design level. Simply talking about technology is one part, but against a particular technology, how many design levels you have. Being an engineer, we know what is the design level and all. So characteristics, how is each one affected by local, regional, national and international scene, constantly changing. I've already, we have the data, we're taking up such problems, in fact, like say problems under uncertainty. Carl Pearson systems of equation, we are already aware of. The today time has come that we need to rewrite the Carl systems pairs of equation. Many companies, R&D cell, okay, they are working on it, particularly the Europeans one. So this is one, technology management related to the specific issues, technology needs and competency building. Fortunately, Indian MSCs, you don't need to bother about this critical mass. Whereas in a engineering systems, you will find that there is no critical mass. How many times you will have interactions? How many times you hire the consultants? Is it okay? Whether the transfer of knowledge is taking place or not. So this is very important, in fact.
Professor Roy, we're running out of time, sir.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute of time.
A lot of pressure
Just
coming.
1 minute. The key questions, 30 seconds. Okay. Or 60 seconds. Okay. So is your technology management is based on in-house competency. In MSMEs, in-house competency is there. Only thing they may not be knowing by the marketing, how to, the penetrate into the market, which segment, from one segment to another, whether you can go or not. So the market requirements, flexibility in production system. Many companies, we have studied, in fact, the sickness of a company, revival packages, BIFR. I made several meetings in BIFR. Okay, and whatever is a one-way process, one way, it cannot come out from the BIFR. Whereas fortunately, MSMEs, majority of the MSMEs, they have the strength and they will never go to the BIFR. Is it okay? So this is happening, like many PSUs becoming sick and all, right? So we cannot afford to become sick. Okay, so the flexibility, many a time we have found that they know the design, but when you go to the process design is totally imported from, the Europe. Not a single, even lathe machine we can create. Forget about the gear. We don't know the design. So obviously, you will find, we have seen in a mining project, 400 crores of project, new project, 300 crores, for the material handling systems, obviously you know, and these are all purchased from Europe. So 300 crores are going to Europe. So it's totally different. So one of the reasons is the flexibility in the process. It's not there. So these are all there. Now, based on our experience, what we have planned to create and the small company, and our focus is on that what kind of, the different types of training programs. We never say it's a training program. Gone are those days that, okay, so just you attend the training program and you are not sure about the effectiveness. This I was in 1990 when I was trained in Japan. They said, sir, what is the, I asked them, what is the effectiveness of a training program? So they say it is hardly 10%. Then what is the solution? There is no theory, there is no model. They say that yes, training, retraining, retraining. But how can you afford? So what we have done with the support of the Tata Steel, in the Tata Steel Jamshedpur, okay, so we are given training programs. And what is that? Competency building, a specific group. Like say, first the theory must be known, then their problems I must discuss in the class and ask them to suggest solutions. So obviously we find that there is an improvement and their performance is assessed by Tata officials as well as both. Okay, so they are graded. So this way we say they are so nice, in fact, when the problems we are facing must be discussed in the training program. So this is called competency building. So we have this knowledge, in fact. So this company, based on, any company we can offer our, say the support, like in engineering and management, we have experience in several, working in several disciplines of engineering, as well as the management and industrial engineering. And this company is linked with Texas Healthcare Health Tech Institute, headquartered in the US. And we have created this company, in fact, here it is a private limited company. And these are the areas where we, offer our expertise, our competency, our consulting, in fact, either is a research problem or say is a training, where the problem can be solved with the training programs. So this way we offer and we have planned, and I am sure that the kinds of experience we have or the expertise have related to types of problems today's generation companies are facing, okay, we'll try to help them. So we are the 4 members, in fact. Purnendu is in US right now, but my members Ashok and Shitangshu are here, in fact. So we can offer any support to you in our domain. So the time is very short. And before I close, I, bow down my head in front of such the great souls, in fact. So, so actions may not always bring happiness, but there is no happiness without action. Vincent van Gogh, great things are done by a series of small things brought together. Mabel Newcomer, she is in 1930s, the great researcher in US, in fact, academic. It is more important to know where you are going than to get there quickly. All these MSCs, they know it very well, in fact. Do not mistake activity for achievement. And the last one is, I conclude with Charles Darwin's quote, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable change. And all these 100% of MSMEs, okay, they're always in the flexible. They try to learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Roy. So probably we have no time for a Q&A session. Hopefully we'll be networking during the dinner time. Probably we have to leave the floor for the next session to start. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, our distinguished speakers, but really sorry that we didn't have time for question and answer. I request Mr. Shupriyo Ghosh, Managing Partner Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished speakers. Mr. Ghosh, kindly hand over the mementos to our speakers, and after this we will go to the next session, that is the knowledge session 2. Sir, please hand over the mementos. Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll go to the next session. As you know that a large number of MSMEs are working in construction, and so our next session is new trends, challenges and changing customers' expectation in construction and building materials. Now I request my colleagues to kindly help in changing over the session.
সব টিপটপ ব্যাস এই ওষুধটা কন্টিনিউ করুন।
থ্যাঙ্কস ডক্টর।
আরে ইঞ্জিনিয়ার সাহেব, আচ্ছা আমি আর চলি, নতুন বাড়ির জন্য মেটেরিয়াল কিনতে হবে।
টিএমটি রিবার কোনটা ইউজ করবেন?
টিএমটি রিবার?
হ্যাঁ, একটা ভালো টিএমটি রিবার ঠিক এই ওষুধের মতো। যেমন এতে আছে সল্ট আর মিনারেলের পারফেক্ট মিক্স, তেমনি একটা ভালো রিভারের স্টিলে থাকে সিলিকন আর ম্যাঙ্গানিজের পারফেক্ট মিক্স।
এমন টিএমটি রিবার আছে নাকি?
টাটা টিসকন 550 এসডি এর পারফেক্ট মিক্স একে দেয় বেশি শক্তি আর নমনীয়তা, যা আমাদের বাড়িকে দেয় দারুণ সুরক্ষা।
বাহ, বেশ তো।
পারফেক্ট
পারফেক্ট।
টাটা টিসকন 550 এসডি, সঠিক চিনুন, বুঝে কিনুন।
This session will be chaired by Mr. Sanjay Behra, who is the chairperson of Manufacturing Committee of Bengal Chamber and Chief Sales Manager, Tata Steel Limited. I request Mr. Behra to kindly come to the dais. The distinguished panelists of this session are Mr. Navarun Sen, President, Century Plyboards India Limited. I request Mr. Sen to kindly come to the dais. Mr. Bishwajit Manasinghe, Regional Head and Sales Operation, Ultratech Cement. I request Mr. Manasinghe to kindly come to the dais. Ms. Shatabdi Mondol, Cluster and BI Head, Ambuja Cement Limited. I request Ms. Mondol to kindly come to the dais. And Mr. Shombudhata Bishash, Head of Construction, UL Industries Limited. I request Mr. Bishash to kindly come to the dais, please. Now I request Mr. Behra to kindly commence the session.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a challenging. I don't know how much time we have got. First of all, very good evening to ladies and gentlemen in the dais and off the dais. And the topic is that basically we will be coming away from MSME. Now, whoever in the dais, they are all from big manufacturing organizations. So, construction and building materials, it is a backbone of Indian economy, and the market size is close to $240 billion, and it is growing at 8 to 9% for the last 3 years. However, the topic is something else. Topic is what are the best practices a manufacturing, big organization like manufacturing, whether it is SCC or Ultratech or Adani Cement or Century Ply or UL Limited, how they can share some of the best practices, what are the challenges, new trends that they implement for the while dealing with the consumer. In those days, the consumer expectation is very high, and consumer the way their expectation was there 5 to 10 years ago with the many startup coming into the picture, their expectation in terms of all the aspects, whether it is lead time, price discovery mechanism, anything, changing. So I request without further delay Mr. Navarun Sen to share what are the new trends, challenges and changing customer expectation in his plywood industry.
Bera, and thank you Bengal Chambers for having this session, and I'm very glad that I'm here. Talking about the plywood industry, or basically based industry, so wood, as you know, has been historically over the ages been a very integral part of the construction business. And in fact, while we have seen a lot of development over the last millennia or the last centuries in terms of steel, cement, and other construction materials coming in, but wood continues to be quite in favor, not maybe so much as in the external or the structural part of it, but definitely the interiors part of it. And to be very honest, if you really look at it, if the current buzzword of sustainability is to be concerned, because our industry, one of the biggest pressures that are coming on our industry is in terms of sustenance. And this is where I would say wood is very integral, because in terms of a carbon footprint, a cubic meter of wood is significantly better than steel or a plastic or a cement. So, it is actually, if you do this industry well in terms of good usage of wood, you can actually be very relevant in terms of the sustainability. And it's a misnomer that using wood products is actually harming the environment because you're cutting down trees. Because the way it has evolved over the last couple of years is that most of it, in fact, bulk of it, 97-98% of the wood, which is industrial wood, is actually coming from plantation wood. And for our country in particular, if I were to look at it in terms of the industrial wood, as we call it, typically used, of course, in plywood, MDF, some of the structures, and then, of course, the paper industry is another big industry that consumes a lot of wood. So about 65 million cubic meters of wood is consumed in the country right now, industrial wood. And unfortunately, almost 25% of that has to be imported, because we are a wood deficient country as far as plantation or agroforestry wood is concerned. So which is what we call trees outside forest, TOF. So therefore, one of the big challenges for the plywood industry and for the wood-based industries is that we have to develop our own sources and back-end integration, because it is not only cost efficient, it will save a lot of national exchequer, and if we have to be truly global players, and if we want to become a big exporting hub, then of course we must be sufficient in wood. So Century Ply, what we are doing is, of course, we have gone into contract farming and plantation. We realized that to secure the raw material is very important. So that's one very important trend in terms of the raw material development and therefore the backward integration of it. Then, of course, there are certain government legislations which is about the BIS certifications, which have come in, and it's becoming mandatory. In fact, it was supposed to become mandatory from this March itself, but it's been pushed back by a year. But that will actually strengthen our own Indian industry, because it will curb a lot of finished wood products that is going to come in, because it will require the Indian certification as well. So this is a good time for us to actually go and build on this industry. Of course, there are other alternate products, all that is coming in, but I will like to touch, because I wouldn't like to take too much time. So the next 5 minutes, I will touch upon the changing consumer behavior and preferences. So one thing is what is very important, what we realize is apart from the infrastructure sector, which is a lot of large buildings coming up, the housing sector or the independent house sector is actually the demand we will find more in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That is where a lot of independent houses are coming up and a lot of work is getting done. Now, these consumers, when they are buying their steel, cement or the other construction material, they tend to get involved themselves, and therefore their dependence on the large format delivery of housing is substantially less than the metro cities. And this is where, in terms of for the consumers, therefore, all the companies are now trying to come back with solutions, which is more around giving them a holistic service, right? So when a consumer or when a person is wanting to do the interiors of the house or building a house, they are not only going to buy the material, but they're also looking for designs, they're looking for ideas, they're looking for reference, they're looking for a person who can actually guide them through the entire process. So therefore, most of our companies, if you see in the building materials industry, are slowly gravitating from not just the physical product, but actually trying to promote as much services, maybe assisted purchasing, design, and in fact, I'm not just talking the wood panel industry, but if you look at it, what is JSW1 trying to do? They are saying that, okay, you have a plot of land, come to me, I will get it done from scratch to delivery of the key of the house. So the services part of it is becoming very important, and that is one part of it. The other part, of course, as far as the interior industry is concerned, which is the building materials interior, what's important is that customers today are not looking for very long term. They're looking short term, 5 years, 10 years. It's not like, pehle hota tha ki yaar, I'm building a house, it's for my life, or the interiors for my life. But that's not happening. But consumers are becoming more house proud. They want to do their houses better. And that is why there's a lot of growth in the industry, which is happening because people are becoming more conscious of the interiors of the house. And therefore the consumption of wood panel products and all interior material products, there are a lot of other alternatives as well, is going up significantly. And therefore to tap these customers, the use of technology has become very important, the use of social media has become very important, and to be able to provide the services of an end-to-end kind of a service is what everybody is trying to promote. So again, as I was saying, it's like coming from designs to assisted purchasing to giving the right cost of the construction that's going to happen. All these are now enabled as a part of the ecosystem for building materials companies. And finally, the last point is why it is more important, because we must realize our steel, cement, plywood, all these kind of things are, most of them are essentially commodities. So how do you differentiate? You can keep making a better and better product, but finally you have to differentiate on other factors apart from, of course, your branding, which of course a lot of us invest in, is through the other services that you can offer. So this is, in a nutshell, what is happening in our industry right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. Very interesting thought. Means the consumer expectation. It is basically proactively helping the consumer, not only the product selling, but also value selling, providing the extra service, which may be the latent need, involving and engaging from the design stage to the commissioning of the building as this thing. Thank you so much. And coming to Mr. Biswajit Mansingh, who is Regional Head Sales and Operation for Ultratech Cement. Ultratech Cement is a leading company in cement. And just would like to know how you are helping the consumer and what are the new trends of consumer expectation and the challenges that you are overcoming, in case you can share your thought.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sanjay. First of all, I'd like to thank you and your entire team for inviting us to this forum, and I am very glad to be here. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am driving ready-mix concrete business, which is a futuristic approach. If I'll talk about ready-mix concrete, it's not a product. If you see, it's a complete solution. Because just before moving ahead, I would like to just tell you two things. Concrete can be manufactured in two ways. One is side mix, and second one is your ready mix. Side mix is something which you are getting manufactured at your site only through volumetric proportion. But when you are talking about ready mix concrete, it is completely a mechanized process through a batching plant. And it is one kind of scientific calculation process through which we are fulfilling the customer requirements. But why ready-mix concrete then? So ready-mix concrete is a business which was introduced in the way in 1947 in Japan, in the entire world. After 50 years, almost around 1949 in Japan and 1987 in India. That means we are way back or way behind to the world era, if you see. Ready-mix concrete is such a business, it always follows the growth curve of S, like structure. In initially 10 to 12 years, it generally shows a very slow growth pattern. But after that, it always picks up because it needs a lot of customer awareness, acceptability towards quality. That happens. So in side mix, you can find a lot of hectic issues like hurdles, such as labor issue. In India, although our population is very highest, one of the top in the world, but still we are facing, all the state, we are facing the labor issue. The cost of the labor is going very high. At the second time, the quality of manpower we have. Third is the storage of material. Fourth is maintaining the consistent in quality. Although we are making very high-rise structures, infrastructures, dams, real estate, everything, it is very difficult to assure a better quality-based product in the market. So that's why the demand of ready-mix concrete comes into the place. So in ready-mix concrete, you can make a lot of varieties product according to your requirement. See, in side mix concrete, you cannot do the design or you cannot make the concrete beyond M25. Like M25 means 25 is the grade of the concrete. But in ready-mix concrete, it is now possible that we can make up to 150 grade of concrete, which is ultra high performance concrete. Recently, we have done a USPC ultra high performance concrete in Mumbai, which has given a 28-day strength of 237 MPa. So it's really amazing to see. So with the help of such technological development, we can easily construct 100-story building. So RMC is moving towards that. The second thing, if you see the big constructions like 40-story building, dam, tunnels, bullet trains, they are coming up in the next phase of construction in India. So that's why to accommodate or to supply with the consistent quality and quantity, ready-mix is the only solutions. But what are the challenges in ready-mix concrete that I would like to highlight? Number one, in ready-mix concrete in India, there is no specific or strong regulation made by the government, which is basically, gives a lot of hindrance to all the ready-mix manufacturers in India, specifically to the big players. To find out a plot in India is also a big challenge. At the same time, place like Kolkata, you will face a lot of issue to supply the concrete in the no restriction area, that too in the no restriction hours. So that is also a big challenge. And the place like suppose Patna, Calcutta, old cities like Cuttack also, where there is no movement of transit mixers. So how the customer will, use concrete for repair purpose or for making their own home construction. So that's why we have developed a modern concrete, new initiative, Jeep concrete. We'll supply the Jeep concrete in just a 12 liters of bucket size, which is around just 24 kilo to 28 kilo in capacity. And the concrete can be used properly by pouring it into the desired location. So that is one kind of solution. Now, looking towards the durability of the structure, in India, friends, the biggest drawback the infrastructure department is facing, durability. We always give more focus to strength. What is the strength of the building? But we also learn one thing, that durability is the major aspect, which we all should focus on. Once durability will be achieved, the strength is a sub-parameter of that. So, to achieve the durability, recently we have developed one kind of product which is Corro Protect. That means in concrete we are adding the corrosion inhibitors, which helps in forming an amended layer outer side of the rebar, which will enhance your lifetime period. So that is also in minimal cost addition of 4 to 500 rupees per kilometer. At the same time, you might be heard, and many speakers have told me before, that 3D printing technology, which is going to be the future approach of each construction. You can get your building done with the right approach of the architectural design suggestive. It's basically done on the basis of, minimum strength criteria is 40 MPa plus. At the same time, it can be done with layer basis and printable manner. So that can also be the future, which can be done through ready-mix concrete technology only. So now, moving towards the customer perspective of view, individual house builder, it is very much important. I am listening very patiently to Mr. Gaurav Mathur and Mr. Navarun also, that technology has to be completely aligned with the thought process. Otherwise, we cannot move ahead in the industry. We can thought lot many things, but it is very important to execute. And that too, when we are working with labor intensive industry, like building material, cement, ready-mix concrete, plywood, everything. So we have developed a recent, before that, we have done a survey of almost 80,000 people across pan India to know what is the pain point of the customer during the customer construction journey of his own building. We got to know such a figure which is really amazing. Only 12 to 13% of people take the suggestion of architects or engineers before taking their home construction journey started. So that is the biggest drawback of India. So to develop or to mitigate the gap, we have developed a app named as UTech. We have two ways of operation, two apps are there. One is for the customer, where the customer can log in through their giving their mobile number, and he can be able, suppose somebody is sitting at Bangalore and he is the person who is working in IT industry, he doesn't have more time. He wants to build his own home in a rural area. So what he will do? He doesn't know anything also. So he, through that app, he can find a suitable supplier of cement, steel, then plywood, then other material. At the same time, he can find out a right architect who is having a better rating of that area. He also can find out a good contractor. And second app, which is the partner app, through which anybody, suppose he's any professional, that means he belongs to contractor community, he belongs to architect community, supplier community, he can also log into that, and he can be able to supply to the, he can be able to increase the reach to the customer. So that both the two things we have done in recent 2 years, and we have, received a very good result out of this technological advancement. The second thing, you think, pehle kya hota tha? After retirement, the person can think to just build up a own home, right? Now the trend has been changed. Anyone who has money, he is ready to invest any amount of money for his home construction because it's a dream project for him. But he is not able to get good material. So this kind of technological advancement can help all the customers to do his own building and complete his own project. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwajit, for sharing some thought-provoking idea. Especially, I didn't know that only 12 to 14% of the out of 80,000 consumer that you have surveyed, they are consulting the architect and structural engineer, which is very critical for the strength of the building. Going back to Ms. Satabdi, madam, she is the regional business head for Adani Cements and dealing with two marquee brands like SEC and Ambuja Cement, which is known for everybody in the cement industry. What is your thought and what your company does to help the consumer, and the consumer demand is also changing from time to time. How your company helps them consumer? If you share your thoughts.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, and my previous speakers, Mr. Sen and Mr. Vishwajit. He is ex-colleague also. I have been in this industry, cement industry, for last 20 years. Okay, and you can pretty well expect that we do breathe in, kind of we eat also cement. ठीक है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही हम लोग सीमेंट बोलते हैं, तो उतना ज़्यादा आप लोगों को will not get you bored. So I'll just I would like to make it little more interactive. See, the topic which Sanjay ji has given is very vast. Okay, so It includes new trends, challenges, consumers, expectation, everything. So let me start with, the point consumption pattern. Okay. So cement, everybody knows ki cement has to be consumed while you make a building, right? So tell me one thing. You can raise your hands. So you people must have seen your, parents or grandparents building their houses, own houses. They used to stand, in front of that machine ki aise banao, aise karo, ye cement lao. So all these things used to happen. तो कितने लोग ऐसे देखे हैं कि अपना पेरेंट्स को घर बनाते हुए? यू कैन रेज योर हैंड. So I can say around 50% of your kind of parents, they have actually built their houses where you have spent your childhood. Okay. But now if I change the question little bit, how many of you have actually bought a house? Okay, it may be a flat. You have not built but bought directly. So of course the number is much higher, right? So this is the thing. There is a huge shift in the consumption pattern. So build versus buy. Okay. So earlier we used to build our houses personally. Okay, that ratio maybe 20 years back the ratio was about 76% was the individual house builders who were making their house standing कि चलो ये मेरा घर बन रहा है. आज का दिन पे the ratio has drastically changed. So now it is only 50% of the places individual house builder is making their houses. Okay, so the buy pattern has actually increased. Okay, so you don't build your house more, the more pattern shift is in your buy. So when you are buying the house, so there are a lot of sales from the influencers. Okay, so who are the influencers? Of course, Bishwajit has said that 15-20% is the influencer who are obviously your engineers or architects. But in cement, till now in the IHB segment, individual house builder segment, majority of the influence, surprisingly, it comes from the masons who are doing your Rajmistri जो है उसका influence बहुत matter करता है. So this is a one major change that the individual house builders ratio in the entire segment, which was earlier 76%, has drastically came down. It is now 50%. And what is eating up? Because see, this is a big segment. Construction is almost 15% of your GDP. So this is a big segment. Where we are actually growing? We are growing in the infra segment. We are growing in the urban housing segment. We are growing in road, bridges. These consumption are much more right now. Okay. So if you see the product portfolio wise also, earlier, so we have basic, two types of cement. We have blended cement and we have ordinary Portland cement, little technical. So ordinary Portland cement is one which consumes almost 95% of the limestone. Okay. And the blended cement is one which consumes say almost 50% of slag, or if it is a PPC cement, it can consume almost 25% of the fly ash. So now the trend is more towards the green building. Everybody, green is the buzzword. Okay. So everybody is into the green segment. Okay. So if you see the shift of manufacturing also, if you see my product portfolio, say 20 years back, I used to make, say for example, I was in ACC. So 20 years back, we used to make 50% of my, 100% was my OPC consumption. Okay. So which used to consume lot of limestone, which was little detrimental for the environment because see, limestone to cement, it's a very carbon, not very efficient process. Emission of carbon dioxide is very, very high in this process. Cement means lot of carbon dioxide. So the more we are, going towards the blended cement sector, we are consuming less of limestone. So we are making the world more greener. Also, we are consuming the other byproducts. We are consuming fly ash. We are consuming slag. Okay. So cement is now, the trend is we are going more towards the green cement. Earlier it was in OPC. So from OPC, the movement is towards the green cement. Okay. So the industry is gradually shifting towards much more, environmental friendly products. So which is very, very important. And I would also request, many of you are in different bodies, influential bodies. So you can propagate the things more, that it has to be green. We cannot go so much of, carbon dioxide emission and everything. We cannot go further. So this is one is regarding the product portfolio shift. Now, as we know already discussed, that the consumer, the consumer is now asking for different innovative products. He doesn't have so much of time to waste. He cannot go to a dealer shop. He cannot go to a, XYZ to buy his cement. So lot of service has to be improved. Also, they are looking for some product which will make their life much more easier. So I'll give example of a product which is ready-use plaster. Okay, this is a new concept. So this ready-use plaster is what? See, earlier in your days, we used to mix cement and sand and make the plaster and put it on our walls. And of course, you have to buy cement separately, you have to buy sand separately, and your mason has to do all this mixing. So now we are coming up with lot more solution-based product which are actually giving solution to the end consumer. So reduce plaster is what? In a bag, so you will get all the things mixed along with some chemicals also. So you just mix it with water, put it on your wall, just sprinkle water once, and it doesn't require any curing. Okay, so these are the new products. See, cement curing के लिए भी आपको अगर 15 days उसमें पानी लगाना पड़े, and if it is a high-rise building, the pain is more because you have to lift water also up to 12th floor or 30th floor and do the plastering work, which is very painful, and then the water consumption also, and the labor added. But now with all these solution-based product, of course, not only our company, many of the companies are coming up with all these new solution-based product. The solution is very easy. So instead of doing all these site mix of, cement, balu and everything, you are getting a product which is ready use. So similarly, lot of solutions are available. People are doing lot of R&D in this sector, and the product portfolio itself has changed a lot. Okay. Then, the production type. Okay. So earlier you used to have lot of units which were being made in the site. So आप आपका घर site में बनाते हैं. But with the, government now has came up with lot of schemes where we are promoting that rural homes and everything. Those are low cost house, and many of the cement companies are tying up with the construction industry who are producing these modular units. Like you will get a small 1 BHK along with a toilet which is readily available. They will just make these units in their factory, and then it will come, they will just bring the entire unit in your, wherever is your location is, and they will put up the unit in that modular unit. It is very cost effective, and all these modular units are coming up with, in fact in other countries like Indonesia and other countries, this is very, very popular. So right now here in the southern part of India, it is more popular. Eastern part, utna inroads nahi hua hai. So all these modular units are very economical. Speed of construction is very, very easy. Okay, you just book your house, and maybe after your wait time is 1 month or 2 months, after that they will just bring entire unit in your land and put up. Okay, so the thing has become very easy. So all the companies who are in the industry, instead of giving a product like I'm making cement or I'm making clinker, so instead of giving a product, now they are coming up with the solution based things. Okay, so this is a major shift in the mindset, because consumer doesn't want to, they don't want to wait right now. Okay, they want all their solutions to be readily available and faster available. Okay, so this is a huge shift in the consumer's mindset, with which the industry is also shifting towards a better life. Okay, then I'll touch upon the challenges a little bit. See, cement is a, all of you know, it's a very high volume product. Okay. So millions and million tons of cement are being produced, Ultratech is one of the major cement producer in India, followed by Adani's. So these two companies put together, we are making 200 million ton of cement. Then you think of the other companies. So the size and scale, everything is very high in case of cement. Okay. So the logistics makes a lot of impact. 30% of our cost in cement is in logistics. Okay. And the logistics is very, very challenging in cement. Okay. So when the logistics is very challenging, say for example, the limestone sources which are in Chhattisgarh, so that limestone has to be sifted. You cannot ship limestone. That cement has to be sifted towards the cities. Okay. So you have to move huge volume. Okay. So that makes a lot of bottleneck because our infrastructure is not so great. We are 60% dependent on railways. Road is only 40% for cement. So lot of dependency on railways and this high volume movement makes lot of bottleneck. So this is one of the area where I would request the forum also, they can work together to come up with some alternate sources where we can do bulk logistics in a much easier and efficient manner. Okay, so I think these are the couple of points I would like to highlight, and now I'd request my friend Mr. Biswas, he can take it forward.
Over to you, Mr. Biswas. Thank you, ma'am. Hello. Thank you, Sanjay sir. All respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. I am the conclusion. If you chronologically take this speech, as a field person, I am the head of the construction, so I am spend my maximum time at field. So I am using every material which are discussed here. I am using the ready-mix concrete, plywood as a shuttering material, plywood as an interior portion, cement in construction part in concreting, or as well as in brickwork and other areas. But I am representing here on the behalf of UL Industries, we are talking about the filler material. The construction already have done, structure already created. Now you take the filler material to fill the spaces. Initially we are filling the material is using as a clay bricks. But nowadays we are talking about the environment, carbon footprint, everything. The soil erosion is the alarming right now. To avoid the soil erosion, which is the substitute of as a filler material, we are using or we are manufacturing AAC block, which is autoclave aerated concrete block. Main ingredient is fly ash, which is byproduct. Other is cement, lime, gypsum, which is coming from the natural sources or some manufacturers. Now, the material is green product because we are using more than 70% byproduct or recycled material like fly ash as a main ingredient. So there are the carbon, in considering the carbon footprint, the carbon emission is very less. And our material also the enlisted in IGBC, Indian Green Building Council. So end user can get the carbon credit point also by using this material. Now in RERA and in HERA, you are getting the project, if you get the detail of the project, maximum project are in open space area is mentioning there, which is in the housing, I am considering the housing complex, not in the standalone building or not the end user of a 2 or 3 storied building as a personal owner. I am talking about if I considering the township area. The open space, using material, those are taking as a, considered as a carbon in the parameter or carbon emission. And the project is declared as a green project. So in the green project, we are using the fly ash bricks initially, but the fly ash brick sector is a very unorganized or say rather the technologically implementation is very less in this sector. But autoclave aerated concrete block sector is organized, knowledge based and technology based material which is lighter. In case of lighter material, we can also reduce the structural load which is benefited the manufacturer. Manufacturer means the builder. I think I mean the builder. And other area, this lighter material have some inbuilt qualities like sound insulation properties. These are during his structural material formation of structural is porous. Due to the porosity, entrapped air bubbles is there. So the quality of sound insulation, quality of thermal insulation is also help the project make the green. Because the energy efficiency is lesser. After making the building, if you consider the consumption of AC, it will be the lesser. So power consumption is lesser.
Because we must
in that
our steel, cement,
point of view, you can
plywood,
say
all these kind of things
the
are most of
energy
them are
efficiency
essentially
material.
commodities. So how do you
But
differentiate?
Which is the
can
material is
keep
not a
making
very
better
new.
and better product.
In eastern
But
region,
finally
if
you
you
have to
say
differentiate
AC
other
block,
factors apart from, of course, the
many
branding,
people
which
are
of
saying
course
that
lot
this
of
is the
people
new
say
material. But
is
these are not the new
new,
material.
is
1984, in the IS code point of view, you can and say it will be the reformed and 2004. Energy efficiency so 1984, if the IS code is reformed, the material is not a very new. This material is in eastern region, if you say AC block, but the eastern region, many people are saying that this is the new material. But these are not the new material. Don't accept the new material. The IS code, in spite of conventional material, and it will be the reformed and 2004. Too much so 1984 from the IS code is reformed, from the IS code, so our users what think about our material. And it is, but the eastern region, we are the very conservative. Getting the some the बोलते हैं ना, don't accept the new material. Thinking जो है वो thinking के लिए यहाँ पर हम लोग पहले से ही मार खा जाते हैं. Too much. लेकिन nowadays from the अभी use हो रहा है. Our market sharing is now our user growing about our material. It is, but unfortunately, और भी एक point है जहाँ पर the government makes several notice thinking के लिए and by law हम लोग पहले से ही मार खा जाते हैं. Big fields. लेकिन nowadays अभी use हो रहा है जिसको बोलते हैं हम लोग stop किया जाए या बंद किया जाए. Market sharing is now growing. In eastern region it is not possible. But unfortunately ये constant ही है. और भी एक जिसके कारण न्यू मटेरियल आने से भी इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सही से नहीं हो पाता. सेवरल नोटिस एंड बाय लॉ. अभी नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द मॉड्यूलर आर माय अर्लियर कॉलीग्स इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द मॉड्यूलर. स्टॉप किया जाए या बंद किया जाए. मींस प्रीफैब मटेरियल. इन ईस्टर्न रीजन इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. इफ यू थिंक द प्रीफैब ये कांस्टेंट है मटेरियल जिसके कारण न्यू मटेरियल आने से भी ऑलरेडी कंस्ट्रक्टेड इन नहीं हो पाता है. एरिया व्हिच इज ऑर्गेनाइज्ड एरिया. अभी now we are talking about the modular, it will be transported to the earlier installation area about the modular house. By it means prefab material, it will be erected. Prefab material के लिए भी we are thinking about that. Segmental material already now from AC block or already constructed in a changing our area which is organized reinforced panel or segmentally main ingredient will be transported to the but if installation area bigger and structure. Chronologically, it will be in cylindrical prefab material के लिए ratio of the singleness. You must use from AC block without reinforcement. It changing our concept sustained to AC reinforced panel. We are introducing main ingredient is same panel. But if you main ingredient bigger is same as AC block process is same. In cylindrical there get the strength ratio of the strength singleness material. But you must use some the processed reinforcement. Without reinforcement, inserted in the panel. So it will be in different sizes. Introducing so customization is very panel easier. Main ingredient is same as that concept. We are also talking about the autoclaving is there in all solution in a one good strength for as a filler material. Saying earlier some processed reinforcement. We are designing also in the panel. We are taking the different sizes, skilled labor, so customization is very and easier material also supplied by us. So we are concept we are also talking about the headache of all solution in a one roof, which is saying earlier discussed earlier here. We are designing material which is trying to you are taking the you are using here skilled labor, and I hope it and from this platform or from this forum supplied by us. Our so we are trying to difficulties minimize, we are overcoming the headache of end part also. Thank you. That's
thank you,
the
Mr. Biswas.
new
in
building
conclusion,
material
what
which is
all my
trying to you are
panelists, they
introducing or
saying,
you are
it's
using
not
here,
product selling.
and I
How
hope
we are solving the
from this platform or from this
customers'
forum
problems.
our
Providing some extra solution.
difficulties
Maybe
we are
he might
overcoming
not be
the
asking that.
constraining
Maybe
part
the
also.
latent need might
Thank
be
you.
there. It is not a explicit need.
Thank you,
In that
Mr.
case, how we are
Biswas.
solving the consumer
just,
problem.
in
conclusion, what all my
so that,
panelists
you
they are
know,
saying,
it
it
is
is some
not
sort
the
of like
product
providing the
selling.
solution.
Even
How
though
we are
it is a
solving
product,
the but
consumer,
ultimately the customer
problems.
need
It's
providing
changing
some
and
extra
providing
solution.
the solution
Maybe
is
he
the key.
might not be asking that.
In the constraint of
Maybe
time,
the
we can take
latent
one or two
need might
questions.
be there. It is not
If
a
it is
explicit
okay
need.
with the
In that
audience.
case, how we are solving the consumer problem, so that it is some sort of like providing the solution,
there is
even
no
though it is a
question, then we
product.
can,
But
thank
ultimately,
you,
the
panelists. You
customer
can wrap up
need
this.
is changing, and the providing the solution is the key. In the constraint of time, we can take one or two questions, if it is okay with the audience.
Material is SMS AAC block. Main ingredient is fly ash, cement, lime, and
There is no question, then we
gypsum.
can,
But
thanks-
we are
thank you,
inserting
panelists. We can
there
wrap up this. Yeah.
reinforcement, which is cold drawn reinforcement. The highest dia of the reinforcement we can use the 10 mm dia. And lesser Material is is the SMS AAC 5 block. mm dia. Main But it is ingredient is fly thermo, ash, it is also the cement, lime, and treated. We are gypsum. also treating But the we are inserting anti-corrosive treatment. Reinforcement, which is cold drawn reinforcement.
Munya Ghoshal,
The
I want to
highest
ask
dia
about
of the
3D printing
reinforcement
concrete we have
can
learned.
use the 10
But
mm
any
dia.
plans to use
And
nanomaterials
lesser
in
is the,
concrete?
5 mm
There is
dia.
I mean,
But it is
very
thermo,
demanding subject.
it is also
Nanomaterials in
the
concrete. Do you have any plans?
treatise,
Because
we are
I have
also
heard
treating
the
the
Ultratech Cement has a
anti-corrosive
patent on
treatment.
nanosilica or something like
Hello.
nanomaterials.
It's
I said Munya
not
Ghoshal,
nanotechnology
I want to ask
basically.
about
We are
3D
into that.
printing concrete
But
we have learned. But any plans to use nanomaterials in concrete?
Producing USPC.
There is
which
a-
I have
I mean,
already
yeah.
told.
Very
that is
demanding
ultra
subject.
high
Nanomaterials in
performance
concrete. Do you have any
We
plans?
are using all the sustainable
Because I have
materials,
heard
supplementary
the
semi-sustainable
Ultratech
material
Cement
into
has
that.
a
And our
patent on
target is to give
nanosilica
all
or something
the,
like nanomaterial.
strength which is more than 150 MPa. Basically,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we are
That.
considering under But the nanotechnology. That we have nanotechnology. Then we are into and we have recently producing USPC. I think which just I was talking to told just that is ultra
Ultra high performance
concrete. Recently, we are using 3 days all the before we sustainable have metal, supplementary launched semi-sustainable one material patent into that 3D fast, and our target is which to is also give one you kind of all the nanotechnology strength based product, which is more than 150 MPa. Thank you. That we are considering under nanotechnology. That we have. Yeah.
Regarding
And we have
supply
recently,
chain specifically.
I
So
think
you mentioned
just I was talking
so many
to
new
Satabhi
trends and
just,
challenges coming and
1
meeting
hour
customers'
before.
expectations.
Recently, 2 days,
Is there
3 days
anything
before,
which would
we have
affect the supply chain
launched
specifically?
one patent, 3D
Not
fast,
the construction material
which is
or
also
the
one kind of
technology used, but the supply
nanotechnology
chain part of it.
based product. In
Yeah,
terms
thank you,
of
sir.
ready mix concrete or cement.
Good evening, panelists. Let's say, for example, with the new shift in RMC, supply chain specifically.
yeah.
So you mentioned supply chain,
see,
so many new trends and
thank you
challenges
so
coming
much
and
for
meeting
this
customers'
wonderful question.
expectations.
Yeah,
Is
just
there
let
anything
me
which would
tell
affect
you
the
one thing.
supply
Ready
chain
mix concrete is such a product
not the
which you
construction
have
material
to
or the technology
deliver
used,
at
but
the
the supply
site
chain part of it.
within 3 to 4 hours. In terms of not ready more mix
than
concrete
that.
or cement. Once it is produced,
Let's say-
it has to be
let's say, for
consumed
example, with
because
the
the
new shift
lifespan
in
is 3 to 4
RMC,
hours.
as you mentioned.
Right? Yeah.
Would the
So,
supply chain be affected?
suppose thank you so much for this wonderful where question. I am doing this business. Yeah, just let me tell you one thing.
So
Ready mix concrete you find a lot of which you hurdles to like traffic deliver at the site. Okay, like within certain kind of issue happens, not more than some that. kind of julus. Once it is produced, if it comes, it has to be in the consumed way. because the lifespan is 3 to 4 hours. Right? That's the issue. Only logistical point of view. Like Kolkata, that is the issue. Where I am doing otherwise this business. All the parts are okay. So you find a lot of
Thank you, sir.
thank you so much. Hurdles like traffic, okay, like certain kind of issue happens,
I feel our
like some kind of
infrastructure
julus,
in terms
rally,
of
if it
city
comes
roads,
in the way,
okay, are not very developed.
so
our cities were developed 50
that's the
years
issue.
back.
Only
We have
logistical
all
point of
narrow
view,
lanes.
that is
So
the
now
issue.
if you want to put
Otherwise,
a flyover also, it's a
all
big
the
task.
parts are okay.
Unless and until you have,
Thank you, sir.
a
Yeah,
good
thank you,
road
thank you so
for
much.
that RMC bulker to RMC vehicle to reach, it is very difficult our to infrastructure reach up to in the terms customer. of I know city his roads challenges like are city not like Kolkata, very developed. You have a Our window cities of were like developed 5 50 to 6 years hours. back. Within So you that, have all all your narrow you have to lanes. produce all So your now RMC. if you want to put a Radko, flyover, I so think it's now a big task. if your Unless no and entry until opens, you have, he has to keep everything good ready road for that RMC. So by now, by 9 p.m. when the roads are open, it is very difficult to rush in the sites up to the customer. Unload the material. Challenges like come out of the no entry also. You have a very challenging. So 5 to 6 hours. Within that, all your you have to produce all your RMC. Radko, I think now vehicles. If your all entry open, the roads will has to keep everything ready. 15 years.
Right,
So by
Satar just will
by
address
9
this
p.m.
question.
when the roads
Let
are
me tell you
open,
one thing,
these
the cities
vehicles
like
will rush in the
Mumbai
sites
or rest of
unload
Mumbai,
the material
where
and
we
they
are
have to
having
come
10
out of the
km
no
capacity
entry
of
also.
transit
So it's very
mixers.
challenging.
But it is
So we
very
need to,
difficult for us
cope up with
to
maybe,
cater it in
smaller,
Calcutta area.
Smaller
Because
kind
per
of vehicles,
kilometer, actually,
hopefully
unit
the
weight
roads
of
will
concrete
improve
is
in
around
next 10,
2400
15
kg
years.
to 2500 kg. Along with that vehicle, it is around 45 metric ton. So it is very difficult to drive if the roads are not well maintained, transit mixers properly done. But it is very difficult for us. So that is also a big challenge in Calcutta area, and that too construction site because per kilometer so that is also a unit weight of concrete we are facing around 2400 kg to 2500 kg. Along with that vehicle, it is around 45 metric ton. So it is very difficult to drive if the roads are not well maintained, properly done or made. So that is also a big challenge for us.
Sir. It was
and that to construction site
discussion.
specifically.
Thank you so much.
That is also a big
and
challenge
now I
we are
request
facing in
Mr.
everyday
Behra,
basis.
our chairperson, to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished speakers. Sir,
Thank
please.
you, panelists, for this. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was such in-depth discussion. Thank you so much. And now I request Mr. Behra, our chairperson, to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished speakers. Sir, please. Now we will go to the next session. There is a slight change in the session in the program schedule that you have before you. We are going to the knowledge session 4 first, and that is the session is on importance of sustainability in manufacturing industry. Go to the next session. Achieving net zero and CBAM. In the session in the program prior to going to that discussion, as many of you know that Bengal Chamber is now working with Minsao India on a blue carbon credit project, and we have already done the first phase of the project, that is called Sundari 1 project, where we have planted to that almost 4 lakhs of trees. Many of you know that Bengal Chamber is now almost 8 lakhs of trees in 220 acres of land in Sundarbans in Gangasagar. Here is a small presentation of that. That is called Sundari 1 project, where we have planted almost 4 lakhs of trees. Almost 8 lakhs of trees in 220 acres of land in Sundarbans in Gangasagar. Here is a small presentation of that. doing in Sundarban, we have already done in 220 hectares of land, and we will do in this year another 1,000 hectare of land, and it involves a large number of people. You can see here a large number of women and youth. They are working with us in the project. We have already done livelihood in the Sundarban areas of land. It's a blue carbon credit project. Another 1,000 hectare of land in Sundarban, and it involves a large number of people now being here. In large number of women and youth, they are working with us in the project. It is creating huge livelihood in the Sundarbans areas, and it's a blue carbon credit project that we are implementing in Sundarbans. The first phase of the work is now being done in Gangasagar Island, and board member Minsaw India Private Limited to kindly come to the dais. I would like to request to come to Mr. Jutsi Aditi Ganguly, head of product sustainability, Tata Steel Limited, Mr. Soma Pradhan, CEO Minsaw Private India Limited, doing this together, Mr. Ashok Jutsi, advisor and board member, Minsaw India Private Limited, to kindly come to the dais. But I will request Mr. Jutsi first to kindly address us. Ashok Jutsi will speak on the project, what we are doing on the blue carbon credit, and as Minsaw and Bengal Chamber is doing this together, and then Mr. Soma Pradhan will elaborate on the project, but I will request Mr. Jutsi to kindly address us first. Mr. Jutsi, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for a change in my attire because I have to catch a flight also. So,
Mr. Jutsi, you can come here and speak.
Exactly what are we doing? We as an organization are a startup which was started with a thought in 2019, but then we registered our company in 2021. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the basic intention was to be a commercial organization, so which has an social impact also can be done. We as an organization which has an indirect impact on the climate was started with a thought in Mangrove was taken up as one of the projects, but then Sundarban was always in 2000 very dear to me as well as to Somaya. The basic intention was scholar, to be a commercial organization and has got a lot of knowledge, which has an let's do it together. Social, all of us impact also can be done, and plus which has an indirect impact on the climate also being the team member. Mangrove was taken up as one of the projects. So Sundarban was always now what we did is we divided this. Because we are talking about who is 4,000 hectares of land, is in huge and has got a lot of knowledge. Land in terms so we said, let's do it together. So we started with and the phase one, which was is also here. 420, also being the doing a bit of correction what Madam was talking about. So, of course, with BCCI. Now, what we did is we divided this plus because we are talking about totality. The phase 1,000 hectares of 420 is huge. Now, land in terms only of is not the plantation. Only started with. Which has got a commercial, which was covering about 420, also doing a bit of correction. What a lot of Madam was talking about towards the communities, because these BCCI nature-based, we did about community-based plus hectares projects. But in totality, the phase one was not short-term 20 hectares. We are talking about this only is not the plantation only next 40 years. Which has got a commercial the involvement potential talking about. But the next phase is already on. Which commitment Madam was talking about 1,000 because these are 1,000 nature-based is again community-based for projects. First year, and they are not short-term. We are talking about again will be 1,000 hectares again and 1,000 hectares again for next taking us to. So that is the involvement we are talking about. And then the next phase is already on. It also has a benefit sharing mechanism talking about where we are talking about 1,000 benefits we are going to give to the communities for. Along with first year, we are developing this project. 25. But indirectly, it has got an impact on again will be 1,000 changes again and 1,000 hectares again. So with these words to 2000. I'll hand over to Somaya, and then the control part of it. Is Somaya going to speak it also has a benefit sharing mechanism where we are talking about the benefits we are going to give it to the communities. Okay. Along with Somaya will take you through this project. The project indirectly and has got an impact on mission and the vision what we have. So with these words about these projects. These projects, hand over to Somaya, is basically, we are handling a commodity called carbon, which has got an impact on the climate, which has got an impact on. So Somaya will take you through usual lives, the project, everybody's lives, and so it has got an impact and the vision what we have. And when you talk carbon, these projects, commodity we take this as a commodity is basically, and this is being traded as a commodity. We are handling a partners called carbon, which has got an impact along with the partners called which has got an impact on accommodating usual lives, everybody's lives as a startup. So it has got an impact on BCCI once more. And handing about carbon, this is a commodity. We take this as a commodity, and this is being traded as a commodity with our partners, which are based in France. Along with the partners called BCCI, who have been quite accommodating
to kindly address
us.
I understand, Mr. Jutshi, you have
thank you very much to BCCI once more, and handing over to Somaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jutshi. I will request now Mr. Pradhan to kindly address us. I understand, Mr. Jutshi, you have your CBAM and why it is so important for manufacturing industry, and also about the project. Mr. Pradhan, please. I will request Mr. Pradhan to talk about the blue carbon credit project, and also about CBAM and why it is so important for manufacturing industry, and also about the project. Mr. Pradhan, please.
Good evening. Thank you to BCCI and the August gathering for giving an opportunity to me to present ourselves, what we are doing. Before starting this presentation, I would like to say something about what is the carbon credit and how we are working. Because when we are talking about carbon credit, it is more to the futuristic market. Thank you to BCCI and the August gathering for giving an opportunity to me to. And particularly when we are talking about carbon credit now, recently in 2023 presentation, I would like to say something about what is the carbon credit and how we are working. CBAM has entered into a transitional phase. Carbon credit, it is more carbon border adjustment mechanism, and that has to be investment that has to be implemented by, and particularly 2026 when we are talking about carbon credit January 1st. And it is the transition period starting from October 1st to December 31st. And after 26 January, the most carbon consuming products that enter into the, that has to be exported or imported to the European Union needs to give January 1st CBM tax. And it is transition period already been October confirmed that by December 31st and January 1st. All the products January may it be everything most whatever we have carbon consuming products that enter into the European Union has to be imported under the ambit of CBAM. European Union needs we have just a software, even if we have just a cosmetics, whatever that has to be imported, confirmed that by 2034 January 1st, everybody has to products CBAM. May it be and this is everything whatever we have under CBAM being imported under the ambit of that. European Union in the transition period under the ambit of CBAM. That means who are if we have just a software, even if we have just producing those whatever that has to be imported, steel, aluminium, 34, those are carbon consuming. Everybody has to give. They need to provide the carbon, and this is the record to these importers of the CBAM European Union under the ambit of that. So. This is the need of time for the manufacturers who are exporting their produce, people who are to European Union. So let me give me a who are producing those steel, aluminium, those are carbon consuming products, they need to provide the carbon
basically means so in the private limited
importers of the
European Union
startup. We have
so
incorporated in 2021.
this is the need of time for the manufacturers who are exporting their
all
produce
the expertise that
to
is
European
IT,
Union.
GIS,
So let me
rural
give you a
development
small
into
introduction
developing
of
our carbon
ourselves.
credit projects. That is the most best way to produce the nature-based carbon products.
Basically
And
means so in the
particularly
private
all these
limited,
carbon projects
it is a new
comes under the voluntary
startup
carbon
we
market.
have incorporated
not
in compliance market.
One.
So
And now we are bringing all the expertise.
now what we are
that
doing
is
now, we are,
IT,
our
GIS,
focus is to develop carbon
rural
credit
development
projects
into
that
developing
are
our
very
carbon
much
credit projects.
nature-based, that gives a good quality carbon
best way to
credits,
produce
and
the
those carbon credits
nature-based
need to be
carbon products. And particularly all these carbon
transferred to
projects
the
are comes under the voluntary carbon market,
producers
not in the compliance
who
market.
will, that will offset the
now
carbon
we
emission
have
on the
one. That is the one.
Second part is that
now
we are
what
also
doing now.
our focus is to
incorporating
develop carbon
blockchain,
credit
IT,
projects
GIS,
that are
all
very
sort of
much
things into the
nature-based,
so that we
that
have
gives
high
a good quality carbon
high
credits,
integrity carbon credits.
and those carbon
because
credits need to
carbon
be
credit is not a small thing. It has also
transferred to the
address the amount of work,
producers
what is
who
the
will,
impact on the
that will
society,
offset the
what are
carbon
the amount of
emission on the
carbon it
one.
has
That
removed
is the
from
one.
the
Second part is that we are also
environment. All things need to be taken into
incorporating
consideration.
blockchain, IT,
and
GIS,
all
it
sort
has
of
a
things
value.
into the
Value has to
system
be
so
there,
that
and
we have
we
high
need to get
high integrity
high
carbon
integrity
credits.
carbon credits.
Because
that is
carbon
our
credit
motto.
is not a small thing. It has also
So
to
currently we
address
have
the
ongoing projects and the
amount of work,
projects in the pipeline.
what is the impact on the
Sundari
society,
Mangrove project,
what are
that
the
we are
amount of
currently
carbon it has
working, and
removed from the
with BCCI
environment.
implementing
All
that
things
project.
need to be taken
In that
into
project we are going to have a
and
mangrove
then
plantation
it
of
has a value.
4,500
Value has to be
hectares
there,
in
and we need to get
that
both
both
includes
high
mangrove
integrity
plantation
carbon
and
credits.
restoration.
That is our motto.
Because when we are going to do these
So currently
projects,
we have ongoing
it
projects
will
and
generate
some
blue carbon.
projects in
Blue
the
carbon is
pipeline.
the bit
Sundari
costlier than
Mangrove
green
project
carbon,
that we are currently
and
working,
it is going
and
to
we are
produce
associated
about
with
4.5
BCCI
for implementing that project.
credits.
In that project,
And
we are
then
going to
in
have a
Odisha,
mangrove
we have
plantation of
developing
4,500 hectares in Sundarban.
Cookstop project,
And that both includes mangrove plantation and restoration.
Cookstop project in
Because
Odisha, in which
when we are
around
going to do
more
these
than
projects,
2,20,000
it will
cookstop we are
generate
going to
blue
distribute
carbon.
in next
Blue carbon
2
is
years.
the bit costlier
And
than
then
green carbon,
and
helping
it is going to
the people
produce about
for supporting the
4.5
blue carbon
million
project.
credits.
That is the and then in
Sundari
Odisha,
Mangrove
we
project,
have
we are
developing
also
planning to have a Cookstop project and
Cookstop project in
Kosolo
the
Sundarban.
Cookstop
That
project.
That
In
is a
Odisha,
unique
in which
scenario in
around
blue carbon
more
project
than
project is
2,20,000
helping
cookstop we are going
to
to
develop
distribute in
high
next
quality
2 years.
And then
Green carbon project is helping
to generate
the people
high quality
for supporting the
blue carbon project.
And
That
all
is the,
this we have the
Sundari Mangrove
and
project.
most of
We are
all the
also
investments are
planning to
coming
have
from the
a,
Europe.
And secondly, in the pipeline, we have the silver
Cookstop project
project.
in this
We have
Sundarban.
biomass
That
energy.
is-
We have plastic
that is a
credit
unique
project and
scenario
waste
in which
management
blue
project.
carbon project.
All these projects
is
are
helping
has huge
to
potential,
develop
particularly
high
the silver
quality
fishery.
green,
Because when we are talking about
green
silver
carbon
fishery,
project
because
is helping
to
because
generate high
mangroves
quality
in
blue carbon
Sundarban
project. Has
and
in
all these
in a
we have
conflict
the
stage. That is the
investment
between
and
mangrove
most of
and
all
human
the
conflict.
investments are
That is
coming
the
from the
conflict
Europe.
for
And
space.
secondly, in the
So in
pipeline, we have the
fishery
silver
project,
fishery.
there is a huge
We have
potential
biomass
in
energy.
which,
We have plastic credit project and waste
aquaculture
management
will be
project.
associated
All
with
these
the
projects
mangrove
has
plantation.
huge potential,
So that will
particularly
give
the
good
silver
result.
fishery.
Because
Then
when we are talking about silver
in
fishery,
later
because,
classes, in later
because
slides, I will go
mangroves
into detail
in
with this.
Sundarban has
Then
in,
what are the
in a
projects
conflict
we
stage,
have
that
in
is
our
the between
project?
mangrove and
Because
human conflict.
when we are talking
That is
about
the
carbon
conflict
credit
for
project,
space.
we have to
So
develop
in the
it
silver
under
fishery
the
project,
BCS,
there is a huge
voluntary
potential
carbon market,
in which
and that needs a
aquaculture
project
will be associated with
that
the
has to be followed by a
plantation.
verification.
So that
Then
validation will happen,
result.
and after
Then
validation we will get the carbon
in
credit
later
issuance,
places,
and that
in
has
later
to be done
slides, I
by
will
the
go
third
into
party.
detail with this.
And then
what
we
are the
will hand over the
projects we
carbon
have in
credits
our
to
project?
the end users.
Because
That is
when
the
we are
people
talking
who
about
are
carbon manufacturers,
project,
who
we
are
have to
consuming
develop
carbon
it
under the
manufacturing
BCS
their goods, voluntary
So
carbon market. after they receive the carbon, that needs a project selection. That has to be followed by a verification, retirement. Then validation will happen. They got and after validation, just a permission to burn. And that has to be done by the third party emission, do the emission. Then so this is we will hand over the carbon credits to the end users. That is the people who are manufacturers who are touching the carbon. How we are developing a carbon credit project. When we are after they going to develop a carbon credit issued carbon, we are just retired. We are do the retirement. So they got with whom we are implementing the project. That is the unprivileged carbon of that use the unprivileged people living in the society marginally that will happen who don't have good access to clean water. I am just don't have access to the clean energy. How we are developing a carbon credit looking at those people. Going to develop a carbon credit. In the carbon credit project, we are just investing on those people. Focus on that is one part. With whom we are implementing the project. That environment, unprivileged society, which environment is vulnerable to the climate change. We are targeting those environments, just like Sagar environment, because their mangrove clean water degradation is happening. Don't have access to natural energy happening in the mud flats. Whereas looking at those people, They are the people, and the carbon credit project is investing on those, identifying those. So that is one part, and second part is then we are going where we are environment. When we are planning environment is vulnerable to the climate change project, we are targeting those environments, just like Sagar environment, because our carbon credit projects, degradation is happening, the mangrove naturally is not happening in the mud flats, whereas mud flats are the 3 to 4 years, perfect areas, needs 4 years minimum to be implemented properly. Identifying those, again, it needs to be monitored for next 20 to 30 years. Then we are going. And if we are not thinking about any when we are planning to deploy a carbon credit for 30 years or 5 sustainable, because 30 years, then because our carbon credit projects, what we are particularly when we are not about the instant one, it has long term. Because after 3 to 4 years, if the technology is not, it needs suitable 4 years minimum to be implemented properly, then it is not work. Again, it needs to be monitored. Use that for next 20 to 30 years. Generation will be hindered. If we are not thinking about any technology or anything low that level technology, 30 years or 5 years, when we are planning to develop a project, then it needs to be particularly when we are talking about on the lower strata of the society. Because as you know, 3 to 4 years, if the technology is not suitable to we have people, we have a good population, then it is not worth 150 crores of population that we have. So the carbon credit generation will be hindered. Then those huge amount of population, most of low majority of level technology, because technology planning to develop a project, our country, it needs to be. So we need to focus the technology on the lower strata of the society. As you know, high value technology, it won't percolate easily to the ground. We have people, we have a low level, low carbon technology, 140 crores of the lower strata of the society, and those huge amount of technology can act. Majority of them, the carbon emission has been reduced. Technology start preferring those technologies in our country. So we need to focus sense of ownership. The technology, because if we don't have the sophisticated technology, high value technology, the community who are working, if they don't have the ownership, low level, then it is very difficult for us to implement easily percolate to the lower strata of the society. Where then what we have made, that technology can make a benefit sharing mechanism. The carbon emission has been reduced. When so we are preferring those going and saying that we will then implement that project immediately on your ground. And after 5 years, 6 years, you don't have the when the carbon credit will be generated, then we will got the benefit. Working. Then if they don't have the ownership in us, or then it is very difficult for us to manage the project. So we have make a benefit sharing mechanism to involve. Then what we have made that we make a benefit sharing mechanism there. Because so when we are going and saying that we will sustainable beyond immediately not just giving any job to that, we also you will preparing for ourselves be generated, providing then we will got the benefit. What we are doing, what the intervention we are doing in their life, that has a value on them. That so we have to make a benefit livelihood from that particular project. Involve the local community who are working there. So implementation of benefit sharing mechanism, we have planned to have project sustainable beyond not just giving any job to that. We are also non-profit organization preparing for our involving the investor, the project developer like us, what we are doing, the community intervention we are doing, that in their life, independent has a value on them, and that we have to generate democratically from develop projects for the people for next 30 to 40 years when we are on the ground. Implementation of amount what we have the carbon credit generated from that project, some portion has to become to them also. That is the involving the investor, the project developer like us, and the community people, our partners, and that we can independent body and make this project successful. Act democratically to provide to develop them a sufficient amount of for next 30 to 40 years incentive when we are on the direct benefit. So the amount what the carbon credit generated from that project, some portion has to be non-profit organization and trust fund something like that for them, because unless and until we make them the partners, the community, our partners, them, then we cannot directly get the benefit from them. Make this project successful. So we need to provide when we are talking about monitoring, we are very much interested to incentive, financial incentive, direct benefit, bring that provide them a one integrity carbon credit projects that which have non-profit organization to the society, something like that for them. What we are claiming that should happen on the ground. Partners, what the community, the marginalized, the endemic people who are living on the ground, they should be involved. And ensure the credits are unique, monitoring, and we are transparency very much interested to get our intention to investor can also find that their project is generating good high quality projects, high integrity, which carbon credits value. So adding to the society, information technology, what we are claiming that should happen on the ground, community-owned management structure, the marginalized and the endemic people who are living on the ground, they should be involved in partnership with the ensure the credits are unique, so this is and the way transparency should come into the way that the investor can also find that their project is generating good high quality, it is high integrity. In India, voluntary carbon market is not that much of integrating information technology, much of geographic information system and community-owned management structure is gaining popularity, and most of the carbon the most generated thing is that fostering partnership with the our participant community. The consumption of the way that is less than the generation one. The companies, particularly European companies, are investing in them. and there are various standards in India. Voluntary carbon market is not that much ensuring that the carbon credit has that much value, and those standards but in course of time it is gaining popularity, and most of the carbon credits generated in this third-party auditors who audit the project and the consumption of carbon credit is less than the generation one. That the companies, particularly European companies, are investing in claiming that our carbon has the various standards. So they have to audit and they have to this one, ensuring that the most trusted carbon credit value. And those standards, they verified carbon standard, gold standard, climate, third-party, and American carbon registry. Third-party auditors who audit the project mostly ensure that the carbon credit, what register our project, the PDD, and then the what we have developed in the came to play. We are claiming that our carbon has the value this one. So they have to audit and they have to this one. And the most trusted carbon credit verifiers we are doing, the management project that is under register and American carbon standard, and they are the projects that register the gold standard. Mostly. Then enroll our register a voluntary carbon market, and then the third-party auditors came to play. Standards, the verifying agency, we are claiming that is really happening on the ground. Once the carbon credit is issued and it goes to the market, we are doing. There we have the management project that is under registered the verified carbon standard, and the booster projects are registered the gold standard. End buyers, they purchase then and offset their carbon emission. How and a voluntary carbon market, because one, and there are 4 top carbon exchanges, that is the carbon verifying agency, exchange, carbon trade exchange, to develop the token protocol. Once the carbon credit the first one is Singapore based, they work in the market. There we have second one carbon trade dealers, it is and they are the end buyers, just like the token and expensive, they both are in US. They are the end buyers, and carbon trade exchange, that is their carbon emission. The UK based, this is the he is very one, and there are 4 top carbon exchanges, that is the air carbon for India exchange, carbon trade exchange, they are the ones, and there are other carbon credit capital climate. The first one is Singapore based, they work in the voluntary carbon. Other second one carbon trade exchange, it is London based, and token and expensive, they both are in US based. And carbon trade exchange, that is now I am just going to the what the projects we have now. They are very much interested to as we have a carbon credit for India. The projects because they are the ones, and there are other carbon credit capital, climate, trend, most measurable, verifiable. These are the permanent leakage. These are the things I don't want to carbon exchange because I am just focusing on the our projects, what we are doing. And then now I am just going to the what the projects we have now. The clip was basically as we mentioned that. These are the projects planning to have the restoration and plantation of mangroves in Sundarban. That is about 4,500 hectares in next 3 years. Permanent leakage. And we are planning that to cover all the things by because I am 2026 focusing on the most probably by our project 2027 March. So we are planning it, and this will generate a huge amount of carbon. Blue carbon video was there about 4.5 million carbon credit. And here we have the planning to have the restoration and plantation of mangroves. We are finding out those areas that is about 4,500 hectares in next 3 years. And as well as we are planning that to cover as well as by people 2026 and most probably according to that area has to be 7 March. Because we are planning the erosion is happening. That a huge amount of carbon, blue carbon. What is the status of the erosion? How much carbon credit in next 20 years? How much soil has gone? This and actually when we are talking about additionality, we are finding out those areas which are vulnerable. Here we are doing climatically and as well as this is the provide the additionality as well as the people living providing some value, providing some according to that area has to be vulnerable because here erosion is happening. That you can see there is a tube well. What we are doing, the erosion, how much, how we are developing this project, soil has gone. This you can see then and there. What we are on the ground as the video was earlier, it has been that we just go and have an association with the additionality because our panchayat is then providing some value land where providing something which mangrove plantation is needed. Without our intervention, that will happen in the nature. Mangrove plantation. So in that mangrove plantation, what we are the local communities, we provide how we are developing the nurseries. They develop the nurseries. Then they again those communities. What we are the underground as the video was earlier. After plantation operation, then again they are in the association with the for next 30 years panchayat, and we are involving the land because it gives them a sense of plantation is needed. They found that yes, we are having a plantation. Mangrove in that mangrove plantation we involve the local communities. We are planting a plant on the ground for developing and that plant is saving us. They develop the nurseries. They again those communities in the plantation operation Sagar Island. After plantation operation, then again they are in the they are once displaced next 30 years, and we are involving them because people have displaced from them and they are not living here. They found that yes, we are having a that we are taking. So again we have developed, we have already on the process of forming a Sundari Mangrove Conservation Trust in which we are those communities in the project developer Sagar Island investor that we are who is the funding and the local they are once displaced and we are providing them those people have displaced and in that trust they are not living here. So these are participant community they give their proposals themselves. Again we have developed, we have already on the process of forming a Sundari mangrove conservation trust, and there in the trust there is a good project developer, implementer, investor that monitor that the funding and the local who and we are providing them nitty-gritty check the one what is the perspective and in that trust the people who are provide the fund participant community, they implement the project, their proposals themselves on the ground. What they say, if a community say we need on the ground water, they give a proposal to us, and they are in the trust water scarcity. So good experts are there who clean water project in our village, evaluate that one. From that fund is come from the our profit, the one what is the perspective the project, the carbon credit cell provide the fund. So it is their they implement the involving them for those we are they are involved in it very much. If a community say they are involving and good water democratically, they are deciding our village is suffering from water scarcity. So and this will continue for next 30 years. Clean water project in our village. As the plants grow on the ground, we will do that one. From that the amount of from the our carbon profit they receive, we can say what the carbon credit cell value. So the value they get, they are involving them. So they are involving that very much, and they are involving and democratically they are deciding what they need. So and this will continue for next 30 years. These are the SDGs that currently, as the plants grow on the currently is happening, the amount of them, because when carbon credit they receive, the population that is happening, that these are the only 7 the value that get, that also increases. After they have a sense of ownership, and they will stick to that also adding and they will know that by having this plantation, we are getting. Then we are going to the improve Cookstop project. As this is, these are the SDGs that currently, as currently is happening, that touching them, because when and in the population that is happening, that these are the only 7 SDGs. When we, after implementing the developing Cookstop, we are also adding these low carbon technology. We are associated. Then we are going to the improve Cookstop project. IIT Delhi as this IIMT Bhubaneswar. I have already talked that we are particularly distributing about 2,020 in recent years. It has been seen that Cookstop projects and particularly on carbon now first phase we are distributing because Europeans are not that much of interested to invest for developing in Indian Cookstop. That is a low level. We want to make low carbon technology more transparent. We are associated with IIT Delhi and the IIMT impact has to be more visible. So and particularly in recent years, it has developed that we are the projects, particularly on the carbon credit projects, we do the ground survey. What is the cooking style and what is the wood consumption they are taking? We take a baseline survey about the past. So we want to make this. We have taken this survey in the Western Odisha and more. Then we have again done the survey. Impact has to be more visible. Dongoria Konda, that is a PVTG tribal group. We and again in the Sundarban area that we are the process. I am sharing with you. We do the ground survey. They are living on the ground. The way their house is the wood consumption they are doing, taking that is different. We take a baseline survey about the past. We are then we have taken this survey in the Western Odisha. According to climate, again their way of food habit done changes. The survey they are in Niyamgiri Hills changes. So a Cookstop for all these again in the Sundarban area. So we are planning to have the feedback from them up and develop that technology. They are living on the ground. There is the way their house only the way they are doing primary and secondary air. Maybe so we are managing that. We want to develop Cookstop according to climate, their way of food habit changes, their way of cooking changes. In course of last 3 years, we have developed many Cookstop for all these people is not suitable. So we are planning to have feedback from them and develop that technology, low level technology. There is not any rocket science, only the pro air, primary and secondary air. So managing that, we want to develop Cookstop that will be user acceptable. So this is the one Prathamesh one, and this is the in course of last 3 years the one burner many Cookstop designs, the 2 burner these are the some Cookstop designs. When we found that on the Sundarban they are Cookstop and they almost all the 2 burner have an people are using mud stoves. There are 2 burners. Even we have reached efficiency of preparing them. We are developing the technology that 2 burner using for our projects now. Then say this is the one. There is also benefit sharing mechanism because when we are doing the one burner we are organizing various health and when we found that on the Sundarban they are beneficiary, they are not the 2 burners. The participant of people are using mud stoves. There are 2 burners. So get the benefit directly. Preparing them, we are developing the technology. We are organizing different projects that will acceptable to them. Health camps. Then the one. Then there is also benefit sharing mechanism because when we are doing that one and the amount of organizing various carbon health camps. So that we are immediately sharing the one that is taken as the investment participant. Because if we wait for next 1 year or 2 years, when the project will get the benefit carbon credit, because up to that when we are organizing different, we are immediately after distributing health camps, we are starting this one. Then there are other many other education. Then these are the projects which are under development. The amount of I am talking about the silver fishery. As you can see in the map, there is a we are immediately sharing is the one that is taken as the investment. There is ponds are there, if we wait for next 1 year or 2 years, and when the project mangrove yield carbon credits, it has a huge, it will be too late. Potential in we are immediately after. Then we are also working on the biomass energy for water hyacinth. Then these are the projects which are under development, and I'm talking about the silver fishery. As you can see in the map, there is a huge silver fishery we can generate available. There is ponds are there, provide them, and there in the map also you can see the red mangrove area plantation, and then it has a huge, it has drawn into potential in Sundarban. Then we are also working on the biomass energy for water hyacinth. Water hyacinth is a problem in everywhere. So now we are also working on the plastic credit projects. Plastic credit water, the plastic from that water hyacinth we are mostly can generate ends in the sea pellets, and that can provide them. And in the map also you can see the red marks area aquatic in Chilica marine ecosystem has drawn into a. So we are preventing. We are planning to prevent problem. We are developing projects in which we prevent environment of Chilica. Entry of so now we are also working the plastic credit project. This is a plastic credit water. The plastic we are getting fishing net, mostly plastic ends somewhere in the sea. Some maybe left in this, inside the sea. But when we are finding that comes into the ecosystem plantation inside, we are preventing growth of planning to prevent sapling. We are developing projects in which that are actually happening on the ground, and we are entry of ocean-bound plastics. So this is also waste management project, and this is the because when we are organic waste somewhere in some maybe left in the dump yard and produce methane. But so when we are finding that comes into the our plantation inside, we are developing and preventing growth of utilizing those black soldier. These are the impacts that are actually happening on the ground. Prevent the methanation process and make them. So this is also waste management project, and this is the. Because when we are organic waste, that turns into methanation in the dump yard and produce methane, and so that is also a greenhouse gas. So we can we are developing projects utilizing those black soldier fly to make the prevent the methanation process and make them.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, and we are really proud that we are doing this project with Minsao India in Sundarbans. I mean, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce is doing this blue carbon credit project with Minsao India in Sundarbans. Now I request Ms. Aditi Ganguly, Head Product Sustainability of Tata Steel Limited, for her presentation. Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, and we are really proud that we are doing this project with Minsao India in Sundarbans. I mean, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce is doing this blue carbon credit project with Minsao India in Sundarbans. Now I request Ms. Aditi Ganguly, Head Product Sustainability of Tata Steel Limited, for her presentation. Ms. Ganguly, please.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I am audible at the end. So, thank you for having me here, BCCI. The topic that is given to us is importance of sustainability in manufacturing industries, net zero and CBAM. So basically what I am going to good evening, speak in everyone. this I hope I am audible presentation at is the end. How this net zero and CBAM has come thank and you how for having me here, we as a manufacturing BCCI. industry is responding to that. And The topic that is given to us is importance of sustainability in manufacturing industries, So, net zero what and is the CBAM. sustainable So basically what development means, I am what going is the to sustainability speak in means, this, there are various definitions that are around. But how a this simple net zero definition that and CBAM was has come come by and how Brookland Commission, we as a which was manufacturing formed in industry is, 1987, responding to that. It says example, sustainable of course, development for is me development will be that Tata meets the Steel. need of the present without compromising So, the ability what of is the future generations to meet their own development needs. means. What is the sustainability So it's a very means. simple There are various concept definitions that are whatever around. we do, we have to But take a care of simple our definition that was put by Brookland they also Commission, have the similar which was formed in facilities, 1987. Similar kind it of says sustainable things development is enjoy development that what meets we the are need of enjoying. the present without compromising the ability the situation of future same? generations to what meet their what own we have needs. done while we are meeting it's a our very own simple, requirement, our present concept requirement. That whatever we do, So, we have to take care of the our global future landscape. generation. What is happening that in this they area? also have the similar facilities. Similar there is kind a of survey things taken in by enjoy World what Economic we Forum, are enjoying, which was on, and they published a But report on 2023. is the situation same? Which is on what the global what we have risk. done while we are meeting So our the own coming requirement, the our incoming present risk, requirement, which is very So, immediate. The global landscape. in What 2 is years, happening? So people in have this said area. that there will be a societal risk and there will be some climate
there is
risk,
a
etc.
survey
But
taken
if you see
by
the long-term
World
risk,
Economic
Forum, which was
all
on,
the
and they
four
published a
top
report
risks
on
are
2023,
related to
climate, which is on the global risk. So all the catastrophic risk that is going to happen, incoming risk, which is a very 10 years immediate, landscape, is in 2 years related to climate. Said that. And I don't think we need to wait for 10 years. Some climate risk, what is happening in Bangalore. But if you see the long-term risk, all the 4 top risks are related to climate. These are the some key environment that is posing a serious challenge the way we are that is going to happen in, let's say, there is a continuous growing resource demand which we all know because of the population growth. I don't think we need to wait for 10 years. By what is happening in 2040 is the in terms of water largest absolute growth in the world. So these are the some key environment the resource that we are extracting a serious challenge the way we are doing also business. Highest in the world. There is a continuous growing resource that is leading to growing we all know because of the population growth and so India we know what has happened in cheap industry is the largest raw material that is needed. There is already the world. And of that raw material, the resource that we are extracting, the rapid urbanization that is highest in the world. So let us take example of Mumbai. Of course, that is leading to growing resource insecurity. 20,000 we know what has happened square kilometer industries, and is the 9th most raw material that is needed. There is already in the planet. A crunch of that raw material. The environmental degradation, the rapid urbanization that is happening. India is home to 20. Let us take example of Mumbai. 30 most polluted cities. They have 20,000. That is what we are doing actually per square kilometer. And is the 9th most crowded. So of course, this cannot go on for long in the planet. So there are, various the environmental policies, regulations that are coming. India is home to 22 imposed by law. Some are voluntary. Most polluted cities. So in 2015, 2 major events happened. That is what we are doing actually to that UN declares 17 sustainable development goals. Of course, this cannot go on for long for all countries as well as all various policies, regulations that are coming. Some are talks about that we have to contain the temperature. So in 2015, 2 major events happened. I think we all know, most of us knows that what does it mean to us declares 17 sustainable development goals, so which is valid for all countries as well as all came in 2015. Then there was a series of declaration of net zero. Talks about that we have to contain the temperature of the special report within 1.5 degrees centigrade. What does it mean to us? And after that, in 2019, so once this Paris first climate accord said about net 2015 in 2050, then there was a series
net
of
zero
declaration
pledges
of net zero.
by 2019,
So in
net zero
2018,
pledges
covered by one-sixth
the
of the
special
economy.
report of 1.5
By
degrees
2020, Asian countries
centigrade,
also
that
started talking
and
about
after
net
that,
zero, and
in 2019,
Japan and South Korea declared
UK
that they will
first
be net zero by
said
2050.
about net zero,
which is
China
in
declared
2050, that they will be net zero by 2060.
net zero pledges by 2019, net
And
zero
we all know
pledges,
India has
covered
defined
by
that,
one-sixth of the economy.
they will be net zero by 2070.
By 2020, Asian countries also
started talking about net zero, and
there are policies
Japan
that are
and
coming.
South Korea declared that,
For
they
example,
will be
we
net zero
talked
by
about
2050.
CBAM.
So I have one
China
or two
declared
slides
that
on
they
CBAM
will be net
subsequently.
zero
by 2060.
If you see US,
They have Inflation Reduction
and
Act,
we all
which
know
is mainly
India
talking
has
about
defined
that
promoting
they
clean
will be
energy
net
in
zero
their
by
production.
2070.
Europe has got Fit for 55 program, which is by
There are policies
2055
that are
they
coming.
have to be net zero.
They are
For
bringing
example,
CBAM.
we talked about CBAM,
which
so
we'll
I have
talk about.
one or two
India
slides on
is
CBAM
also
subsequently.
launching
compliance
if you
carbon
see
market.
US,
My
they
previous
have
speaker
Inflation
talked
Reduction
about
Act,
voluntary
which is mainly
carbon
talking
market.
about
But there are few
promoting
sectors
clean
for
energy
which
in
carbon
their
market
production.
is going to be
Europe
compliance.
has got Fit for
So that is going to
55
be
program
launched very soon, which is
we are
by
also launching green
2055
hydrogen
they have to be
mission,
net zero. They are
and there is a
CBAM,
push towards renewable
which
energy.
we'll talk about.
China has also
India
launched
is
their,
also
carbon
launching
trading
compliance
system.
carbon market.
Europe,
My previous speaker
has a very
talked
active,
about voluntary carbon
you know,
market.
carbon,
But there are few sectors for which carbon market is
other
going to be
kind of
compliance.
development that is happening.
So that is
The
going
other
to be
stakeholders,
launched
how
very
they are
soon.
reacting.
We
So
are
if you
also
say
launching green
investment,
hydrogen mission.
so if
And there
must
is a
have
push
heard that,
towards renewable energy.
Investors
China
are
is
not
also
investing
launched
to
their,
some of the
carbon
investors, not
trading
all
system.
at this point of time.
Europe
not investing
has
to,
a very active
plants which are having
carbon
coal
market
as their main raw material.
Other kind of development
This
that is
particular,
happening, the other
the
stakeholders,
top
how they
corner
are
graph, if
reacting.
you see,
So if you
they
say
say that
investment,
if a company
so
is having a good
you must have
ESG
heard that
rating,
they
actually
investors are
enjoy
not
a lower
investing to
cost of capital.
some of the investors, not
There's
all,
a lot of
at this point of time.
stakeholder
They are not
activism.
investing to citizens are much more
plants
aware
which
now
are having
to coal as their main raw
years
material,
back,
where
this
they are
particular
demanding a
top
lot of things
corner
from
graph,
the
if you
industry.
see,
Industry
they
cannot
say that if a
survive
company is
without
having a good
taking
care
care
of
of
the
the
citizens
rating.
around them.
They
There are many
actually
such
enjoy a
examples
lower
that has happened.
cost of capital.
That is still Europe.
There's a lot of
even our
stakeholder activism.
also seen some
Citizens
this
are
kind
much
of
more aware now compared to
disturbances,
from the citizen a few years back, where
CBAM,
they are
my
demanding a
previous
lot of
speakers
things from
talked
the
about
industry.
some of
cannot
the sectors
survive without
taking
cement,
care of the
iron and
citizens
steel,
around them.
aluminium,
There are
fertilizer,
many such
electricity
examples
and
that has
hydrogen.
happened.
They
That
will
is
be
still Europe,
facing now the
even
tax.
our Netherlands plant has
So
also seen
whatever
some this kind
these
of
industries are exporting
disturbances
to Europe from the citizen. These industries are basically being chosen
my
because of the
previous
high
speakers
carbon
talked
leakage.
about.
So they are
Some of
industries,
these
sectors,
they have a cap and trade mechanism.
cement, iron and steel, aluminium,
emit
fertilizer,
carbon
electricity and
beyond a
hydrogen.
certain limit.
They
So
will be
most
facing
probably
now
they are
the tax.
what they are doing is they are
Whatever
transferring their manufacturing
these industries
to
are exporting to
some
Europe,
countries where there is no such carbon policy.
these industries
So
are
to stop
basically
that, they have introduced
chosen
this
because of the
and they
high
have
carbon
selected
leakage.
these
So they are
six
industries
they
on the
have a cap
basis
and
of
trade mechanism.
high
They
risk
cannot,
of carbon leakage,
emit
covering
carbon
more than
beyond a certain
45% of
limit.
the CO2
So
emission.
most probably they
And
are
what they are doing is they are actually transferring their manufacturing to CBAM from some countries where there is no such carbon policy. They will be only collecting
to stop
data.
that,
They
they
have
will be
introduced
observing
this,
what is
and they have
the
selected
kind of
these
emission that is
six
happening.
industries on the basis of
2026 onwards,
high
they will
risk
start
of carbon
putting
leakage
tax
on that, maybe
covering
not
more than
everything together
45% of the
phase-wise,
CO2 emission.
but
And
2020
the practical feasibility.
2033 onwards, there will be 100%
CBAM
from 20 tax on CBAM
23 to
goods, and
2025, they will
many
be
more
only
material will
collecting
come
data.
into this.
They will be
observing what is the kind of emission that is
And if you
happening.
see the India
2026
export
onwards, they
market
will start
to,
putting tax
on
that.
Europe.
Maybe not everything
We
together
have
phase-wise.
25% export
But
of CBAM
2020
material to Europe.
2033
So we are at a
onwards,
high risk
there
zone.
will be 100%
And
the
tax
right
on
side
CBAM
graph
goods,
says
and if Europe
many more
for
material will
steel,
come
let's
into
say,
this.
if
if Europe has a emission, CO2 emission of Indian export market to 8 ton per ton of crude steel. We have compared to that 25% export of CBAM material to Europe. Crude steel, we are at a high risk zone. 2.7 tons of CO2 per ton. Right side graph says that is the kind of if Europe we are doing for we have to pay for it. If Europe has a emission CO2 emission, so all this is happening around us, and as a manufacturing industry, we have to respond of crude steel. Compared to that, India has Why manufacturing industry should be bothered? So this is what it says 2.7 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel. 26% of the emission comes from manufacturing industries. We have to pay for it, so we have to be ready for it. And among that, iron and steel is one of the highest all this is emitter. Happening it is a hard to abate sector. And as a manufacturing industry, we have to respond. Then comes pulp and paper, then chemical, then cement and other industries. Why manufacturing industry should be bothered? So this is what CO2 of the world, IEA report is that of the world's energy 26% of the emission comes from manufacturing industries. We have to do something about it. And among that, iron and steel is one of the highest emitter. It is hard to abate. Let's say if I take an example of steel, we can't then comes pulp and paper, then chemical, then cement, and there's a great demand of steel and it is going to increase. And India will be one of the, and you are 54% of the steel producer of the world. Focus is by 2050. We have to do something. We have to produce, but we have to be environmentally friendly. But let's say if I take an example of steel, in terms of our customers, they are also asking, for example, a great demand of automobile steel and it is going to increase, and India will be one of the, they are not only talking about 1/5 of the steel producer of the world about life cycle by 2050. So we have to produce, but we have to be environmentally friendly. Is promising. There's a lot of, in the construction there are changes in the ecosystem in terms of our customers. They are also asking green material. Many of the automobile steel is one of the major become net zero construction sector. They are not only talking about the emission, tailpipe emission. So all this kind of life cycle pressure is coming to manufacturing industry like steel. Hyundai is promising. There's a lot. So how are we responding? In the construction example from Tata Steel talked about how are we? There is a lot of focus working on CO2, green material in the construction sector. Steel is one of the major. Sustainability is not only about CO2 and environment. There is much more to that. Is required. So how are we working on? So all this kind of so for circularity, what we are doing, we are trying to put more and more scrap. So how are we responding? Virgin material, some example use more scrap. How are we working on CO2? How we work? So that will be better for universe. Sustainability is not only about CO2. We are trying to put scrap-based steel plant. Much more to that plant will be coming in Ludhiana. And in the existing circularity, what we are doing, we are trying to put more and more technologically possible. We are trying to move instead of virgin material. You can see the graph. Scrap has got. Then there is a lot of coal and coke that will be better for our process. So we have a very high. We are trying to put scrap-based steel plant. We are trying to use alternate plant will be coming in Ludhiana to reduce dependence on coke process and coal. Also, as much as possible. We are again investing technologically possible. We are trying to put more scrap. You can see the graph. We are unable to reduce the CO2. Can be then there is a lot of coal and coke that we use in our process. Technologies are a bit commercial, but we are trying to use alternate materials is still we reduce dependence on coke and coal. CO2 we are again investing heavily on carbon capture and utilization in the steel industry in our Jamshedpur. We are unable to reduce the CO2 and of course lot of green energy that we are trying to bring in our capturing technologies are so we have done but the purchase agreement with Tata Power which will actually make but we have 15% of our energy CO2 as renewable energy by a year or so. Plant first time in the steel industry in our Jamshedpur plant. And so you can see and of course different sustainability green energy that we are trying to bring in our how we have done over years. So we have done 505 we talk about purchase agreement with Tata Power which will actually make 15% of our energy as renewable energy by a year or so. There are plans to further reduce it. Freshwater consumption. And so you can see all the different sustainability KPIs we are monitoring closely. So continuously we have done over years for our steel making 505 we talk about CO2 dust emission. We were also we are trying to reduce tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel. We have come down to 2.3637. There are plans improving to further reduce it. Sustainability freshwater consumption. We have taken is a precious material. We are actually trying to work with our continuously we are reducing partners freshwater intake for our steel making help them to make their process greener. Dust emission. So we have made certain policies. Also we are trying to reduce. We are doing their process audit. We are hand-holding them, guiding them to make their processes also improving our greener, own sustainability and KPIs. We have taken this. We are actually trying to work with our so with that and partners. How can we make help them to make their process greener? So we have made certain policies. Careful enough. We are doing their process audit. We are hand-holding them, guiding them to make their processes also greener, cleaner, and more sustainable. Yeah, so with that and with this quote, I'd like to end my
Thank you, Ms.
presentation.
Ganguly. Thank you, Mr. Pradhan.
We all will be now
That was
careful
actually a very
enough to make the
wonderful session.
processes around us.
Now I request Mr. Sanjay Behra, our chairperson of the Manufacturing Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished speakers. Thank you, Ms. Ganguly. Thank you, Mr. Pradhan. That was actually a very wonderful session. Next session is our last session. Behra, our chairperson of the Manufacturing Committee of the Bengal Chamber, and after the session, hand over the mementos to our distinguished go for the prize ceremony, award ceremony, the 14th edition of our award ceremony. So for the next session, I request next session is our last session by Mr. P.K. Wilson Potte, that's a very Chief Marketing and Chief Marketing Officer Tata Steel Limited, go for the prize ceremony, Mr. Prashul Nonde, Partner PwC, and Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO Felix Consulting Private Limited. So for the next session, theme of the session is digital automation will be moderated AI, by Mr. robotics and cloud computing, Chief Productivity Enhancement Officer I request the moderator and the distinguished panelists to kindly partner PwC and Mr. Gaurav Mathur, CEO, Felix Consulting Private Limited. The theme of the session is digital automation through AI, robotics and cloud computing for productivity enhancement. I request the moderator and the distinguished panelists to kindly come to the dais, please.
Let you face life and fond memories you've collected across borders. The stories that celebrate your legacy. The ones that enrich life. Stories that give you new perspectives. At DBS Treasures India, we help manage every and let you face life with confidence so that you can continue to create stories that are true treasures beyond memory. The stories that celebrate your legacy. The ones that enrich life and are better experienced than described.
And
at DBS Treasures India, we help manage every aspect of your banking and wealth needs so that you can continue to create stories that are true treasures beyond wealth.
Relate because this is something which is becoming very important to us, something which we cannot do away with. Good evening, everyone. Digital. And so just a quick welcome, Gaurav, and reminiscing our younger days. This session is so all of us remember mainframes. All of us will relate. Mainframes were there. This is something large mainframes, and all of us know IBM mainframes. This was for large scale mass computing. And then from mainframes, so just a quick, the whole industry moved to personal computers. From personal computers, we moved to younger days, networked computers. So all of us remember mainframes. We could work together. Mainframes were there in closed environments. Large mainframes. From there, all of us know IBM. Then came the web. This was and we could work borderless across. And then from mainframes, and as we started working borderless, the whole industry moved. Then came personal computers. From personal computers, we moved and cloud computing, network computers, in terms of a lot of savings, infrastructure together. In closed environments. Cloud computing also brought in. Then came the web, a collaborative environment. We could work borderless across with mobile users. And as we started working borderless, you find a lot of digital usage from mobile devices and mobile devices, along which integrated cloud computing. Promised in cloud computing, a lot of savings, so a lot of data infrastructure costs, and from data which was being churned, cloud computing also brought big data came in. And from big data, a lot of insights started coming. Integration with mobile users. Insights started coming. So you find innovation a lot of started digital usage from mobile devices up. And mobile devices. So as we have traversed this journey, computing, cloud computing. What next? So a lot of we have heard about which was being AI, generative and AI. From data which was being we've seen robotics. That is how big data came in. So and from big data, a lot of insights started coming in. All about and when insights AI, started coming in, robotics, innovation started, and cloud computing technology cropping up. So while as we've traversed this journey, very much relevant and prevalent. We've heard about also AI, generative AI. We've seen and robotics. We say that those who will not embrace today's panel discussion is on are likely to face AI, the digital Darwinism. and cloud computing. So that is why I think in the first session also we heard. While I think this is about that very much relevant and prevalent also in industry, extinct. And we say that this subject is so important those who will not embrace this, and also for us to introspect where we are in this journey, are likely to face. Secondly, the digital Darwinism. Someone said that this so that is why I think in the first session also we heard here now. Gaurav, I think you spoke about the challenge is it is not even. Companies do not. When I say it is not even, if you look at some industries. And to that extent, this subject all of us have mobiles, we have Netflix, and also for us to introspect where we are in this journey. So if you look at the media industry, it is someone said very much advanced. This digital future. If you look at fintechs here now, fintechs are also very much advanced. The challenge is it is not even. So there are industries which are very much advanced. If you look at some industries, whereas there are industries, if you look at all of us have mobiles, we have Netflix, we have Hotstar. So if you look at the media industry, it is adoption of digital, very much advanced is making a difference. But when we go into manufacturing, and that is how we connect to the subject here, manufacturing and so MSME there are industries which are very much advanced. Adoption is slightly lower, whereas there are even industries, large corporates, services, the adoption of kind AI of services or robotics also moderate is lower. I would say medium to high. And when we talk about of digital, MSMEs, and how digital is making a difference, it is even much lower. When we go into manufacturing, so and that is we heard in the morning that the subject is manufacturing and not MSME excellence. Just get the adoption is slightly lower, but need to embrace. Even in large corporates, the adoption of subject AI becomes relevant for all of us here is in terms of how do we and what do we embrace when we talk about AI, when we talk about MSMEs and cloud computing. It is even much lower. All of us, if we heard in the morning that this is something which we cannot. If you go to automotive, just assembly line, there are no people go by, but need to embrace, and otherwise we'll be extinct. I visited some of the steel plants globally. The subject becomes relevant for all of us here. You start from one end to the other. How do we and what do we embrace when we talk about AI, when we talk about robotics, you'll see lots of computing technologies. So there are all of us. There is evolution which has taken place, and there are benefits to that. If you go to automotive robots assembly line, there are no people taking care of production. And when we come to the MSME plants globally, I think traditionally MSMEs have start from one end to the other, you will not find any people competing on quality and competing on productivity. You'll see lots of people. And all these three, so there is evolution which has taken place, and there are benefits to that. And how robots are actually, and something which can be delivered through robotics, through AI, and when we come to the MSME domain, but still the challenge remains. Traditionally, MSMEs have been competing on cost, take a guess, competing on quality and competing on productivity. Today, the usage and all of these various applications are very in the MSME manufacturing domain key in terms of is limited to, and something which can be delivered through robotics, through AI, and through cloud computing. Not, but still the challenge remains. If I have to just HR, take a finance, etc. I think when MSMEs usage of becoming various applications in our grow and MSME manufacturing domain, I think there are other areas apart from limited to which they need to be more competitive. Accounting, more productive, and hence not this subject becomes important. It has come into through this question open HR, finance to Prasoon, etc. But I think when MSMEs are becoming more competitive, need to grow and global MSME industry, I think there are other areas apart from these three which they need to be more competitive, where more productive, and hence the subject becomes important. So I would embrace AI, robotics, and question open to versus to Prasoon areas where, and then over a period of time this will become which important. Are the areas where the MSME industry, a very good specifically if I say manufacturing, you can comment on services also, where we will see the immediate benefits or the need to embrace AI, robotics, and cloud computing. Extremely relevant areas where over a period of time this will become
as important. We are as India, as we are first of all trying to a very good compete globally, connecting with all of you, many different other countries like China and others to be here, as we aim to become multi-trillion economy. Extremely relevant sector obviously plays a very, very important role. As we are, as India, as we are, as you said, trying to, there are compete areas which they clearly lack. Many different other countries like China and others. It is also an advantage for them because they are not carrying any baggage economy, and hence they can straight away jump into the most modern way of adopting the technologies. Of course, as you said.
However, having said so,
there are
in the
areas
manufacturing
which they
sector,
clearly lack.
if I look at the sector and the different parts of the processes, it is also an advantage for them because they are not carrying any baggage. And there are parts where adopting technologies way of time taking
the technology
and requires a little bit of. However, having said so, in the manufacturing sector, whereas if I look at the sector and the different parts of the processes that they follow, where the sector has to quicker benefits, has to be. The first, as we are seeing, there are parts where last adopting technologies, particularly after time taking, COVID has and requires many organizations are adopting the use of these latest technologies, like whereas AI, there are certain parts of the processes that they follow where they can get quicker benefits in the space of customer engagement. As we are seeing in the, because that is an area where particularly so basically let us also understand the adoption of these technologies many depend highly on adopting not only the use putting in a lot of digital technologies like AI, but also based technologies, having an ability to have a quality input and data available to you. Right? If you don't have the quality, that is an area where. So basically, your also decision-making of these technologies of this kind depend highly on is not going to be that putting in a lot of digital systems to also deliver the value to the business. Having an ability to have whereas quality internal availability of the data is one thing. If you don't have the quality of the world data available, particularly why customer decision-making are taking a leap of this kind of digital in this particular space is not going to be that. If you look at the world today, a lot of data that we are deliver the value outside with the use of this technology, internal availability of the data is one thing. But then if you look at the world, gone are those days, particularly 20 years back, where you need to have a lot of processing taking a leap to be done even before I can have any meaningful output of it. If you look at the world today, advent of a lot of data that we are getting from outside, like latest version, with the use of this latest technology, it can you are able and big data and many different other technologies. You do not require to have lot of processing to be done back where you need to have lot of processing. You can just throw lot of information into this kind of system, meaningful output of it. Very intelligent. The advent of enough to process that data and give you which is like a meaningful output which you can be very confident of. You are able, so this is the first area which many different other technologies is extremely important. You do not require to have a lot of processing to be done in the data. We are seeing lot of benefit. You can just throw lot of information into this kind of systems. In MSME, you have a big challenge. Very intelligent with talent to process that data and give you a meaningful output which you can be very confident to get you what you need. So this is the first area which I thought has always been a challenge. Is extremely important. And if I look at it area at large, which even India has we are seeing a lot of benefit for the larger industries as well. See, right? In MSME, now you have a big challenge. These technologies are also solving part of this management, right? To attract talent, you are to get these technologies what you need. AI and ML and all has always been stuff a where. And part of the skill at large required by the individual. Part of the skill is not required by the individual. The machine is going to do it. Now. These technologies that is another are also solving part where I'm seeing a lot of impact, right, being done by these newer technologies. You are having these technologies adopting AI and ML and all this other stuff where understand it more. Part of the skill they are able to required by the individual. Part of the skill is not required by the individual. The machine is going to do it. So that is another area where I'm seeing a lot of impact in terms of being done by these newer technologies. As MSMEs are adopting these technologies in bits and pieces, by the way, which you will understand it more. And they are able to get quicker benefit. Of course, there are some longer-term benefits coming into.
Because we are seeing in the manufacturing sector, not many youngsters want to come and join, and especially
a long-term vision in the
traditional
manufacturing sector.
And I will probably tell about that. So Prasoon, in my own company, I think we have created a digital twin in terms of steel making. So digital to make steel, you don't need to go to the blast furnace and source of attracting the talent shop and melt shop. But because we are seeing in the manufacturing sector, not many youngsters want to come and join, one single wall, people sit together in the traditional and so it's manufacturing sectors. Digital wall where people in my own company, we have created a digital twin of Same thing which we have developed now. To make steel, you don't need to go to the blast furnace, and so we can do remote steel shop mining operations and remote. But you can do it because all the controls that is something together in one place. A youngster would like to do instead of standing near a blast furnace. And so it's a air-conditioned, very important digital that you mentioned. Where people can just. Gaurav, if I can come to you in terms of, you can touch upon the same thing which we have developed now for digital one of the for mining. So we can do remote mining operations and remote cost steel manufacturing. And if cost is one of the like to do criteria, not only in terms of reduction of operating costs, but also investment that you mentioned into these technologies. If I can come to you, would be in terms of real consideration for an question on the areas, and but whether one of the points which they would get a benefit is after having invested this cost in terms of operating cost reductions. If cost is one of the is criteria, not technologies which can make it possible. Operating costs, and also investment. How big is this cost, or is there a real saving if we get it? Real consideration for an cloud computing versus whether standalone they would get a benefit after having invested this cost in terms of operating cost reductions.
On cost,
are there use cases like that?
What does technology cost?
Are there technologies which
now
can make it possible?
And also, the cost of your survival.
How big is this cost, or is there a real saving if we get it? If the MSMEs get into cloud computing versus
but if you look at the way
servers,
most of the cloud companies today are offering. So the question is to you naturally on subscription-based solutions, right? What and when you're looking at subscription-based solutions, now the basic thing you can disconnect your cost of your survival, tools, right? If you feel that they're not working for you, you really have to allow you to subscribe for a year, 2 years, 3 years. If you look at the way, so if you're just running on the cloud companies today are offering and you're options not looking at your cost of goods sold, you're not looking at change in price. And when you're looking at subscription-based solutions, putting your business at risk. So while there is the initial cost that might go out, that they're not working but for then you. Right, so they allow you to subscribe for a year, if 2 you're building a factory of the future. So if you're just running on a pure play accounting application, then these costs have to be part of your cost of goods sold. You're not your strategy cost. Price. It's not the cost. You're really automating putting your business at the cost of your strategy. So while there is the initial cost that might we all know that if you're not growing, we will die. I talked in the because somebody will come and replace if you're building a factory of the future. If you're building in that sense of the future, while these applications are not as costly part of your, I started my career maybe your strategy cost. It's not the cost of and automating something today. It's the cost of your strategy. We used to come into factories. We all know that if you're not growing, we will given to us, right? Because somebody will come and replace what we are doing today. Coming in that sense, and we had all these applications are not as costly. Now zoom into today. I started my career maybe about 25, 28 years. I don't have that luxury. And I was come down drastically. By the way, and you don't have to worry about upgrades. You don't have to worry about adoption of artificial intelligence because we were consultants. That today's ERP consultants when you're creating an item master, and we had all the luxuries of life. The image now of the zoom into today within the consultants today. If you are an accounts don't have that luxury, software costs normally when we are putting our expenses, you don't have to worry about upgrades. You don't have to worry about trends, adoption of artificial intelligence. You've been accounting ERP. These are the segments, accounting segments you should choose. It can generate. So system is giving that artificial intelligence out of the box within the ERP. So technology, if you are an accounts guy, converging, then converging when we are putting our basic ERP application, the system can suggest while there's a lot of the buzzword about adopting the way you've been accounting, you need not you've been accounting. These are the segments for your AI, right? You can simply look at. So system is giving that modern ERP out of the box to you. Everything so technology is so you in can a way today scan an invoice converging directly into an ERP and it will punch it for you. While there's a lot of buzzword about adopting buy a separate you need not robotic process automation separate tool strategy for or you don't need to for your AI or you can simply look at adopting at you are basically applications the future by adopting a modern cloud so you technology. Can today scan so the only urge that I have directly into an ERP and go beyond an accounting application right? So you don't if need you really to really sustain buy a separate let's say robotic process automation tool or you don't need to buy or understand a separate AI tool so you are basically investing into the future by adopting a modern cloud technology so the only urge that I have for everybody normally is go
mature
beyond an accounting
to a certain
application
level, or
if
it
you
is to
really
do with
want to
the
sustain your
business
business.
environment which is there, and
Gaurav,
hence it is an imperative. What you
exactly
articulated the benefits,
drives and
but
says that this is
the
the
same
time that
answer could have been
this
given
change
5 years
and this
back
adoption
also,
has to be quick.
or maybe not now, but 2 years later. But why is this something to do with where the MSMEs have
Not
grown and
necessarily
evolved and
necessitated
matured to a certain level, or it is to do
due
with
to
the business environment which
some
is
other
there, and
factor
hence
than
it
the
is an
business
imperative?
environment
What
factors today.
exactly
Now, whether it is
drives
the
and says
availability
that
of the
this
skill
is the
which is
time
causing
that
this transition,
change and this
or
adoption
it
has
is
to
your
be quick?
OEM. So, for example, we heard about sustainability data. Now, if you have to work with Tata, you have to Not submit your necessarily sustainability data to them. And if your company is not running on an ERP which does not have the maintenance data or the water consumption
whether it is
data,
the
the
electrical
electrical
data,
data skill, which
we
is
recently
completed a
transition,
project with,
or
it
one
is
of the
your
Airtel group
OEM.
companies
So,
called
for
Bharti
example, we
Realty.
heard about
And
sustainability
all of a
data.
sudden before
Now,
the
if you have to
financial year
work with
closing, they
Tata,
wanted
you have
ESG
to
data to
submit
be
your
captured.
sustainability data.
So
to
whether
them.
you are working
and
with
if
a
your
larger
company
OEM,
is not
you
running
have
on
to
an
work
ERP
in that
which
environment,
does
so you
not
need
have
the
the maintenance
maintenance
data
data,
or the water
now that
consumption
where does
data
that
or the
ESG data
electrical
come
data.
from? It comes
We
from your
recently
supplier
completed a
master,
project with
it comes from your
one of the
item
Airtel
master,
group companies
that
called
comes from
Bharti
your
Realty.
maintenance
data.
And
So
they, all of a sudden
before the financial year closing, they wanted ESG data to be
like I said,
captured.
availability of
So whether you are working
or
with a
how
larger
your OEMs
OEMs are operating,
you have
and then
to
the cost of
work in that
technology has gone
environment, so you
down.
need that ESG
right?
data.
And post-COVID, what
where
we are
does that
seeing
ESG
is
data come
no
from?
matter
It
where
comes
you
from
are
your
sitting,
supplier master,
your data should
it
be
comes from
available.
your
It is not
item master,
necessary that I
it
should be
comes from your
physically be
maintenance
available.
data, where
So
my data
environmental
center is
business
there.
environment factors are putting us there.
Rasool,
Like I said,
you,
availability of
had
talent,
mentioned one
or
word
how
which
your
I picked
OEMs
up,
are operating,
about
and then
data
the
on
cost of
consumers.
technology has
So
gone down.
I'm just trying to connect,
right? And
because
post-COVID, what we are
in
seeing
the
is
last few years
no
we've
matter
seen
where you are
MSMEs
sitting,
grow a
your
lot
data
in
should be
export
available.
markets.
It is not necessary that I should be
for
physically
India
be
to be
available where my
competitive,
data center is there.
one of the needs is also, my hypothesis
Rasool,
is
you,
that
had mentioned
MSME,
one word which I picked up,
MSME
about
company as a
data on
as a brand
consumers.
should be recognized.
So I'm
in
just
the
trying to
markets.
connect
Their
because
product in the last few years we have
brand
seen
also should be
MSMEs
recognized over a period
grow
of
a
time
lot
the
in
markets.
export markets,
And that is how I
and
feel
for
they
India
can
to be
compete.
so competitive.
Can this be enabled?
One of the
through
needs
the
is also
customer
my
data,
hypothesis
etc. that you said,
that,
or
in some ways
MSME
company
as
as
a
MSMEs to
as
be a brand
should
or
be
their
recognized
products
in
to
the
be
markets,
a branded
their
products.
product
recognized,
or a product brand
as
also
a
should be
premium
recognized over a
branded
period of
products
time
in the markets.
And
Can
that is how
AI
I
or
feel
cloud
they
computing
can compete.
or
So
robotics anyway.
can this be
Anyway, help
enabled
with the subject?
through the customer data, etc. that you said,
not
or
straight away, but
in some
let
ways
us also let us
to
understand
be
for a moment that
MSMEs
what
to be a
are we,
brand, or their
living
products
with
to
at
be
this
a
point of-
branded products, recognized as
no
a
doubt
premium
that
branded products in the market.
post-COVID there
Can
have been a
AI
surge,
or cloud computing
We have
or
all
robotics
seen
anyway.
everybody doing so
Anyway,
well,
help in
and
the
then
subject?
things are getting normalized due to various reasons.
Not straight
However,
away,
in this
but,
normalization
let us
phase, what
understand
is
for a
coming
moment
out
that what are we
or emerging out
living with at this point
is
of
that people are looking for, whether it is
no doubt that
you being MSME supplying to a larger organization or to the end consumer,
everybody doing so well.
everybody
and
is
then
trying to
things
look
are
for
getting
value
normalized
formalized
due to various reasons.
every product
However,
that you're
in
going
this
to deliver
normalization
to
phase,
anyone
what is coming
whether it is
out
B2B or
or
B2C,
emerging out,
there is a
is that there
people are
there
looking
has to be an
for whether it
appreciation
is,
of the value that the product
you
delivers
being MSME
to the
supplying
cost
to
of
a
the product
larger
delivered.
organization,
Therefore,
or to the
on
end
one
consumer,
side, when
everybody
I
is trying to look for
competition
value
being
for
there,
money,
which forces me to
every product
look at
that you are
my
going to
cost and
deliver
hence
to anyone,
introduce, or
whether it is B2B
definitely
or
get
B2C,
get in your
there is
digital
a-
systems to understand
there is
where
has to be an appreciation of the value
and
that
for
the
that,
product delivers,
to the
having
cost
a
of the
robust
product delivered.
integrated ERP
Therefore,
systems,
on one
intelligent
side,
ERP processes
when I have
are
competition
extremely
being
necessary.
there, on the other
which
side, forces me
understanding the quality of the product, understand where the consumer is feeling the value in your digital system becomes also very necessary. Where how do you do spending money? You have to analyze this consumer data, having a robust, very efficient ERP systems, and intelligent. To do that in a very efficient manner, you need either human on the other side or understanding the quality of the product, human-led tech. Understand where the consumer is feeling the value in the product. Whatever you do becomes also very necessary. How do you to access these? You have to analyze this consumer data allows you very efficient manner to enhance your power. To do that in a very efficient manner, you need you may have a lot of human experience or and what we call today is human-led in terms of intelligence in terms of assessing the data, analyzing the data. Whatever you do, you may not be very consistent. you need to access today's world changing so fast that allows different ways. It is very difficult for one to analyze keep on updating. You may have a lot of experience, and you just use this technology aided by your experience, which is why I'm in terms of assessing human-led analyzing and tech-powered. But you may not be very consistent. Your chance of analyzing and today's world changing so fast in so different ways. In a way, it is possible. It is very difficult for one to your vision updating yourself to generate value, whereas more value out of your products. This technology will make you by your experience, which is why I'm calling human-led and tech-powered. Then your chance of analyzing and taking the right decisions becomes very high. So yes, in a way it is possible that this data coupled with, for example, your vision to generate value, more value out of your products will make you more successful.
I'm sure this question comes up in terms of, is there a use case? Where will I use this and how will I get the benefit? So are the use cases when we move the MSME digital, we need to buy in various segments technology. For example, I need to invest in the reason to invest or rather the benefit to invest. And very often in each company, I'm sure this question comes up in terms of, is there a use case? Where will I use this and how will I get the benefit? So are there use cases in the MSME?
There are several use cases, for example, even in the projects that we've done, whether it's the Bloom Hotel, which had a lot of accounting applications running in their branches, but they wanted to consolidate and have a single view of what's happening at a hotel branch. Okay, or we've done a project with a pet store called Ziggly. Now, there are several use cases, for example, even in the projects that we've done, whether it's the Bloom Hotel, it's a startup of a larger organization, lot of accounting applications running in their branches, looking at an ERP, but they wanted to consolidate and not have double minds about it of what's happening at a hotel. We are looking at organizations like Lippy, a project with over here in Kolkata. We have Impocket. Now, Ziggly, there are several use cases today across showrooms of Ziggly everywhere. The highest buying today, it's a startup of a larger organization named Cosmo. Now, manufacturing sector looking at is we are working with a company called Newspace, which got a huge amount of funding recently. It's been in the news. We are working with Gencrest, which is again a manufacturing company. So there are several. One thing is very clear to all manufacturing companies today, or the highest services organization, is happening that if we are not automating our manufacturing sector, right, is we are working with a company called Newspace. The talent will not join us. A huge amount of decision making will not be in the news. We will end up calculating a gross margin only at the end of the year. One thing is very clear after the adoption of the technology, you are looking at your gross margin and EBITDA. With every purchase order and every sale order that processes now. So you can take the decisions whether I need to. It's not going to happen. The talent will not join us. I don't need to pick up the speed of decision making will not be there. How will it impact? We will end up calculating a gross margin. So you don't need to wait for the trial balance to come out after the adoption to figure out whether you did a good job or a gross margin and EBITDA. With every purchase order, lot of banners over here, which are full of logos of whether I need to. Pick up this sales order, I don't need to pick up the sale order.
Thanks.
Right? Just how will it impact
one
my
last question with all these benefits which
so you don't need to wait for the trial balance to come out to figure out whether you did a good job or a bad job. So in fact we have a lot of banners over here which are full of logos of MSME
thinking framework or decision
companies.
Making framework for a CEO of an MSME company. Just one last question. With all these benefits which we've heard,
first of all,
an MSME customer
this
wants
is
to
not
now
going to be an
buy
optional
an ERP or a cloud computing.
It has to be part of core strategy for everybody.
Investment in AI.
Because
what is a kind of a thinking framework or
I don't think we can live in a world without technology
for a CEO of an MSME company. What would you suggest?
Second thing, when I'm trying to think of this strategy, first of all, how do I want to start? This is not going to be an optional thing to think of adopting technology, and it has to be part of core strategy technology as a generalized term because I don't think you use ERP or AI or cloud. They actually come all. Second thing, when I'm trying to think of this in today's world, how do I want to ERP as a software has evolved and matured so much, adopting technology, and that I'm trying. You don't have to use technology as a generalized a way to implement it. If you look at today's world, most of the AI or cloud, they actually come all they are equipped with lot of AI in today's world. So it is a technology that you need to adopt.
Evolved and matured so much.
Why? Because that technology gives you all the best practices in terms of processes. A way to implement. You need to just adopt your processes. If you look at today's world, most of the ERPs you will see the benefit coming straight away. And they are equipped. I have seen a lot of organizations struggling for 15-20 days to close their month. So it is a technology that you need to adopt. Today, they can have a draft ready on 29th of the month. The technology gives you all the best practices in terms of processes. On 2nd of the month, you need to just adopt the CEO and MD and the board can have a meeting. You will see the benefit. That's a great power. I have seen a lot of organizations struggling for 15-20 days to close their month. When this kind of thing happens. Today, they can have a draft ready on 29th of the month. There is another thing that is going on. On 2nd of the month, to keep. When you do this CEO and MD and the board can have a meeting. Because everybody is doing this investment, I would also like to do. It should not happen like that. The board will get if you make an investment also when this kind of thing happens. Make a process to track that investment. And most importantly, because there is another thing that is going on. Since I have made that investment on an AI technology, when you do this investment, a lot of times what happens is, because everybody is doing this investment, I would also like to do. On one side, it is absolutely necessary to make that investment. If you make an investment, but do not get into make a process, do not turn your eye from it, thinking that since I have done the investment, just do not think that since I have made that investment on an AI technology or that cloud-based, we also make some KPIs to understand I will get the benefit. What is the impact? On one side, it is absolutely necessary to make that investment, and you have to do it on a continuous basis. Get into to keep on refining your approach towards using this from it, thinking that since I have done the investment, anyway I'm going to get it back. So therefore, it is extremely important for the audience. We also make some KPIs to understand what is the impact these technologies are generating for you, and you have to do it on a continuous basis. There were a lot of risks to keep on refining your approach towards using these technologies.
Today, how does that risk? So I said last question, but I just thought maybe it would be relevant for the audience. Many years ago,
this is one of the favorite things that I always tell all my customers. The data is more insecure in your property than it's at the data center, right? Because the people who are working in your organization are the people who are going to jump and join a competitor, right? With all your bill of material and recipe and formulas, right? So with all the cloud, this is one of the favorite things that I always tell layers that they are providing is not something the data is more insecure in your property, and the government has done the job of bringing the data, right? Because the people who are working in your organization are the people who are going to have all the and join a competitor, right? With all your bill of material and recipe and formulas everywhere in India. So with all the cloud, you never know that today the level of data centers in Hyderabad, Mumbai is not Noida, you name it, it's there. So it's not in your property, but it's near site, right? So data residency rule. And if you look at, we have all the Adani, all the kind of data centers, you should read that news very carefully everywhere in India. That's how the economy is structuring. So you never know that they bring in the data. There are data centers in the country, Mumbai, and immediately Google buys 500. So it's not in your property, but it's from near site, right? So and if you look at servers are coming to India, all the they are there where you are sitting data centers, and you should read that news very carefully because that's how the economy is structuring today. They bring in the data, least of your botherations in the country, and in fact just to Google buys 500. The last question that you asked about how you should go out from your evaluations, right? Like I mentioned, that Felix as an organization, the servers are coming to India. Agnostic. They are there where you are sitting. The first step for any company much to evaluate what you could any ERP so I think that should be the least of your botherations. Talking to you, and in fact, just to add to the last question that you asked about how you should go about with your evaluation. Right now. Important is somebody like I mentioned that Felix as an organization evaluation journey is product agnostic. I think that the first step for somebody who's a real partner evaluate any ERP evaluation is to writing your project partner who is not just you select the right team, make the code team, and then buy the product. Microsoft the product is secondary. Important right now. All of them will give you plus minus 5 features here and there. Evaluation journey, rupees here and there. But what is somebody who's a real partner to you as a evaluator, writing your project plan, or a vendor helping you select the right team, make the core team, and then buy the product. The product is
maybe one
secondary.
Or two questions at best.
All of them will give you plus minus 5 features here and there. The cost will be 5. rupees here and there. But what is important is have somebody as a advisor, a mentor,
So we close. Thank
or
you very much.
a vendor who
Thanks
can
for
help you in that
patiently hearing
evaluation.
us. Thanks Gaurav, thanks Prasoon.
Thank you, distinguished panelists, for a
maybe
most
one or two
intelligent
questions
session
at best,
on artificial intelligence.
if there are any.
I would now request Mr. Sanjay Behra, Chairperson of our Manufacturing and
audience.
MSME Committee, to kindly hand over the mementos to the panelists.
No.
Okay. So we close. Thank you very much. Thanks for patiently hearing us. Thanks.
Thank you, distinguished panelists, for a most intelligent session on artificial intelligence. I would now request Mr. Sanjay Behra, Chairperson of our Manufacturing and MSME Committee, to kindly hand over the mementos to the panelists. Thank you, thank you. Now we'll just take 2 minutes to change over, and then we'll proceed with the award ceremony. Thank you, thank you.
Now we'll commence the award ceremony.
We'll proceed with the award
as soon as the stage is ready for the award ceremony, I request all of you to kindly take your seat. Our supporting sponsor, Tally Solutions, has introduced a new business solution software. Now we'll commence the award ceremony. With high-end connected stage is ready for the award ceremony, I request dashboard to ease day-to-day business needs. So if anybody is interested, the Tally counter is here, has their 5-star partner business solution is here, their members are here, Prime, and they will make this high-end video during the networking sessions of powerful business, so you can talk to them. Ease day-to-day business needs. So if anybody is interested, the Tally counter is here. Their 5-star partner Z Corp is here. Their members are here. And they will make our banking partner DBS during the networking sessions is also here. So you can talk to them. DBS, they are here. So if you would like to connect with the bank, you may please go and talk to them. With the DBS representatives who are present here. Our banking partner DBS table is also here, representatives from we are just DBS waiting for 2 minutes to get if you would like to connect with the bank, you may please go and talk to them with the DBS representatives who are present here. So we are just waiting for 2 minutes to get get the stage ready.
अभी जो 4 नया वाला वर्जन दिया गया है उसमें हम लोग को डैशबोर्ड देखा है, बहुत अच्छा लगा है। व्हाट्सएप में भी काम करके देखा है, उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है। और प्लस इसका फीचर्स भी जो आगे से है उससे एडवांस्ड हो गए हैं। आप क्वालिटी वाइज भी अच्छा आ गया है। आप मिनिमम रैम 4 GB रैम में भी आप काम कर सकते हैं, अच्छा स्पीड आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है। जैसे डैशबोर्ड में आपको इमीडिएट कोई भी आप रिपोर्ट देखिएगा जो सब एक ही जगह में सब स्क्रीन में आ जाते हैं। व्हाट्सएप में भी काम करके देखा है, वहाँ से आप जाके एकदम बॉटम तक जा सकते हैं, टॉप भी आ सकते हैं। इसका फीचर्स भी जो आगे से एडवांस्ड हो गए हैं, इसका क्वालिटी वाइज भी अच्छा हुआ है। दूसरी बात जो चीज़ मेन चीज़ है, 4 GB रैम में भी आप काम कर सकते हैं, अच्छा स्पीड आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है। जैसे डैशबोर्ड में आपको इमीडिएट कोई भी आप रिपोर्ट देखिएगा जो सब एक ही जगह में सब दिया गया है, पेस्ली उसको हम लोग एक ही जगह वहाँ से आप जाके एकदम बॉटम तक जा सकते हैं, टॉप भी आ सकते हैं, पिन भेजिए, चाहे आप किसी भी चीज़ का भेजिए, सब चीज़ आपका ऑटोमेटिक चला जाता है। अच्छा हुआ है। दूसरी बात जो चीज़ कस्टमर भी सेटिस्फाइड हो जाते हैं, काम का ऑथेंटिकेटेड वैसे जाता है। ये आपको टाइम कम लेता है जन दूसरे प्रोडक्ट के हिसाब से। व्हाट्सएप में तो आपका बहुत ही अच्छा दिया गया है, पेस्ली ये आपका डिटेल्स रिपोर्ट भेज दी हो, चाहे आप बिल भेजिए, चाहे आप किसी भी चीज़ का भेजिए, सब चीज़ आपका ऑटोमेटिक चला जाता है, कोई उसमें दिक्कत नहीं आती है, कस्टमर भी सेटिस्फाइड हो जाते हैं और ऑथेंटिकेटेड वे से जाता है।
Now we'll commence our award ceremony. The 14th edition of BCC&I and Tata Tiscon Award Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and industry luminaries, a very warm welcome to the 14th MSME Excellence Awards. Now will commence. Tonight we gather to celebrate the spirit of innovation, addition, resilience and excellence in the small and Tata Tiscon Award medium enterprises sector. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and industry luminaries, of a very warm welcome to the 14th MSME Excellence Awards. Of tonight we gather to celebrate the spirit of innovation, resilience and excellence in the small, on manufacturing and medium enterprises sector. I would like to invite onto the stage at the outset Mr. Gautam Rai, honor President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Achievement and Mr. Sanjay Behera, a true chairperson of the MSME and Manufacturing Committee of the Bengal Chamber, have left an indelible mark. Kindly come to the dais, please. To do the honors, I would like to invite onto the stage Mr. Gautam Rai, President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Sanjay Behera, Chairperson of the MSME and Manufacturing Committee of the Bengal Chamber. We are honored. I would like to request you to kindly come to the dais, and Tata Tiscon Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. Indrajit Sen, who is our past president also and mentor of the committee and who has been with us for a long period of time we and mentoring our MSMEs. BCC&I the Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. Indrajit Sen for his unparalleled contribution to the world of manufacturing. I request Mr. Sen, I request her to kindly come to the stage and honor us by accepting the award. Of time and mentoring our MSMEs. The Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. Indrajit Sen for his unparalleled contribution to the world of manufacturing. I request Mr. Sen, I request her to kindly come to the stage and honor us by accepting the award. Let his journey inspire us to reach the greater heights and redefine the boundaries of success. We are really honored, sir. Let his journey inspire us to reach the greater heights and redefine the boundaries of success. We are really honored, sir. Sir, I'd like to request you to talk few words. Sir, please. Sir, I'd like to request you to talk few words. Sir, please.
Good evening to you all. Sri Gautam Rai, President of BCCI, Mr. Sanjay Behera, Chairman of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee, other committee members, Sri Shobhadi Friends, Director General of the Chamber. Good evening to you all. Sri Gautam Rai for conferring on me President the Chamber's BCCI Lifetime Achievement Award. Mr. Sanjay Behera for the contribution Chairman of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee. Other committee members. I am delighted. Sri Shobhadi Director General coming from Bengal Chamber, the oldest chamber of commerce in this country, conferring second oldest in Asia. The chambers and lifetime. This is a very special meaning, contribution, and thank you all very much to the world of. I also thank this one who had been also. I am delighted, sponsoring this. Or I've also coming from Bengal Chamber for this award, the oldest chamber of commerce in this country, second oldest in Asia. I have been associated. This is a very special and related technology, and thank you all very much. for over, I also thank this 60 years now, who had been also, it's almost co-sponsoring this. Two generations have also been there for this award. Surely, I have seen great evolutionary changes associated with conventional manufacturing and related technology, manufacturing processes of 60s for over. That's when I started working. 60 years now. To the current generation, it's of CNC, robotics, two generations of manufacturing. Surely, I have seen a similar evolutionary changes from Newtonian manufacturing to quantum physics, manufacturing processes of and 60s. Understanding this comparison working, in my view, to the current generation as Newtonian physics, robotics is still relevant, AI assisted at macro level. At macro level, change and the similar atomic and subatomic Newtonian level of quantum physics to quantum physics to a different level of understanding this comparison and opportunity, in my view, is important. As Newtonian physics is still relevant, what at macro level has changed in the manufacturing at macro level over the years, and I told him atomic and subatomic easier for me to level of quantum physics has not changed to a different level of understanding. To give you some flavor of the changes someone that I've seen over this period of time, long period of time, let me give you a couple of examples. In the manufacturing sector, let us, for example, look at, and I told the sample of machining easier for me to say, most of you are here, many of you are connected with machining processes, so you'll understand. To give you some flavor, fundamentally, of the changes, the process that I've seen over this period of time, metal or material, let me give you a couple of examples. To produce a component, let us, for example, look at, but while the sample of 60s machining process, the accuracy and here, many of you are connected with machining processes, was primarily dependent on the skill of the fundamentally, the process of removal, it is no more of metal today in the modern machine shop. By machining, the operator only component is still the same. Programs the CNC machine, but while and the assisting robot, the accuracy and the including loading and the manufacturing time was primarily dependent running the machine on the skill, even the dimensional checks and inspection is done no more. Today in the modern machine shop, the operator only programs. Earlier, programs the CNC machine and the assisting robot, early stages, and all work, including loading, unloading, 0.5%, changing of the tool, 1%, running the machine. You're always pleased. Even the dimensional checks, the process is guaranteed is done automatically. The quality of this guarantee of quality is the where the rejection is always earlier. We used to be happy because it is lower than 5 early stages, and we used to be very happy about that. We have only rejection of 5.5% parts per million. You're always pleased. Today, in fact, the process is guarantee concept that the quality line, they do not guarantee a quality any part where the rejection is always make it fit. Always throw it away. It ensures 5 parts per million lower than makes no difference. 5 ppm. It can guarantee that. Further, all the intelligent machines that we use today gets rejected only. Tells the operator when to change. In fact, in the present modern concept, also to assembly line, they do not really look at and also self-repair and try to find out how to make it fit. Just not there. Away. 5 parts per million or makes no difference or sometime in 80s. Further, all the intelligent machines that we use today, material science, tells the operator when to change which tool, which do the work to make 50 or 100 times faster and also compared to what we could do. This was just not there. This is one of the examples that even 70 is very favorable of our mind, but I'll give you another one. All of us know that the advancement of a lot of fabric science, but has also given everybody knows about gas cutting, flame cutting, which do the work. This is a 50 or 100 times faster compared to what earlier the component used to be. This is one of the examples marked on the plate, very favorable and very skilled operator. Another one, highly. All of us know gas cutting. I mean, I think there are a lot of fabric cutting. Everybody knows about gas line, which is marked. And this is a very important cutting edges were invariably rough. Earlier, the components used to be, in current generation, we used to cut, had to be marked on the plate. And then a very skilled operator which uses oxygen or plasma or even laser the flame cutting of the plate. The cutting edges are as clean as machine surface. The cutting edges were invariably rough, and the machine also can etch automatically. In current generation or the CNC profile cutting machines, they use more interesting oxyacetylene is that the machine run, or even these machines run on a very intelligent program. The cutting edges are as clean, where multiple parts are produced from a single piece, and the machine also can etch even from the areas which otherwise would be offcuts and wasted. They just more interesting at the parts and look at the space. Is that the machine run nested? These machines run from there on a very intelligent program. This drastically has reduced. Drastically reduces the waste. Where multiple parts, thereby giving are produced from a single piece of plate. It should be understood even from the areas. While I gave examples, otherwise would of engineering manufacturing and wasted. They just the advancement the parts and look at the space almost in all the sectors. The nested and the technology every segment. This drastically has reduced the waste, artificial intelligence, etc., thereby giving, and these have become the game changer in the manufacturing of all products. That while I gave examples of engineering manufacture, be it from the advancement in every aspect, almost in all the sectors, has changed. The technology, every segment, international combustion, including material science, digital technology, has multiple plants in the country. And these have become the game changer current in the manufacturing of all products, be it machinery, truly be it chemical, to see that Indian manufacturing companies are every aspect of manufacture to the recognition as the next manufacturing powerhouse of the world. Has multiple plants in the country, and we also have access to the current level has been there for some years. Is a recognition truly pleased of great significance to see that Indian manufacturing companies, and I take our progressive pleasure in getting the recognition all the recipients as the next award manufacturing powerhouse of the world. I also like to recognize BCCI, the Chamber's unwavering award commitment to bring upgraded has been there for some years, is a recognition of manufacturing of great significance. Management technology, and I take pleasure, the region and the country. All the recipients of this award. Wonderful work is being done in this area. I also like to recognize, I like to convey my thanks to Chambers, to the unwavering commitment, Chairman and the members of the committee, to and especially the secretarial team, led by Management Technology, to the industry of the state, the region and the country, and coordinator of the committee. Wonderful work is being done commitment area. And missionary zeal. I like to convey my the industry for upgrading their skill to Chairman and the members of the committee, friends, and especially all so much secretarial team. I convey to all of you my best wishes. Shoma Mitra Mukherjee, Chamber Director and Coordinator of the committee, for their strong commitment and missionary zeal to support the industry for upgrading their skill to move forward. Friends,
thank you so much,
thank
sir.
you all
we
so
are
much.
Truly honored by your words. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request Gargi, I hand over the microphone to Gargi to announce the rest of the awards. Gargi, please. Thank you so much, sir. We are truly honored by your words. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I request Gargi,
Good evening,
I
ladies
hand
and
over
gentlemen.
the microphone
A very
to
warm
Gargi,
welcome to all of you present
to
here
announce the
to the
rest of
14th
the awards.
MSME
Gargi, please.
Excellence Award tonight. This is me, Gargi, one of the hosts for today's award ceremony. And once again, I welcome you all on behalf
you so
of
much,
the
ma'am.
Bengal Chamber of
Good evening,
Commerce
ladies and gentlemen.
Industry. A very warm welcome
So,
to
without
all
taking
of you
much
present
of your
here
time,
to the 14th
moving on with the
MSME
presentation of
Excellence
awards.
Award tonight.
Our first category
This is me, Gargi, one of the hosts for
BCCNI,
today's award ceremony.
ECGC,
And once
MSME
again, I
of the
welcome you
Year
all
Award
on behalf of the
2023
Bengal Chamber of
for
Commerce and
exporting.
Industry.
Now we have
So,
got
without
two
taking
awardees
much
in
of
this
your
category.
time,
But
moving
before
on with the
announcing the
presentation of
winners,
awards,
I would request our first
Mr.
category,
Sanjay
is
Behra, Chairperson of the MSME and Manufacturing Committee of the Bengal Chamber
of the Year
and
Award
Mr.
2023-24
DGM
for
and
exporting.
RMER.
Now we have
ECGC
got two
Limited
awardees in
to
this
please
category.
Kindly join
But
us
before
on the
announcing
dais
the
to present
winners,
the award. I would request Mr. Sanjay Behra, Chairperson of the MSME and Manufacturing Committee of the Bengal Chamber, and Mr. Neeraj Gupta, DGM and RNER ECGC Limited, to please kindly join us on the dais to present the awards. So, our first winner is Web Skaters Technology Solution Private Limited for their comprehensive digital services. Congratulations. I request the representative to please come on the dais to receive the award. Once again, heartiest congratulations to the Web Skaters Technology Solution Private Limited for their comprehensive digital services. Congratulations. I request the representative to please come on the dais to receive the award. Once again, heartiest congratulations to the Web Skaters Technology Solution Private Limited. Our next joint winner is JGB Agrofresh Private Limited for their exemplary export of fresh production to international market. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for JGB Agrofresh Private Limited. Thank you so much. Our next winner, our next joint winner is JGB Agrofresh Private Limited for their exemplary export of fresh production to international market. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for JGB Agrofresh Private Limited. Thank you, sir. So, moving on towards the next category. Our next category, BCCNI Phoenix Rising MSME of the congratulations to both the winners for Startup India. Recognizing innovation and entrepreneurship, we applaud again two winners. But moving on towards the next category. This award, I would like to welcome our next dignitary on stage, BCCNI Felix Rising MSME of the Year Award 2023 and Director of Felix for Startup, of course, India, our very own Mr. Recognizing Sanjay innovation and entrepreneurship, we applaud again two winners. But before that, to present this award, I would like to welcome our next dignitary on stage, Ms. Vaishali Gaur, the first winner and director of Pepcom Private Limited, and of course, for their eco-friendly paper Sanjay food containers. I would request the representative to please come forward to receive this award. Heartiest congratulations to Pepcom Private Limited. The first winner is Pepcom Private Limited for their eco-friendly paper food containers. I would request the representative to please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to please put your hands together for Pepcom Private Limited. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to please put your hands together for Pepcom Private Limited. Joint winner is none other than Blue Cocoon Digital Private Limited for their groundbreaking Agri 360 app facilitating early crop disease detection. Blue Cocoon Digital Private Limited is our joint winner. Our next joint winner is none other than Blue Cocoon Digital Private Limited for their groundbreaking Agri 360 app facilitating early crop disease detection. Blue Cocoon Digital Private Limited is our joint winner. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on towards the next category. BCCNI DBS MSME of the Year Award 2023-24 for sustained congratulations to both the winners. And before announcing the award, I would like to call
Mr. Jitesh Shabu. Moving on towards our next category. Shilpi Malik from DBS to please join us on dais to present the award 2023-24 for sustainability. And before announcing the award, I would like to call Mr. Jitesh Shabu and Ms. Shilpi Malik from DBS to please join us on dais to present the award. And the award goes to Switch On Foundation Environment Conservation Society for their commendable sustainable practices in climate smart agriculture and clean energy. Congratulations, Switch On Foundation. And the award goes to Switch On Foundation Environment Conservation Society for their commendable sustainable practices in climate smart agriculture and clean energy. Congratulations, Switch On Foundation. Good to see someone of your caliber, ladies and gentlemen. Please once again put your hands together for Switch On Foundation. Moving on towards the next category, BCCNI. Tata Tiscon. Good to see someone MSME of your caliber, ladies and gentlemen. Please once again put your hands together for Switch On Foundation. Celebrating innovation, we honor 2 winners in this category. May I please welcome Mr. Sanjay Behra, chairperson Moving on towards the next category, Manufacturing Committee of Bengal Chamber, Tata Tiscon and MSME of the Year Award 2023 Chief Marketing Tata for Steel Best Limited Innovation. To kindly join us on stage celebrating to do innovation, we honor 2 winners in this category. May I please welcome Mr. Sanjay Behra, chairperson of MSME and Manufacturing Committee of this Bengal award Chamber is backed by Mr. P.K. Wilson, the first one, Shunanda Environmental International Private Limited, to kindly join us for their innovation in industrial wastewater treatment. Congratulations. So, this award is backed by 2 winners. The first one, Shunanda Environmental International Private Environment for their innovation in industrial wastewater treatment. Congratulations. And the next winner is none other than InCube Technologies Private Limited for their transformative platform for supply chain digitalization and climate Environmental International Private Limited is our joint winner. Congratulations, InCube Technologies Private Limited. And the next winner is none other than InCube Technologies Private Limited for their transformative platform for supply chain digitalization and climate resilience. And I will request sir to please congratulations InCube Technologies Private Limited. Sanjay Mehta sir, please join the stage for the next award. The next category is BCCNI Tata Tiscon MSME of the Year Award 2023-24. For best wishes, best safety practices. I would request sir to please stay on the stage to safety. Again, we congratulate the 2 winners. Sanjay Behra sir, please is stay on the stage for the next global sourcing. The next category is comprehensive safety measures. MSME congratulations of the Year Award 2023-24 for best safety. I would request the representative to please recognize the commitment to safety. The award. Again, we congratulate the 2 winners. The first one is Canberg Global Sourcing for their comprehensive safety measures. Congratulations to Canberg Global Sourcing. Canberg Global Sourcing. I would request the representative to comprehensive safety measures. Congratulations. The award. And the next awardee is Pioneer Safety Products 1 Private Limited for their exceptional safety comprehensive safety Pioneer Safety Products 1 Private Limited. And the next awardee is Pioneer Safety Products 1 Private Limited for their exceptional safety services. Pioneer Safety Products 1 Private Limited. I would request their representative to please come on dais to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Pioneer Safety Products Private Limited. I would request their representative to please come on dais to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Pioneer Safety Products Private Limited. Congratulations, winners. So moving on towards the next category, BCCNI Philips MSME of the Year Award 2023-24 for Woman Entrepreneur. Congratulations, winners. I would request Mr. Sanjay Behera is already on the stage, and I would request Ms. Vaishali Gaur, moving on towards the next category, Director of Philips, to kindly join us on the stage MSME to present of the Year Award 2023-24 for Women Entrepreneur. I would request Mr. Sanjay Behera is already on the stage, and I would request Ms. Vaishali Gaur, of Women Empowerment in Business, to kindly join us on the stage. Trip Makers India for their outstanding contribution to the travel and tourism industry. Heartiest congratulations to Trip Makers India. In recognition of women empowerment in business, we honor Trip Makers India for their outstanding contribution to the travel and tourism industry. Heartiest congratulations to Trip Makers India. Our next category, BCCNI, GCG and GGS MSME of the Year Award 2023-24. Once again, put your hands together for Family Business India. And to give away this award, may I call upon stage Mr. Shupriyo Ghosh, Managing Partner, Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS, BCCNI, and of course our own GCG, Mr. Sanjay Behera on stage. MSME of the Year Award 2023-24. I request Mr. Shupriyo Ghosh, Best Family Business Partner, to kindly join us. And to give away this award, may I call upon stage Mr. Shupriyo Ghosh, Managing Partner, Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS, and of course our own Mr. Sanjay Behera on stage. I request Mr. Shupriyo Ghosh. The award is backed by none other than Excello Industries INC for their significant contribution to the Make in India initiative through important substitute items for defense organization. Heartiest congratulations to Excello Industry INC. I request the award is backed by none other than Excello Industries INC for their significant contribution to the Make in India initiative through important substitute items for defense organization. Heartiest congratulations to Excello Industry INC. I request the representative to please come on the dais. Congratulations award on behalf of Excello Industries INC. Moving on to the next category, BCCNI Tata Tiscon Congratulations of the Year Award 2023-24 for Seamless Connect Logistics. And again, I welcome on stage Mr. P.K. Wilson Purti, Chief Marketing Officer of the next category, So please welcome on stage BCCNI Tata Tiscon MSME of the Year Award, Chairperson of MSME and Manufacturing Committee of Bengal Chamber Logistics. And again I welcome on finally Mr. P.K. Wilson ASC Marketing and Logistics Private Limited for their expertise in container handling and logistics solutions. Heartiest congratulations to ASC and Manufacturing Shipping Committee and of Logistics Private Limited. And finally, we recognize ASC Shipping and Logistics Private Limited for their expertise in container handling and logistics solutions. Heartiest congratulations to ASC Shipping and Logistics Private Limited. Well, congratulations. You have set a wonderful example for others. Our next category is BCCNI Philips MSME of the Year Award 2023-24 for Make in India. Well, congratulations. You have set a wonderful example for others. CHRO and Director of Philips to please come on stage. Our next category is BCCNI Philips MSME of the Year Award 2023-24 for Make in India. And I please welcome, we have got two winners here, CHRO and Director of Philips to please come on stage. We applaud Sensor Zoid Private Limited for their pioneering conditions monitoring system of electrical assets. Saluting indigenous innovation, we applaud Sensor Zoid Private Limited for their pioneering conditions monitoring of Sensor Zoid Private Limited for their pioneering conditions monitoring system of electrical assets. Saluting indigenous innovation, we applaud Sensor Zoid Private Limited for their pioneering conditions monitoring system of electrical assets. And the second winner is Nickel Corporation Limited for their Corporation Limited for their indigenous and most modern state-of-the-art integrated special steel and alloys and casting manufacturing plant. Conclave Corporation Limited for their indigenous and Datre Corporation Limited for their indigenous and most modern state-of-the-art integrated special steel and alloys and casting manufacturing plant. Congratulations to BCCNI Philips MSME of the Year Award 2023-24 for service, and we have got three remarkable winners. Please welcome Ms. Vaishali Gaur, congratulations to Datre Corporation Limited on stage. She's moving on there, towards the next Mr. Sanjay Behra. BCCNI. So the first winner MSME of the Year Award 2023-24 Uniconfinity Technologies Private Limited. Three remarkable winners. Revolutionary Students Lifestyle app. Ms. Vaishali Gaur. Congratulations Conto Uniconfinity Technologies Private Limited for their Revolutionary Students Lifestyle app. Conto Uniconfinity Technologies Private Limited. Congratulations, Conto Unique. Our second winner is Private Ramesis RPL Revolutionary Students Lifestyle Pioneering Hygiene Services, eliminating manual scavenging and ensuring safe Congratulations, Ramesis RPL Perfect Cause. Our second winner is Ramesis RPL Perfect Cause for their pioneering hygiene services, manual scavenging and ensuring safe Tata Steel Limited to kindly join us on stage to do the honor. The last but not the least, the category BCC and I Tata Tiskan MSME of the Year Award 2024 for Manufacturing. I request Mr. P.K. Wilson Purti, our heartiest congratulations to kindly join us on stage to do the honor. Their outstanding expertise in the manufacturing and application of industrial and decorative paints. Congratulations, Max Paints. Nominee who graced this award night has contributed significantly to the growth and vibrancy of our Congratulations industry. To all the winners, and let us acknowledge and honor each of our nominees with certificates of participation. While only a select few will walk away with the award tonight, give us every award 10 nominee to 15 minutes who graced so that this award night the stage has contributed significantly to the growth and vibrancy so that the stage gets ready. Next, let us acknowledge and honor each of our nominees with certificates of participation. But before that, I request you all that give us 10 to 15 minutes so that the stage gets ready. Okay, 10 to 15 seconds so that the stage gets ready for the next banking part. Thank you. So, I would request Mr. Sanjay Behra to give away the certificates of participation. The first certificate of recognition goes to Mata India Private Limited. I would request their representative to kindly come on stage and receive the certificate. So, I would request Mr. Sanjay Behra to give away the certificates of participation. The first certificate of recognition goes to Mata India Private Limited. I would request the first certificate of participation goes to Mata India Private Limited. The first certificate of participation goes to Mata India Private Limited. Congratulations. Next, I request Neo Enterprise to receive the certificate of recognition. I request Neo Enterprise to receive the certificate of recognition. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Neo Enterprise. Next, I request Neo Enterprise to receive the certificate of recognition. I request Neo Enterprise. The next certificate of recognition goes to Nigamalai Developers Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Neo Enterprise. The next certificate of recognition goes to Nigamalai Developers Private Limited. Joy Shri Shram Pharmaceuticals Private Limited to receive the next certificate of recognition. Joy Shri Shram Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. I welcome Joy Shri Shram Pharmaceuticals, I request, Private Limited to receive the next certificate of recognition. To receive Joy Shri Shram Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. I request Pioneer Modular Solution to please come on stage and receive the certificate of recognition. Private Limited to receive the certificate of recognition. Pioneer Modular Solution to please come on stage and receive the certificate of recognition. I request AD Space Creation Private Limited to please come on stage and receive the certificate of recognition. AD Space Creation Private Limited. Pioneer Modular Solution. I request AD Space Creation Private Limited to please come on stage and receive the certificate. Our next nominee to receive the certificate of recognition is Balaji Shipping Agency Private Limited. Balaji Shipping Agency Private Limited. Our next nominee to receive the certificate of recognition is Balaji Shipping Agency Private Limited. Balaji Shipping Agency Private to receive certificate of recognition is Jayanto Finance Corner. May I please request Jayanto Finance Corner to please come on stage to receive the certificate of recognition. Our next nominee to receive certificate of recognition is Jayanto Finance Corner. May I please request Jayanto Finance Corner to please come on stage to receive the certificate of recognition. To please come on stage and receive the certificate of recognition. Last but not the least, I would request Pash Nuvo Technologies. Please come on stage and receive the certificate of recognition. Now, I request all the award winners and all the certificate winners, nominees, to please come on stage for a group photo session. Please, may I request all the award winners and all the nominees to please come on stage for a group photo. Now, I request all the award winners and please come with your awards. Exactly. The certificate winners, nominees to please come on stage for a group photo session. Winners, nominees, please come. May I request on the stage with your award and certificates. All the nominees, have a beautiful group photo. Please come on stage for a group photo. And please come with your awards, exactly, and certificates. All the awardees and certificate winners, nominees, please come on the stage with your award and certificates. We'll have a beautiful group photo together. I request Nourishment Healthy Solution Private Limited, our second winner of Woman Entrepreneur, to please come on stage and receive the award. Nourishment Healthy Solution Private Limited for their innovative health supplements and nutraceuticals. They're the winners of BCC Nourishment Healthy Solution Private Limited, 2023, our second winner of Woman Entrepreneur, to please come on stage and receive the award. Nourishment Healthy Solution Private Limited for their innovative Sanjay Behera health supplements and give award for Best Woman Entrepreneur. Of BCC and 2023 MSME of the Year Award. Nourishment Healthy Solutions Private Limited Entrepreneur. I would request Mr. Sanjay Behera to please give the award for Best Woman Entrepreneur 2023-24. I would request Mr. Sanjay Behera, please kindly join us on stage to do the honor. Yeah. So our second winner for Women Entrepreneur 2023-24 goes to Nourishment Healthy Solutions Private Limited for their innovative health supplements and nutraceuticals. Congratulations. So our second winner for Women Entrepreneur 2023-24 goes to Nourishment Healthy Solutions Private Limited, ladies and gentlemen, for their innovative health supplements and nutraceuticals. Let's continue the celebration over dinner and cocktails. Cheers to the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation. Thank you. Good night. Take care. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for gracing this occasion with your presence. Let's continue the celebration over dinner and cocktails. Cheers to the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation. Thank you. Good night. Take care.
They also have launched Tally Capital, which provides technology solution that enables simplified access to credit for all business financing made easy with unsecured loans up to 75 lakhs.
Has introduced a new
You may kindly visit their desk for more information. And we also have DBS Bank, who also have a separate networking area in the hall. You're welcome to visit them for more banking solutions. They also have launched Tally Capital, which provides technology solution that enables simplified access to credit for all business financing made easy with unsecured loans up to 75 lakhs. You may kindly visit their desk for more information. We also have DBS Bank, who also have a separate networking area in the hall. You're welcome to visit them for more banking solutions. Thank you.
As SMEs are called in Germany, comprise 3.6 million world-class specialists in specific categories and segments. Japanese SMEs form part of an elaborate framework for world-class automobile, electronics, and machine enterprises. Nearly 30.2 million SMEs form the backbone of the 3.6 million world-class sector in China in specific categories and SMEs. Japanese SMEs form part of an elaborate framework for world-class automobile, 60% of GDP, and machine enterprises in India. Nearly 30.2 million 45% of industrial backbone of the US economy, 40% of the country's sector in China. Generating employment for 60 million, but 90% of all business 2025 and makes a contribution 50 million enterprises, 60% of GDP drivers today in India. Trillion economy. SMEs account for 45% of industrial. What would it take? And 40% of the countries to embrace new technologies, generating employment to develop and sustain a global competitive advantage. 2025. Automation. 50 million enterprises could be the data enablers for a 4 trillion economy. 3D printing. With the thrust on transport, what would it take? Railway SMEs need to embrace new technologies. Opportunities abound to develop and sustain the electric vehicle market is largely untapped. Automation. India is expected to compute leadership data analytics. Industry with a projected share 3D printing of new vehicles on transport in 2030. Railways, defense and aviation sectors are throwing opportunities abound for indigenization. Electric vehicle market is largely untapped. India is expected to command leadership in EV space with a projected share of 30% in new vehicles sold by 2030. Make in India as the defense and aviation manufacturing is exciting and full of indigenization of spares and own together. In food, in agri-businesses, SMEs hold the key to inclusive growth and play a critical role in India's future. With Make in India as the buzzword, the future of manufacturing is exciting and full of potential. Let's own it together.
এটা স্টোরেজ ক্যামেরা ডিসপ্লে সব চেক করে তবে নিয়েছি। আচ্ছা, তো ফোনের জন্য এত রিসার্চ আর বাড়ির জন্য কোথায় চলবে সকাল সকাল? টাটা স্টিল আশিয়ানাতে রিসার্চ করলে তবে জানতে পারবেন যে টাটা টেসকন 550 SD তে আছে বেশি শক্তি আর নমনীয়তা। আরে নতুন ফোন শুরুটা করে নিলে এটা স্টোরেজ, ক্যামেরা, ডিসপ্লে সব চেক করে তবে নিয়েছি। আচ্ছা, তো ফোনের জন্য এত রিসার্চ আর বাড়ির জন্য 550 SD সঠিক মানে টাটা স্টিল আশিয়ানাতে রিসার্চ করলে তবে জানতে পারবেন যে টাটা টেসকন 550 SD তে আছে বেশি শক্তি আর নমনীয়তা, যা আপনার বাড়িকে দেয় সুরক্ষার সাথে সেভিংস। টাটা টেসকন 550 SD সঠিক চিনুন, বুঝে কিনুন।
Food Auto, we have crafted our dashboards to make sure all your data is easily accessible and presented in a manner made for you. A single screen to give you a complete overview of your business anytime you want. You decide what data matters to you, whether it's daily cash flow, pending orders, cash balance, Food Auto, outstanding payment, we have crafted our dashboards to make sure all your data is easily accessible. The list goes on. And presented in a manner made you make your own tiles to compare different time periods, to give you change a your graphic overview of your business tables anytime you want, and even resize to your liking. You decide what data matters to you, whether it's even given you the ability to configure your tally, so the first thing you see is your outstanding payment and receipts, fast or slow moving items, and one of our most favorite things. The list goes on. It includes the magic of drill down. You make your own tiles to compare different time periods, bring the power of your business to the front, and make dashboards for yourself, and even resize to your liking. Your accountant, your CEO. We have even given you the ability to configure your tally, so the first thing you see is your dashboard. All you need to do is and one of our most favorite things, and let Tally do the rest. It includes the magic of drill down. Tally Prime Food Auto. Bring the power of your business to the front and make dashboards for yourself, your sales team, your accountant. As your organization grows, each dashboard is made for can become more complex. More and more systems and processes are introduced, and you need everything to talk to each other. Tally Prime Food Auto. Simply professional. We want you to run your business, upgrade today, not manage your systems. We want you to have all your business data. As your organization grows, not scattered, operations can become more complex. More and more systems and processes are introduced, no matter how large or complicated your Excel data is. You can now import everything into Tally within seconds. We want you to run your business, not manage your systems. You may have e-commerce sales data. We want you to have all your business data, financial statements, not price lists across Excel data sitting on Excel. With Tally Prime Release Food Auto, your clients may send you their data in Excel in a variety of formats. You can now import everything into Tally Prime Release Food Auto. You can import any Excel sheet you may have e-commerce sales data, cash books, financial statements, price lists, manual or sales data sitting on Excel. No more errors. As a tax expert, simple solution to give you may send you their data in Excel in a variety of formats. With simple Excel import. With Tally Prime Release Food Auto, you can import any Excel sheet with the ease that you would expect. Tally Prime Release Food Auto. Simply professional. No more manual upgrade today. No more errors. Today we use WhatsApp solution to give you a single source of truth for your business. To our families and friends, to connect with our customers and suppliers, and even manage our teams. With Tally Prime Release Food Auto, we have worked closely with the Meta team to bring you an integrated experience of WhatsApp for business in the product. Today we use WhatsApp for almost anything. You can send any document to our families and friends with a single click. To connect with our customers and send invoices, reminders, and even manage our teams. Outstanding statements, or even just payment links and Tally Prime Release Food Auto. We have worked closely with the Meta team to bring you an integrated experience of WhatsApp for Business. Easily send dashboards to yourself and your colleagues. Now you can send any document on WhatsApp with a single click. All from Tally Prime with WhatsApp. You can send invoices, reminders. You can just open the browser and access the inbox to respond to anyone. Just payment links and QR codes to your customers. Managing your business-related communications has never been simpler or more professional. Easily send dashboards to yourself and your colleagues. Simply professional. Send reports to your CA. Upgrade today. All from Tally Prime with WhatsApp. You can just open the browser and access the inbox to respond to anyone too. Managing your business-related communications has never been simpler or more professional. Tally Prime Release 4.0. Simply professional. Upgrade today.
देखा है, बहुत अच्छा लगा है। व्हाट्सएप में भी काम करके देखा है, उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है। मेरा नाम नरेंद्र कुमार सहगल है। इसका फीचर्स भी जो आगे से उससे एडवांस्ड हो गए हैं और मैं टेली क्वालिटी 16 इयर्स के आसपास यूज कर रहा हूँ। मिनिमम रैम 4GB रैम में भी अभी जो वर्जन दिया है अच्छा स्पीड आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है। जैसे डैशबोर्ड में आपका इमीडिएट कोई भी आप रिपोर्ट देखिएगा जो सब एक ही जगह में सब स्क्रीन में आ जाते हैं। व्हाट्सएप में भी काम करके देखा है, वहाँ से आप जाके एकदम बॉटम तक जा सकते हैं, टॉप भी आ सकते हैं। इसका फीचर्स भी जो आगे से एडवांस्ड हो गए हैं, प्लस इसका स्पीड भी 3 से भी अच्छा होगा। दूसरी बात जो चीज़ मेन चीज़ 4GB रैम में भी आप काम कर सकते हैं, अच्छा स्पीड आती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है। कम लेता है डैशबोर्ड में आपको इमीडिएट कोई भी आप रिपोर्ट देखिएगा जो सब एक ही जगह में सब अच्छा दिया गया है। पेस्लीफ उसको हम लोग एक ही जगह वहाँ से आप जाके एकदम बॉटम तक जा सकते हैं, टॉप भी आ सकते हैं, पिन भेजिए, चाहे आप किसी भी चीज़ का भेजिए, सब चीज़ आपको ऑटोमेटिक चला जाता है। अच्छा हुआ उसमें दूसरी बात जो चीज़ कस्टमर भी सेटिस्फाइड हो जाते हैं, आप काम का ऑथेंटिकेटेड से जाता है। ये आपको टाइम कम लेता है जब दूसरे प्रोडक्ट के हिसाब से। व्हाट्सएप में तो आपका बहुत ही अच्छा दिया गया है, पेस्लीफ हो या आपका डिटेल्स रिपोर्ट भेज दी हो, चाहे आप बिल भेजिए, चाहे आप किसी भी चीज़ का भेजिए, सब चीज़ आपका ऑटोमेटिक चला जाता है, कोई उसमें दिक्कत नहीं आती है, कस्टमर भी सेटिस्फाइड हो जाते हैं और ऑथेंटिकेटेड से जाता है। थैंक यू टेली।
As a business owner, you take important decisions. As a business owner, you take important decisions